Let's go.
Hello and welcome to the Silverstone 6 Hour. My name is Neil and I'll be the man directing things behind the scenes today. Joining me in the commentary box, if they can hear me. Let me know if you can hear me in chat. because Streamlabs is telling me lies, which is unlike Streamlabs. But yes, not far away from getting this show on the road. G'day there, George, and g'day there, Matt. How are we, gentlemen?
Hello, Moles. Hello, everyone, and good day for a nice afternoon, evening of racing at Silverstone Race Circuit. Probably one of the least cursed circuits, I would say, in ACC.
Oh, what have you gone and done?
I haven't done anything. It's what you've done. You've got one of the most cursed commentators in all of sim racing to commentate this race.
No, that's the way we want it, mate.
Got to make it entertaining somehow.
Hey, George, how are you going, mate?
Not too bad. Thank you very much, Mo and Matt. It's great to see. Oh, the weather's looking quite clear. What's going on?
What is going on?
Oh, we've got
your weather report. It's a bit on the rainy side.
Well, we've got what we've got going for us is 6 hours of racing as the cars make their way off the starting grid. Let's run through this starting grid for 6 hours around Silverstone. So on the front row we have Steezy Autosports and IB Racing. Row 2 will be Speedy Mite Racing and Mad Cow Racing. Row 3, Latte Speed and the Underdogs. Row 4 we'll see Alliance Pro and Rockets Evolved 2. Interesting that Rockets Evolved 2 is our qualified Rockets Evolved 1. And then row 5, Dare to Dream and Convicts and Colonials. Moving on to row number 6, No Idea and MPR GP. Row 7, Rockets Evolved 1 and Kovacs Racing Purple. That would be the Sonicus brothers. Interesting that they've swapped to the Aston, but I like the livery they've got on that one. Row 8, yes, Bricks Racing and 3 Pyramids Racing. Row 9, Gutted and Grumpy and Kovacs Racing Blue. And row 10, 05 Motorsport and WTT X GSR Esports. Moving on to row 11, we have Pasture Bedtime, clever name like that one, Kovacs Racing Green. Row 12, Kovacs Racing Black and Drive to Survive. Row 13 will be Disciples of Speed 1 and Disciples of Speed 2, so good to see the teams sticking together there. And then moving on to row 14, it's Worn Tide Tribe and Team First Name. And then moving on to row 15, we then have Big Spoon Racing and Sofa King Slow. Oh, some of these team notes are great. Row 16, we have Kovacs Racing Red and Alliance Green. Row 17, UNSW Racing and $1.50 Macca's Special. Let's see if I've kept count. Row 17, we should have Alliance Gold and Flexus Mutts. Row 18, Break Czech Republic and Lost Our Way. That's actually row 19, my bad. And row 20, OES Orange and Vic Mania's 720. Moving on to the final few rows of this grid. Row 21, we have 2T Racing and Team Last Name. Row 22 will be Opposite Lock and Trans Tasman. Row 23, we then have 1.21 gigawatts MTSP and Soft Baguette Tyre. And then on the final row of the grid, we have Rutama Spin and Clutch Racing. George, your opinion? Any favourites in there?
I can't talk there because I'd have a biased opinion there for the Disciples of Speed. So.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's right, you're racing. Neil,
Yeah.
You got any favourites?
The stewards. Let's go with the stewards.
Yeah. Definitely. They've got a tough one for this one, I reckon. Especially if the bit of weather comes in. Could be a real interesting affair.
Well, we're about set for a start as everyone's starting to form up nicely in 2x2 formation. Let's see if we can get through that first corner without a Verstappen-Hamilton incident. They're getting a little bit antsy in the back there. I see a couple of them just rushing just to catch up. They're holding it very long, and now we're away and racing as the field spreads out. We're going 3-4 wide further back in the field as we get through. No, I don't think we did get through turn 1 without an incident. I saw a car getting spun off and spat into the tyre barrier way back down. I think that was about P10. Oh no, look at the death in the background there. That looks like safety car straight away. Oh, geez, looking at the track map, it's just a line of yellow. That is just sadness for everyone.
was all going to happen at that first corner. It was all going to happen. I think there was a few gaps there, and it just, when they closed it up with the green, it just, yeah, concertina effect, and they were...
I don't remember last time we had a safety car on one of these events at the start at all. I'm being honest. The endurance event's normally pretty good first few laps, but sometimes things come together, and it looks like it's definitely kicked off. We'll try and find a replay in a sec.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see what happened back there.
I think it was bound to happen. I thought I saw a couple of guys going 4 wide down that main straight. And it's not really a wide straight, is it? It's very much grass on one side, Armco on the other side. Yeah, it was always going to end badly. And obviously no one saw Formula 1 last year with Hamilton and Verstappen.
No, obviously not.
No, it wasn't like it was a massive turning point in the championship or anything.
No, not at all. That's just that really spiced it up, didn't it? The F1, those contacts there. But we're not playing for sheep stations here, so let's see what's happened. Hopefully the replay comes through.
Here we go. Here's the instant sadness. So I've made mention that they really held the start for a long time. I think maybe a few drivers trying to anticipate it. No, looks like there's a boop. And, geez, one of the Kovacs Aston got involved. It's just pinball, isn't it? Who was that? Brilliant driving from whoever that was, just threading the needle. Fantastic stuff. Send that man a cookie, whoever that was.
Just one cookie?
Send him a whole tray of them. Go down to Coles right now and send it to him.
Nah, you want the Girl Gods cookies. They're the best.
Send both.
Oh yeah, just looking on a few cars at the back, there's a bit of sadness. Looks like Robert Maddox in the 119 Kovacs entry has a fair bit of damage on the front. Think we're going to get underway, or we're going to wait for allow others to pit. It is a 6-hour event, so yes, we're going to hold this virtual safety car for quite some time. So a slower start here to the Silverstone 6. Who'd have thunk at one of our shorter events for the series is got off to a very slow start, and a track that people say that doesn't have many incidents.
Well, like I said, you put one of the most cursed commentators in all the sim racing in the commentary box for this one, so yeah, it's. I mean, it's not like I've got the salt pentagram and the Chook's blood and whatever else I need to curse this race, but yeah.
Maybe you need it. The reverse curse.
I mean, every time I try to apply a curse onto someone, it never works. So maybe that's what I need to do. Just start trying to curse immediately, and then we don't have a problem.
Well, if you just look at the pits, we've got, looks like Flexus Mutz is in there. There's an Alliance team, a Milk team, MPRGP, who's sort of kicked that off a little bit. We've got GSR in there, Convicts and Colonials, Kovacs. Oh no, we've got one of our championship. No, it's not. They look very similar, but that is a great livery. If I just want to quickly point this out, 1.21 gigawatts. Very nicely done.
Okay, I've just been told that my commentary is a bit loud. How's that? Is that a little bit better? Oh God, I'm not going to try and pronounce that. Anilic.
Yeah, that's Scotty. Speaking of incidents, Scotty Rochford, that one on Wednesday night on the home straight at Bathurst, that was cursed. One of the worst things I've seen. Lost control of his car, and then, I don't know, about 10 other cars just piled in.
Pinball.
I think I saw a couple of screenshots of that in the Discord channel.
Yeah, you might have.
That looked like misery. You know what's good about this? It looks like all the drivers that were involved in that incident, I think they're going to stay on the lead lap. So that is good news.
That's good to see. To slow things down a little bit. Single file restart here is going to be very beneficial as well. A lot of nerves, a lot of grid changes during the build-up. A couple of teams have changed their cars, so they get penalised 10 grid positions based on their qualifying result, plus they get docked 10% of their championship points. So the pole sitter for qualifying was car 315, so they're going to start 11th, and they're currently up at 10th. So Steezy Autosports takes that mantle. They're only a couple of tenths back in qualifying.
Yeah, Matthew Lamb swapping to a Porsche. Who'd have thunk he'd go to the Porsche?
No, that man can drive anything now. I think he actually secretly in the past has loved the Porsche. Their livery is pretty bang on as well. Quite a few teams in that top 10 are setting PBs for their qualifying. 616, they've been very solid throughout. I think they were 5th or 6th maybe in quali. Speedy Mod Racing, the car 18. I think that was their best qualifying so far. They've always been around the 5-6 area, but that's good to see. They might have dropped a position there though. Oh, the 787 car. A little bit out of position. They've lost a driver during the build-up. So they're going to be really challenging for that Pro-Am win here today. But car 74 and 174 are hot on each other's heels in that regard.
Well, one car that's really out of position is that 720 Warren Tyre Tribe with D, Kefford and McDonald behind the wheel of that one. Started down in 27th, but they've managed to pick their way through the carnage, and they're sitting in 21st at the moment. So not a bad way to start the race, but yeah, down in 27th. I can't imagine what sort of problems they had in qualifying.
Oh, I think they've missed the last couple of events, so maybe a little bit of rust.
Ooh, maybe.
Not quite of availability for qualifying laps. I do expect though the 720 car to make their way up the field during the 6 hours, or the 5 hours 50 we're going to get.
Well, let's just hope we don't have too many more safety car periods. That really does ruin the racing a little bit, but I actually do think that the safety car period is a good idea. Not a lot of other leagues really offer that, but I think it does sort of disincentivise that, had a crash, rage quit.
Yeah, and incidents do happen, mistakes are made. We don't really see the intensity at the end of these races as often as you'd say at a Bathurst 1000 where someone pins it at the top of the mountain and there's a safety car and it bunches up all those in the lead lap and unlaps those that are one lap back. Like that, I miss that in this aspect, but it's obviously very hard to do in the online world. You just don't quite have the tools. But you can always improvise, and this is why we use the safety car pretty much at the starts of these races, because it gives everyone a chance to settle back down, get back on the lead lap, and have another crack at restarting.
And like I said, we're about to. Firelord saying the safety car is ending. When is Weston going to go? It looks like he's gone already. See you later, son.
Great restart there.
I wonder how many people are going to get caught out by that, because he went really, really early around that final corner. Normally that does catch a few people out, because a few people are sort of like, he'll probably go a lot later. But no, he really has not wasted any time. He wants to get racing.
Nearly halfway around the track before the back of the fields across the start-finish line.
Yeah, it spreads out pretty quick, doesn't it? Oh, there's one yellow in the back. 66, soft baguette tyre. Car 700. Oh no, there's a lot of yellow. That won't be a safety car though, that's play on umpire.
Here's a move from Sonicus trying to get the inside of Cook. That's
I've talked about it once or twice.
It is an outstanding 12 out of 10 troll, that is.
Yeah, if you know, you know.
But I'm just as lamb.
Need more liveries like that, I think.
Good to see those 3 BMWs in a row there.
Just struggling with entry there.
tyre pressures and tyre temps will be the key at the moment. Just getting them back into the window. It's been under safety car for a few laps. They've been just finding their way through.
Oh, look at this. Textbook switchback from Sonicus. Executed that beautifully.
BMW really does make that Aston look small, doesn't it? It's quite amusing. But overall, looks like the restart on lap, what is it, 3. It's gone pretty well, so we can really get into this race now. Michael Babb in his brand new gutted and grumpy Aston Martin, teaming up with Stewie Matthews. They've had a great qualifying. A lot of chatter in the endurance chat about their pro stat. Just enjoy the drive, gents. You've earned it. Sitting P10. I don't understand why that's P10 and over the left is P12. No, he's 9th. So he's doing a great job of overtaking absolutely no one. Keep it up, Babby.
Just Kuno's features, I believe.
We lost the car disconnection. Yeah, what is going? Oh, there we go. We're going to 12th. Normality has resumed. But in that top 10, you see a lot of different manufacturers. It's pretty balanced around here overall. And it's one of those circuits, when you're in the groove, it's just feels so nice to race on. As Bricks Racing send it into Bab. I've already cursed. This is why I shouldn't commentate endurance events. Oh, and Babby, just chuck it in reverse. Yep, he's done that. He's a qualified, switched on man. But he's not going to be happy about what's just transpired there. That's a paddling waiting to happen from the stewards.
Yeah, extra big paddle for that one, I think.
Yeah, you see a few penalties have already been handed out, probably for that lap 1 shenanigans. Shout out again to the steward team, the volunteers, the MVPs. All of you racing in the sim racing world should be very thankful for the stewards.
It's always so tough to find people who are willing to volunteer as well. I mean, that goes for real racing as well, so hats off to Octane for making that sort of community where people want to step up and basically watch everyone else drive around in circles for a long time.
Oh, speaking of stewarding, that's going to be looked at.
This could cause more problems as I see people trying to take advantage of the shenanigans there. Oh, it's getting worse there for Oscar.
He's going to jump with that behind him. Just a little bit of clumsiness there from the couple.
Probably a fair bit of nerves as well. Like, oh no, please don't go too wide through maggots. Please don't do it. Oh, thank God. Maybe a little bit of nerves there, like sitting on the grid. You do, strangely enough, get that little bit of adrenaline when you are on the grid. You're looking at all the cars around you. Of course, you get moving and you've got force feedback through the steering wheel, so you get a bit of nerves. Maybe not thinking as clearly as Petherbridge, looking around the outside, and he won't do that.
Jason holds on nicely. Yeah, the nerves are a big factor in any type of sport. It's just how to use them. Nerves are good. It's just don't let that control or change the way you approach things. Just got to take a few deep breaths, take a corner by corner, lap by lap, and before you know it, you won't even be thinking about the whole aspect of it. Car 19, nice little move here on Big Spoon. Oh, that's team on team death! Kovacs! Oh, there's going to be fist thrown in that Discord later, I can assure you that. Car 919 has been absolutely clubbered by fellow Kovacs team, and we'll leave it there.
I think just a little bit more patience there. He was so desperate to get around the Spoon Honda. He just sort of lost sight of what was in front of him there, I think.
Yeah, a bit deep. And what's happened has happened. Let's go back up the front though. Mitchell Weston leading the way, 1.2 seconds. He's in a good groove. Currently lapping 58.6 last lap. 58.5 from Kyrudin. 58.5 for Talbot. 58.3 Houlihan. So that lead pace is very close. Keep an eye on Hooley here.
What are track limits like here at Silverstone?
What was that, sorry, mate?
What are track limits like at Silverstone?
Oh, not too shabby. Not too shabby. Obviously, you can definitely go wide and carry more speed, but you do get... It's not as harsh, I'd say, if you do sort of roll off the throttle a bit. You just get no time gained. Definitely better than places like Paul Ricard where it just slaps you silly. But I do suspect we'll see a few track limit penalties come out throughout the day, even in the 6 hour. 119's off. Maggots and Beckett's. I'm going to assume that there's a little bit of damage in that car, and it's not quite as stable aerodynamically.
And where do you reckon the best passing places are around here?
Depends who you are. Some drivers are everywhere. That's a really good question. Because I'll show you where I think up here is pretty good. This is actually a nice little corner section where you can kind of dictate where the drivers are going to be behind you, but you can also understand what they're trying to do and actually switch back nicely or go deeper. Get a good run through here. It's a great track for wheel-to-wheel racing. Maggots and Beckett's, you don't really want to overtake through here, but a lot of drivers stuff this corner up and you can get such a good run on them. Like see the car ahead there at 05 Motorsport, very wide. Probably had to roll off the throttle, so the MRT's right up his date, but there's just nowhere to put it through Maggots and Beckett's, and you shouldn't do it. But I reckon the best overtaking opportunity is down Hanger Straight.
I would have thought out of Abbey.
Holy smokes, good save there, Skylar. Down here's a good run though.
The change of direction, I reckon, when you come out of Abbey and then you get the change of direction.
Yeah,
that's
it's a pretty good spot too. There's just so many. You don't get many tracks with as many options like you do at Silverstone.
Well, Silverstone really is punctuated. It's a good example of a UK circuit where it is very fast, very flowing, but sort of it's very much a momentum circuit. If you stuff up one corner, it will stuff you up for the next straight, and that allows the drivers to get a run on you.
Yeah, exactly.
But then, you know, trying to make a move, try and formulate a move around here, it can interrupt your flow, and that can put you off for the next. Oh, whoa! That's a beamer going off the track.
It's a
Brad
save
Cook.
there, Cookie.
Yep. Like I said, yeah, you've got to keep the momentum up here. If you lose that momentum at any point, you're going to be vulnerable down the next straight.
Absolutely. That's why it's such an important track to just be in the groove. You don't have to be the fastest around every single corner, but if you're tidy and clean throughout the whole lap, you'd be quite surprised where you end up. I really do like this livery by Bricks. Oh, a bit deep there by Megan. Pulls it up all right. I don't think I've ever seen Megan drive anything other than McLaren.
No, I've seen Megan in an Aston.
Oh,
Did
okay.
quite well on it.
McLaren and Aston.
Did she get the bulldozer?
Which one's the bulldozer?
Oh, Megan.
Oh,
we,
right.
We even had the livery for her.
Yeah, I don't think she has yet. Megan, buy the bulldozer. Maybe she has, and she just doesn't want to just admit the peer pressure has got her. It's expensive Lego though, what, $800 I think?
Yeah, something crazy, yeah.
You guys collect Lego at all?
No, but my son does, indeed. Doesn't collect, he likes building it.
I'm too poor to have Lego. I have more expensive hobbies.
I'm going to sound like a big kid, I've got a bit of Lego. That used to be my bribe growing up as a kid to go to the dentist. I'll get you some Lego afterwards. Done.
Do anything for Lego.
Now it's go to the dentist and just get a bill. joke.
Adulting is hard, man.
Same when you used to get like a vaccination, you get a lolly or something. Now it's just a band-aid. Ripped off.
Oh, and you get a certificate. Just give it proof.
Oh, yeah, true. I want to know if all the Kovacs guys are vaccinated based on their name.
Yeah, if they're co-vaccination or anti-vaccination.
I need to know. It might give them a penalty. But that's another topic.
That's a DT already.
That's a DT already. A few battle packs forming nicely here. See, even Three Pyramids, they're a bit further back than I'd expect as well.
Were they involved in any of the incidents at the
I think so.
first corner shenanigans?
I think so. They love their livery. They've done very nicely with that. That logo is perfect. Definitely wasn't me that made it.
I love the L plate.
74 is off. Oh, that is wide. Benjamin Tran, he's kept it out of the fence. Oh, used the off-road nicely. Tucks in behind Bab, just in front of the Three Pyramids. Oh, that Aston Martin's really struggling. No doubt they're carrying a little bit of damage.
Yeah, certainly had a bit of a oversteer moment through Maggots there, and that, like I said, interrupted their flow, although that beam was coming up the inside of the Audi there. Just not brave enough on the brakes. And that's such an awkward corner too, because I'm not sure if you guys have found that really, really irritating bump right on the braking zone for that turn.
Yeah, very much so.
So that is... It's actually probably the only part of this circuit that is cursed for me.
Yeah, the only thing is when you come into Stowe is that if you go down the inside, it has a tendency that it pushes you wide on the exit where you can get a track cut. So you got to sort of play with it to some degree, try and bring it back in before you run it too wide. So that's the only concern there.
Geez, good heads-up driving there from Tran. About to say that was a very bit of a late dive there, and Tran sort of kept the car mid-track to try and discourage the move, but Samuel was just committed. Thankfully, Tran was heads up about that.
Actually, a lot of grouping. Actually, the cars are grouped together. There's a bunch of groups, which is really nice. See the racing shows that it's a good competitive group of skill sets together.
There's a group behind here. 402's now leading it, but I think they're just about to get out. There's pretty 10 cars in it. I'll have a look in a second. I just think something's about to kick off here.
It's pretty characteristic of these sorts of circuits, where it is based on that momentum. You do end up with these massive battle packs that just clump together, because what happens is someone makes a move that interrupts the flow for the next 5 or 6 cars, and the 10 cars that are ahead get away a little bit. And then everyone starts beating up on each other, then you get these battle groups. And oh, there's a car off that Maggots there, car 7.
That's Three Pyramids.
Were we just talking them up?
Mate, I was. I'm on fire. Trying to find out what happened to Sam. Shady. Maybe gets past Pickford.
Nice move.
Oh.
Okay, here comes some sadness. Oh no, please, not through.
Too much.
Oh, yep. He just hooked the inside of the curb, but he did keep it out of the fence.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, this is a scary spot to be back on track. But he's done that pretty well, to be honest.
He's got another one. Yeah, and this is what I was just saying. Everyone starts beating up on the one driver.
Oh no. Yeah, Bethy Bridge lost a couple of positions there, and he's about to lose a third. Teammate or team sake, Nichols in the Alliance Green car. He's good looking pacey too.
Oh yeah, Nichols doesn't mind a bit of a dive bomb every now and then. So we'll keep an eye on that Audi in the background there. Look at this. Oh, I thought he was going to split the middle of them there.
I think Nichols has grown as a driver. Been very impressed of late. A bit more patient. I've probably just cursed this, but that's what I've noticed lately. 2 cars ahead of him though, both have penalties. So I'll see those in the pits. Unfortunately, the Alliance black car couldn't make the event. They had to pull out. One driver had technical difficulties during the week. First reserve team was also the same. So it should be 47 out there today. Don't know how many there actually are. Here we go though. The run, as I was saying, down Hanger Straight. Oh, Nichols, bang, got one. I thought he had enough momentum there to keep going, but it's looking pacey.
That was perfectly read by Nichols. He just let his teammate open the hole and he just filled it. That's Racecraft 101.
Benji might be unleashed here a little bit too. Getting off earlier. Let's just go check out the leaders again.
Well, Mitchell Weston, he's just driving away with this one. This is quite ominous for a 6-hour event, and you've only nearly done half an hour, and you've already got a 4-second gap to Corridon and Talbot, and Houlihan.
I think
That's
a lot of that's the defending here from Corridon. He's just compromising some of his corner entries. Wow, he's throwing it through Maggots and Beckett's though.
Yeah, he grabbed a lot of curb on the entry into Maggots. That's going to... Yep. He's got to be smart here. He should... If I was in Corridon's shoes, I would probably let Talbot go and let Talbot try and drag me back up to Weston.
Oh, great driving, gentlemen. There's the third one. Oh, 45 really made him earn that on the outside.
And Houlihan, look at this Houlihan going around the outside of Talbot. Oh, there's a boop.
Play on. Great racing early on here.
I'll tell you what, heart rate would have gone up there on Houlihan then.
Oh, definitely. Because you're trying to stay out of the rear of every car. You're not trying to make contact. It's just sometimes they might make a little mistake under braking, under throttle. And if you're right there, there's just no wriggle room to get out of the way.
Well, it's one of those situations when you are in these sorts of battle packs, you've got to balance that sort of conservative and attacking approach. If you're too conservative, you miss opportunities, but if you try and get a little bit too eager for those opportunities, that's when you start getting into trouble. Yeah. So I think Ryan maybe made a good decision there to try for the outside line and try and sneak around. He didn't lose anything, and he didn't gain anything either, so honestly, I think he made the right choice.
Let's see that gap's grown a second, just in that lap from that battle. Just down here at P5, Benjamin Hignett and Latte Speed. Leading MRT car at the moment is up against it. No idea. They've pushed themselves up to P7, so they qualified P1, but they had a 10 grid penalty, so they started 11th. Slowly making their way through the field. And Felgen, oh, he's probably the fastest Norwegian I know. He is flying in that Pro-Am class. Holding his own here.
Yeah, super quick. Super quick. I was just reading chat and they were mentioning that Oscar's up 15 positions from his starting point.
Oscar Lou?
I believe so.
Nice. Can't get much better than that at the start of a 6-hour race.
No. Carnage could have contributed to that one. And that's what it's all about, those starts, is just keeping it clean, staying out of trouble. You'll make your way through.
Well, honestly, in these endurance races, probably say that the first half hour and then the last hour are the most crucial moments of the race. Obviously, that first half hour you're trying to avoid all the carnage, everyone sorts themselves out. then realistically, you're just trying to keep yourself in a strong position for that last hour sprint to the flag.
Yeah, for
it's
sure.
all about setting yourself up for that last stint. Oh, that's you got to be careful doing that. The braking zone to change your line into the corner. Sometimes it's very hard to avoid as the car behind.
Lovering just moving around in the mirrors there, trying to sell a dummy and try and force the door open, but Davis there in the number 5 BMW just keeping us cool. Oh, God, I hate it when that happens. See a car just rapidly approach you from in front. I mean, you've missed your braking marker a bit.
You got to just keep your eye on. It's been predictable, I suppose. It's, when you're in packs like this, you just need to predict what that car ahead's going to do.
That's it. If you're Megan, you're looking at the car ahead, but you've also got to be looking at the car ahead of that car to see what they're doing, what changed 52's line, and what changed their braking marker. It's always that third car in gets tangled, but I reckon there'll be some change of positions coming up real soon. We've got Jamie Conboy right behind in P14. Can Skylar get around here? Steve is no slouch. Two great looking cars as well out there.
Lovering trying to take the trailer park girl line around the outside there. Didn't quite make it work. So really applying the blowtorch to the back of this Beamer.
Pretty closely matching pace, actually.
Absolutely hate that curve on the inside there.
Yep, I know all about it. The last Enduro here. In the wet. I clipped that one.
Ouch.
Yeah, lap 1.
Kind of reminds me of
Okay.
Cheetah a little bit. Quite lovely. And Jamie's here, he's right on the back, he's ready to go. Vincent is in this battle too now.
You've seen this, right? JC in a Honda.
No, he loves it.
I saw I got the same reaction at Spa from, who was it? Who was in the box on last round for the sprint at Spa? Riscari.
Would it be Ascari? Muller and Bowen? Perhaps?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Alex absolutely lost his mind seeing me in a Honda.
Oh yeah, it's not an unusual result though. You're a Nissan man, aren't you?
Certainly
Yeah,
am.
definitely.
Still am. Shame there's no Nissans, but no.
Yeah, I wish it was more competitive.
Well, the thing is, in real life, over in Japan, in Super GT, where the GTR is still racing, it's very competitive. Think in the championship in GT3, it's like 1, 2, 3 GTR.
I wonder why it's not as great through the SROs.
Maybe.
Unfavourable versus BOP, I don't know. Not as much factory support, I don't know.
Oh, definitely no factory support. Nissan basically have pulled out of all international motorsport except for Formula E, and they basically just put all their funding into Formula E and domestic championships.
It's disappointing. I love Nissan F1 team.
I'd love to see that too. I mean, you never know. I mean, I know
Delta
Nissan...
They make good
yeah, the
stuff.
Delta Wing. That thing was cool. But, I mean, you never know, because Nissan is investing in the synthetic fuels, and with Formula 1 going synthetic fuel in 2026, never know.
Yeah, they make some good stuff, Nissan. Cars go burr. Alright, let's just look down the back end. See a few cars have had some issues early on. 919, 66, 121.
Yeah, Soul Drives have probably suffered a little bit of sadness.
I can't remember who's teamed up with McNulty. Is it Frankfurt? Yeah, Frankfurt and Mr. Alphabet. 36th.
Bender leading the Pro-Ams at the moment? No.
Nah, Bender's AM. So car 1, they're pretty much their teammates. They're P2. I think car 91 might be leading it. But I don't see them. No, they've dropped right back. So something's happened to them guys. Nichols still battling his teammate.
Yeah, they've swapped positions again. Were they a little bit further up? I'm sure they were in about mid-20s, weren't they?
Look, I think you might be right. Because Rustafani was a long way behind them. Do you have a favourite corner here at Silverstone, and why is it Maggots and Beckett's?
Oh, what? What?
Has he just turned his car off?
Oh, yes, he
Engine
has.
off.
Look at that. Oh, no.
He's
Oh.
in a horrible, horrible position. Yeah, that's the smart thing to do. Get off that racing line.
How has he managed that?
Oh, look. I won't say I can't believe someone could do that because I've done it myself. But unfortunate spot to do it too. There's not much you can do as a car behind. You can't get pinned for that.
No, that would have absolutely blindsided whoever it was that was behind. Ristanek, wasn't it?
Ristafani.
Ah.
So it looks like Lamb has gotten ahead of car 600. So they're up to P5 now and with the fastest lap.
Yep, Lamb's dropping the hammer, nice and early. In fact, he's closing right in on the top, that battle for second too. In fact, Houlihan's managed to get in front of Talbot, and he's looking around the outside of Corridon through Club. Can't quite get it done there. Corridon really making that Honda as wide as humanly possible.
Great battle for P2. And this only helps Steezy Autosports. Oh, that's a lot of curb. I'm surprised that they both managed to get through there.
Yeah, the leader's just pulling away with all this battling and defending. So really allowing them to get away. It's Lamb from the back of this now, isn't it?
Certainly is. Oh, what sadness have he found for us this time?
Just popped up on the truck map.
Oh, okay. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh!
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Carrying a lot more speed, but you still just got to be careful because he's just been overtaken in the corner. And yeah, it's a tough one. Same result though, sadness. I'm just trying to find what happened to Nichols.
Battle continuing now.
Coming up on lap traffic as well as drivers coming into pit lane getting some damage repaired. Don't know who that is that's being lapped. Just stepping out of the way quite nicely.
1.21 gigawatts. There's Sammy.
Was that the Porsche that was involved in that replay?
Yeah, correct.
Must be already carrying damage from before.
So we're nearing that first stint. What do you do if you're in this battle pack? You're going in a bit earlier? It's so hard to predict where you're going to come out.
I think you really should be looking at the traffic around. Well, I mean, There's no such thing as clear track when you've got about 47 cars on track.
Yeah, that's it.
If you can try and aim for the clearest part of circuit, then you should be able to make the undercut work. I think if you start seeing that you're about to hit some heavy lap traffic, yep, pull in. If you're in the window, that is.
Yeah, I don't know if this first stint you can really do an undercut move because the traffic is just so bunched up. Whereas, you know, the next stint, you got blue flags that it's a little bit easier to get through the traffic. I think.
Yeah.
I'm sure their window will open up.
It's a bit of a lottery anyway. Oh, it's a bit
That's
wide
wide.
there, Jess.
What have you found here?
So he's turned his car off before the corner.
That looks like a wheel disconnect in a way, because the steering wheel just went dead straight.
No, look, honestly, I think he's realised he's turned his car off and he's tried to reach to turn it back on because he says the engine off as soon as you lose all of his revs. That's what I assume's happened. He's just pressed the wrong button. I bought a button box the very next day I did that. To turn the car off, I'd have to actually move away from a wheel.
I've got mine in the middle, so it's in a safe zone that it's can't be pressed.
Have you just cursed yourself?
Probably have.
That's alright, you're allowed to.
Oh, it's all right. I've had a disconnect before in an enduro, so I just added to the list.
That's the list. On the
Well,
bucket list.
Do you guys remember that year at the 12 hour, the Bentley factory driver, not once but twice, switched the car off instead of switching off the pit limiter coming out of the pits?
Oh, really? No, I didn't see
Yep.
Was that the year they won it?
No, no. They.
Because that's a fair effort.
It's you've got no excuse when you're the factory driver and you should be in the car all the time. You should know. Oh, that's. I don't know. I hate to be a steward judging that one. That was a bit. I don't know how to judge that.
Yeah, let's go back to the Bentley.
Yeah, please. Yeah, when you're the factory driver, you should know the layout of the steering wheel, off the like the back of your hand. So I don't know how we managed to switch off the engine instead of the limiter not once but twice.
Fair effort.
I think that was Jules Gounon.
What year was that?
It was either 2017 or 2018.
There's a few yellow markers coming up. I'm going to guess 2018. But yeah, embarrassing a little. Bit of a swarm of cars down here. Oh, don't do
And
it.
Nichols right in it.
Don't do
He'll
it.
try it.
Oh, there's a chance. He's putting pressure on. This
Oh, look at that. Beautiful move.
Actually, that's really good heads up driving by 959 as well. Oh,
Heads
he's
up driving by all of them, as I think Nichols should be able to get this done. Tell you what, Lewis just wants to hold the position.
Just go racing. Oh no!
Oh no!
This is
Oh,
going
no.
a little-
And
Kalani's gonna send it.
through maggots.
That's a good move.
Read that quite well. Well, you got to take the opportunities when you can, and that goes back to what I was saying a little bit earlier. Balance that aggression and that conservatism to pick up those positions.
Yeah. Bit late, but
Yeah, but not close enough, I don't think. Wilson just playing it safe, I think. I reckon Nichols will be a little bit flustered here after that mistake. He'll be wanting to try and make it up to his team.
It's Northwest Wide Bushel. It's coming out the front again. 8.2.
Meanwhile, back out the front. And Mitch Weston just driving away from this battle as Houlihan's still taking little nibbles on the back of this Honda. And Lamb, he seems to have backed off a little bit.
Yeah, Godwin's a great defender. Not an easy man to pass. That's a compliment. Houlihan's pretty clean, so he's not going to force issue too hard. Lamb, Talbot not too far back. So much time left in this race.
The window's not far. You know, it's 10 minutes probably to that pit window starting to open up. Give and take 5.
Yeah, I'm probably going to run as long as I can if I'm out there at the moment. Got the tyres that are in the temp range. Doesn't look like we're going to see any rain for the immediate future. Still like a 28% chance of mixed weather conditions today. And that's purely based off someone's tool that they've made for the game, so that could be inaccurate.
Well, to be fair, it is England.
True, it should be 90% chance mixed conditions.
Something different. Dry race.
Yeah, I don't mind wet weather racing, but if I had the choice between wet weather racing or dry weather racing, it's going to be dry all the time.
Definitely, especially as a spectator too. I like mixed conditions as a spectator, but you get the best racing in the dry, wheel to wheel.
No, I'm the opposite. I love wet. The wet race it suits me to a T. I'm old and slow, and everything slows down in the wet.
It's a new bender. I knew he had an old account. Oh, don't get me wrong, I find wet racing fun as. Just not on ACC. AMS2's got some really cool weather on that. F1's probably the worst for it.
But the cars are relatively predictable in ACC in the weather, and you've got all the electronics that you can sort of manage the traction control and ABS and that sort of stuff as well, so wet weather's not too bad. If something where there's no traction control and ABS, then it would be a bit more challenging. You got to nurse the throttle.
I'm with Neil on AMS2. AMS2 has got outstanding weather physics. I love that you can be at a track. On one end of the track it'll be nice and fine, on the other side it'll be spitting rain or pouring rain. It's great.
That's insane. Have you played much of AMS2 yet, George?
Yeah, I have actually. Joined a couple of the OR nights, but unfortunately just work has taken over, unfortunately, in life. And when there's daylight savings, just throws everything out the window. So I'm not even doing sprints at the moment. So just taking a break from everything, practically.
No, nothing wrong with that, mate.
Yeah, unfortunately I've had to take a step back from the AMS2 nights as well. I've got too much on my plate. Got sprint and also running a GT2 league with another league on the OG Assetto.
You're going to play the GT2s when they come out ACC?
Is that even a question? Of course I am.
I want to see.
No, they are cool cars. They are really cool cars to drive, even in AC. And I think they're really going to benefit the more casual sim racer, the guy who just doesn't have the time to practice every single night. They've got very limited setup options, and the cars are a lot more forgiving than GT3, but they still have that punch.
Yep.
What's the main difference between the cars, the GT3 to the GT2?
Less aero. I think they're more reliant on mechanical grip and I think maybe just a smidgen more power because this year at the 12 hour the KTM GTX was out there and it was bloody quick up Mountain Straight and down Conrod Straight, but across the top of the mountain was not real quick. I mean, to be fair, Dale Wood was driving it, so.
Lap time wise, about the same.
Yeah, they missed out on the top 10 shootout. I think they qualified 13th or something. I'll stick to bring up MotoGP. Oh my man, MotoGP always goes down to the last race though. Always does. Brilliant series.
Yeah, you gotta love it. MotoGP is great.
I think they could do without the aero though. That's I'm not a fan of that. I don't like the rear ride height thing.
Oh, where that drops, yeah, the traction.
I don't like it. It's. I mean, I know that it's the pinnacle of motorcycle racing, but as a motorbike rider myself, that sort of technology just has no, I guess, use for me, being an absolute pleb.
Yeah, it sort of disconnects you from the real life, if you know what I mean. It's just something that brings it into the favour of the motorcycle. But also the winglets, I'm not big on the winglets and all that sort of stuff. Bring it back to the stripped down sort of version of the bike. I definitely agree in that part.
Yeah, make it a bit cheaper for manufacturers to get involved, and yeah, I'm not a fan of it. Oh, this is a move. That is a move and a half, really. Matthew Lamb absolutely sending it around the outside, and he's made that work, which you can do quite easily at Village. Yeah, if you want to know how to send it around the outside, you watch Matthew Lamb. He's got no fear.
And Houlihan got past as well. If you watch, it's in sequence. There we go.
Yeah, this is a different part of the circuit though, and
same corner.
No, not really. Not at Village. It's at Club, and he's held it around the outside, and that's given him the inside line for Club. So, really well done there from Houlihan.
See, the replays aren't just dead.
Sometimes they happen.
It's good
Yeah.
stuff.
Doesn't get much better than that. Now for Corridon, I think the best thing he could do is just tuck in behind Houlihan and just hope he can try and drag him along. Because the last thing he wants is Matthew Lamb all over the back of him.
He's miles in front now. So now it's just up to Houlihan just to try and do as many laps as he can to close that gap.
So he's just had a much better run through the fast right-hander, and that's forced the Audi to go defensive. And for Lamb's just like, what do you think that's going to put me off? No, I'm going to put it around the outside.
Great move. Looks like Speedy might spit it after that. 7 on their first stop. Where have they come out? Yeah, 24th.
Talbot remains behind the wheel. Maybe just tyre pressures just weren't quite right. And I've had it sometimes where, you know, your first set of tyres just never seem to switch on, but your second set does switch on.
Actually come out in a little pocket here where there's a bit of a gap. Once he just passes this next one in
This
front.
is pretty good.
It's a good spot. So this will put pressure on the others. We'll see who's going to flinch next.
Here we go, Young with a run. Oh!
Yeah, as he kept that out the back.
Well, the Ferrari's pretty good under brakes, I have to say.
Baby's got the old... Slammed the screen door shut then. Nah, they're not coming in.
I think that was screen door and sliding door.
Yep.
Might just the flies at the breeze as well.
Yep, Mum's not screaming at the kids anymore. She's happy. So this is Kovacs and semi-Kovacs. I don't know what happens with those guys when they get together. Very touchy-feely, very, very close friends, the Kovacs team. Not sure it's all consensual, but they'll sort it out. Looks like the 787 car, sorry, just ahead. Where's Lamb gone? That's not a 19th cap.
In the pits? No.
Am I going crazy? Or have they had a mistake?
Well, he's in a Porsche.
Let's say they're ninth. Well, is this... I'm so confused, game. Just tell me what's... Okay, so Felgen's fallen down the order. Righto. Thanks, game. Appreciate the update.
Kuno's features.
So he was 9/10 behind Lamb at one stage. And now he's back here. So I will try and find out what's happened.
Okay.
Yeah, these guys have started to make a bit of forward progress. So, yeah, well, these guys were involved in turn 1 shenanigans. Maybe just a little bit of a bump, but it wasn't enough to put them down into the mid 10 to 20s. They've managed to just get themselves to the cusp of the top 5. Here we go. It's a Porsche moment. Oh no, it's a Ferrari moment. Ooh, that gravel trap. It's a real MVP player there.
Yes, that's what happened to Felgen. Kovacs Racing Purple, they qualified 4th overall, but they've also had a car change. They got pinged with a 10-place grid penalty, so they started 14th, up to 6th within the first hour. They'll be very happy with that.
Good progress. Very good progress.
I do love with that livery, they've even got the BMW grille just at the bottom of the bonnet.
That's classic.
Alright, let's have a bit of a quick squeeze. I love the M-Power. I love the fact they've actually put the BMW badge on there and the M4.
Oh, jeez.
I do miss the purple livery though.
Wait a minute, have they even got the headlights down there as well? Like the... Well played, well played. I love it when people have a sense of humour.
Done well there. Oh, 45 and 315 are both pitted on the same lap. So that's IB Racing and No Idea.
Lamb.
Cool. Race has really settled down in terms of yellow flags.
You had to say it.
Yeah, I did. Someone had to.
Well, you know, I was just happy to let it go and just have a nice, clean race to the end, but no. Watch that group that's coming up to village hairpins now. When they get to maggots, it'll just be yellow flag central.
10 cars
Don't
off
start
track. Be tiers and recovery trucks.
Might even be big enough for another safety car. You never know.
Who needs something monumental? Alright, let's just find out where Lamb and Co have come out.
In amongst the traffic, by the looks.
Right
And-
behind Speedy Might.
Yeah.
So well
That
done
was-
there. Great little pit stop there by Jeremy Talbot.
Yeah, well, they came out in clear track, so that really helped him. Where's
Look-
Corridor? Oh,
he's up
he's
ahead.
So it must have been a bad stop for the 315.
I think he's bang on there.
That or a bit of damage maybe they had to repair.
Possibly. Right on board with Paul Britt and watch him send up the inside of this Honda. Yep. As good as the Honda is under brakes, it's not as good as the Porsche.
Is anything?
No.
The brakes are so amazing. So Britt's just got to get into the groove and then not try and rush this next overtake. He's got a lot of pace as well. Trying to eye off that podium. That's the first goal.
I'm probably hoping for a few people to peel off into pits as well, which would...
Oh no,
object
drive-through
course.
penalty for Jamie Conboy.
Oh dear.
Is that our first track limit one? Oh, I reckon it is. That's why I should be drinking Farmers Union iced coffee. He might have the Farmers one on his car, but I know he's not drinking it.
That's not speeding in pit lane, is it?
No,
Could
that'd be a
that.
stop go 30.
Ah.
Well, let's see if he might get another penalty for speeding in pit lane. You never know. I've seen that so many times.
It's such a slap, isn't it? I've just seen someone sneak into the commentary booth welcoming David McNulty. G'day, sir. How are we?
Yes, hello everyone. Hope you're all doing well.
You're throwing
I'm doing
Franco
fit.
in the car. How was your stint?
It was actually really good. Probably the best I've driven in quite some time. Got spun going into the S's early on, but it's not a charge. The car felt really good. Made some good overtakes. And yeah, now we put Frank in the car and watch him do some work.
I haven't seen Frank in the Endurance Series for quite a few races now.
It's great to have him back.
It's good to see. When's your next stint, George?
I'm not sure. I'm playing it by ear, so I've got to shoot off because I think Benny's about to wrap up his stint. So I'll be better jumping off now, and I'll catch you guys on the stream. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much for joining us, mate. Good luck with your race today.
Cheers. Thanks all.
I'm not sure if you caught much of the start, Bender, but it was very interesting.
Oh, I saw a bit of it. Got caught up in the initial turn one. That one, thought I did well dodging everyone, and then weaved around someone, and then suddenly there was a car facing the wrong way and had nowhere to go and just banged straight into him. So yeah, I was one of the few that pitted start for repairs.
Yeah, it's hard to avoid some of that stuff.
Hey guys,
G'day, how are we?
I'm knackered. That was hard. I'm still breathing heavy.
Take
Oh,
it, yeah, just take it, have a drink, put the feet up, recover. Yeah, how was your stint? Did you enjoy that?
I spun by myself on the second restart, trying to avoid the guys at the first turn, and after that, man, it was awesome. It was, I thought I drove really, really well. What happened? So we had probably about 6 cars spin off in front of me at certain points of this track, and made some overtakes, which was pretty cool. I made a double overtake once, then I lost it, and then I got it back just before the Maggots Beckets. So that was really exciting.
This is a bit crucial here. The gutted and grumpy Aston, Stuart Matthews behind the wheel, they've pulled off the track out just on the exit of Club. This is not looking good for them.
Yeah, that looks like a tech issue if I've ever seen one.
In 6th gear, yeah, I'd say that'd be a gear shift issue.
Oh. I've seen this very rarely. I'm obviously not sure if he's got problems with his own gear, but there's sometimes there's a downshift issue when you're coming out of the pits. I don't know enough about it to say what triggers it, but I've seen this in the Sprint Series, I've seen this in our Sprint Series finals. Yeah, it's very unfortunate there, so hopefully they can troubleshoot that and get that car back on the road, but literally gutted for Gutted and Grumpy.
Absolutely. You never want a hardware issue. Would you go to options in the game and click through the menu there and use the steering wheel?
Possibly, but it still doesn't register a downshift, so they may have to return to pits via the menu, and then just hand the car over through the chat message, which is obviously going to deduct them a lap or so with time. But either way, it's just so frustrating, especially when it's nothing to do, and it's out of your control completely.
Yes.
So dodgy internet and stuff. Well.
Oh, hopefully they can get going. There's a couple of gaps that can safely join the circuit when they do.
I'm going to tap out for a little bit. Have a great call, gents. I'll try and make sure we get some good footage.
No worries. Thanks for stopping by. We'll hear from you a bit later.
We'll just watch Stewie for the next hour. Of course, Stewie.
You got me. That was
Is he moving?
Sad violins.
Moving, but still stuck in 6th.
Okay, we'll get off that sadness.
And we'll move on to some other sadness. This is kicking off here.
Oh, yeah. I heard Skyny should be driving this stint. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. No, Breen's still... Oh, they're doing the 70 minutes. Okay, so that should be... What? 2 more laps? His pace is pretty good.
So,
sorry, Bender. I was just going to say, how was your stint?
yeah, it was pretty good, thanks. Had some nice battles. Got spun going through the S's, but other than that, it was good fun. Tyres were very hot after that, but yeah, such is life.
Oh, you brought him back. Only 2 corners, right?
Yeah, there was no bringing it back.
But the one thing I just noticed now is a bit of red in the penalty section. There's a lot of penalties flying through.
Yes,
We had a
it's been busy.
lot of action. We had a lot of action in that first hour. Probably our first 30 minutes, it was just kicking off. There were a lot of people making some uncharacteristic mistakes, I would say. And yeah, it was just sadness, really. And I see more sadness up ahead at Maggots. We've got cars going side by side. One car off the grass there. Hope they made it through.
Oh, it's tight.
Get the lube out. That's how tight it is.
Oh, he's made it. Oh, good move. So the Audi looks like got a bit of a, what is it, like a Porsche flick? The mid-engine flip?
I think they are a lap down. They're just trying to get out of the way, I think.
Oh, already? Wow. Okay. Oh, yeah, from the pits. Yeah, that makes sense. Because if you've got like a 3-driver team, you're probably hour stint to possibility. And then if you're a 2-man team, you go to 70 minutes.
Well, up ahead of these guys, I can see Corridin trying to get up the inside of Pignata, who's trying to get up the inside of Samuel. So we've got some real big battles up ahead. This is helping Talbot and Britt close in as well.
Just on that though, if you're in a 2-man team as opposed to a 3-man team, what's the benefit of going to 70 minutes? It's not, the race isn't long enough where you can cut out an extra pit stop.
Oh, if it was me, and if I was a slower driver, I'd say get my primary driver, go 270 minutes, not pick up the slack at the end.
Alright, yeah.
Corridin up the inside. He's made that look easy, and Talbot will
Was a
close right
slide.
in. Yeah, he had a bit of a Audi ting there.
So would you say this is an Audi track or a BMW? Oh, not BMW, a Ferrari track? Because I've seen those guys have a lot of trouble through the direction changes.
It's hard to say. I mean, I don't know, honestly. I just jump into a car and drive, to be honest.
Yeah, same.
What's the meta car? I don't know.
Well, it used to be the BMW, but that's been nerfed repeatedly over the last, I don't know, however many months. So I'm not sure what the meta is these days anymore.
What's leading now? It's we have up front. We have changed position. Misson just got overtaken by Hunter. Oh, what happened to miss him? He's slipping back.
He's probably just come out of pit lane, I'd say, and it's just the tower taking its time to update. Because the tower relies on the timing splits.
Yeah, through the sectors. I thought it was just some witty commentary I just found, but no.
I mean, you can still do that if you like. I won't stop you.
I need a shoe to put in my mouth without there being alcohol in it.
I don't know where you were going with that. I'm so relieved you said alcohol.
We're gonna need it. Oh, there's a yellow at the end of Hanger Street.
It's still the 199.
Yes, he got going again.
He got going, but this is just looking like more sadness for the 199 guys.
Oh, those poor guys. Feel for them.
Emphasis on the gutted part on that team.
Got it by name, got it by nature.
Now, I mean, trying to put the pressure on Naudi in a straight line in a Porsche. As we all know, if it resembles a straight line, the Porsche is just sadness.
Yeah, I was going to have a go trying to... I went to go from the Aston to the Porsche. Oh man, the Aston's just like driving on a Sunday afternoon. The Porsche's just like driving in a car park as fast as you can. It's so much hard work for me anyhow.
The Aston is very nice to drive. It's very, very compliant.
It's the everyman's car.
Yeah, it's good for the noobs like me.
Well, even good for experienced drivers as well. I mean, the Senecas guys have swapped to the Aston, I've noticed. Although that's more looking like a BMW, I have to say.
Yeah, it was, well, there was a bit of a buff to the engine speed, I think. The extra revs for the Aston across the range for a lot of the circuits. Oh,
yeah, I just saw that too. I just saw that in the background as well, going through Maggots. The three cars going side by side on the exit of Maggots, and I was wondering how that would end up. So that was getting a little bit tight there.
No, there's no yellow, there's no whites. They all made it.
And these guys have just started to close in on Corridon as well. I'm a little bit surprised they left Corridon in the car at the end of that pit stop.
What's that?
It does look as if Corridon's just starting to bleed a little bit of speed. We now go to split screen here. We're right on board with Brett, and we have a look at this battle from the helicopter.
Oh, that is close, eh?
So unfortunately, even with the slipstream, I don't think the Porsche is really going to make a threat here. I mean, he'll go around the outside, he'll try it.
Hasn't finished yet.
Drop that switch back here, get the car straightened up and at 100% throttle. Has worked a little bit, but probably not as well as what he was hoping it would.
If we can stick with this through Maggots Beckett's, that Audi is having a lot of trouble sliding through there. And he's catching it, he's doing a great job, but yeah, it's going to be a pain. He's got to run on him.
Yeah, we're going into Maggots. It's not a good place to make a move.
Oh, not to make a move, but that Audi, is he going to slide again? I was just here last time. Yeah, little twitch there, little twitch there. Nah, he's kept it. Good driving.
I think that's more the curbs that's unsettling the Audi, but sort of have to use the curbs through Maggots. It's sort of a prerequisite.
Yeah, I'm driving a BMW, so there's no curbs, it's just noise.
What curbs?
It's great, eh? Do you find you're clipping the curb in turn one? Or moving the pit entry, whatever.
Yeah,
my car.
There's an opportunity here for Brett, but yeah, just it's almost like rolling a dice when you're coming up onto lap cars and you're trying to take advantage.
Alright, still hydrating myself on that drive.
Mate, I'm going to need to hydrate myself just watching this battle. Jeez.
I had a card, not this corner, the following corner. I got to learn the names. I don't have the track names. Sorry. turn X, and he dived underneath me. It was a good move. And I didn't think I was going that slow either. So kudos to him.
You never do think you're going that slow. And
Oh, that's my
I was-
team! Yay! We got lapped. Go, Mike Crick. You're doing well.
Impartial commentary, right here.
He's going straight line, apex, apex, good throttle. Mate, he's on top of it.
Did someone mention impartial commentary? Should we get Ted
No.
Kravitz in the box?
Here we go, going up into Maggots. Britt side by side with Talbot.
Got
Talbot ran wide
Nice
at
move.
turn one. And just, it's looking like it's going really slow now, the Audi.
He's not double stinting tyres, is he? Nah, you would have
No.
told that by now.
They did pit a little bit earlier than what the 315 Porsche did. But I don't think the Audi is that harsh on its tyres.
Yeah, they might be overheating because, like, he was for a couple of laps. It looked like there was another move coming down on Boone on Johnson. A lot of respect.
Oh, no!
Commentator curse! I did one. Oh no! I said a lot of respect given in the corner, and he tagged him. Sorry. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's just gotten worse
Oh,
for
it's
Red.
horrible. Oh, keep calm, collect it together, join safely. Oh,
They-
bad luck, Felgen.
It's a very nice livery, that Vodafone livery.
It does seem to fit on the Ferrari quite well, doesn't it?
Yeah, I remember we talked about it a fair bit last Enduro.
Well, actually, speaking of good liveries on Ferraris, in my split with Scari, there's that Shell Helix DJR livery. That looks outstanding on the Ferrari.
Yes, I've seen that. That is amazing. The quality of liveries never fails to disappoint. Sorry, never fails to amaze. That's the one.
Okay, so
Replay.
the BMW going up the inside of the Aston. I think was it Falcon? He's
Yeah.
he's our international driver, so maybe a bit of ping there.
He certainly was pushing it though. Oh jeez, what an awful place to try and rejoin though. That's fast. Well, the thing is, it didn't look intentional. It didn't look like he was trying to make a desperate move. It was just like you said, bit of net code there, and with Johnson coming back on the line as he is deserving, but he was a bit slow off the pace with correcting his line there.
Well, we're about an hour 20 into this 6-hour race. So far it is Hunter, Pignata and Carradine, your podium. So really that's been the running order for much of it, although the 616 has really made a bit of forward progress.
You say forward progress? What happened to them? Did Pignata and 616, did they have some issues or something?
No, they were down in about fourth for a long time. Now they're sitting up there in second, so they had a really good battle actually with the 18 and 45, and then of course the 315 joined the battle just to be sure that we were getting entertainment. As we turn to Paul Britt, sitting there now, is he closing in on the back of Corridon?
I think he is. He's just under a second at the moment. Do you want to do a shout out to the Pro-Ams and the AM classifications?
Yep, we've got 723 leading the way for Pro-Am. They're currently in 11th as well, but really doing well, just to be on the cusp of a top 10 finish. So it's still very early days in this race, so anything can happen. And as for the AMs, well, none of them are in the top 23, so I can't tell you. there we go. So we got the number 1 of the team first names. They're running around in 25th. Corey Tui behind the wheel. So they're not too far off the top 23.
It's great to see Corey Tui back. Had a scary neck injury several months ago. Wasn't able to drive for a while, but now he's back in the car racing again. You love to see it.
Oh! What's going on here?
Flag? Oh,
No, this is our race leader. This is an instant replay. So that's weird. The number... Yeah, the Audi just absolutely lost everything.
generating content. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate it.
And Paul Bridge has also gotten around Corridin, but Corridin looking to go around the outside. And I think not able to make it work. You almost tried to send it up the inside there, but there was just no room.
I have to see what the end result is at the end of Hangar Straight, if he's got the legs on the Porsche or not.
Well, the Honda is quite punchy in a straight line. It's pretty well the Nissan GTR without GTR things. Don't know what it is about 3.5 to 3.6 litre V6s with 2 hair dryers on it. They just seem to be so so punchy in a straight line.
It's inconceivable, right?
Well, hang on, what's the Ferrari have? That's a V8, isn't it? Twin turbo V8. Ooh. One Audi being escorted into the grass there.
You can finish off your amp chat now. You can see all the amps.
Here you go, this is my car this time.
Yeah, baby. How much did that cost you? A couple of cartons of milk?
Delivery.
Yeah.
Huddy tries
that
to
is
break
close.
outside.
Look at that.
Oh, this would be a great move if Huddy can pull it off. Oh, we got cars in front. This usually ends in tears. We got cars running wide. Oh, little hip and shoulder there. There's a McLaren getting involved. Sorry, that's Paul Huddy in the McLaren. It's Glover in the Audi. I was about to say it's a bit odd for me to see Huddy in an Audi. Normally he's in the McLaren.
Fast right turn, 5th gear, flat, not flat, braking for the next right, slow,
Then
don't do what I do and don't break yourself. True.
complicate all of this, we've then got Alex Bowen in car 600 coming through to lap everyone. So 5-car battle and the leaders trying to come through a lap of all.
Whew. Okay, everyone just take a deep breath there. Everyone can stop holding their breath. Oh, maybe not. Oh, that was very, very tight. I don't know how those guys. Yeah, I don't know how those guys didn't touch.
I reckon it did touch. What happened was the dirt got rubbed off on both cars, so it's just pure paintwork now.
Here's some sadness. Gorilla Snapper out of the race. That'd be the 199. That would be the downshift issue that we were sort of looking at with the Aston. Is it just an issue with the Aston, I wonder?
I've driven it a bit. I haven't had any issues like that. I'm thinking it's probably more of a hardware issue.
Now, Pan looking around the outside. Oh, that's quite a nice move around the outside of Crick there.
Just slide to finish it off.
We've got all 3 milk BMWs in the one shot there.
Screen cap.
Bender, are there team orders going on here?
I'm not sure. I'm not hearing anything. I'm sure the cameraman is very happy getting them all lined up like this.
We had one rule: no rubbing, no banging.
Yes, I think that would. I imagine that would have been going over the comms there. Guys, don't crash into each other.
It's like that was shout out. No, not going to say any shout outs. Go, guys.
And here's the one Milk Racing BMW that's not with the group.
So, Tui, can you just slow down for a little bit? One lap. We need a line by side picture.
Whoa! Oh, they...
Yeah, that was being lapped.
I said don't take each other out. Don't!
A bit of a miscommunication there by the looks of it. Are you, aren't you? Yes.
Execute mission torpedo.
What's your name? I'm Russian. I drive fast in a straight line. Kvyat. I finally remember Danny Kvyat. Can anyone explain to me what happened at the turn 1 on the first lap? Because I got caught in that a little bit. All I remember seeing is cars sideways in the circuit in front of me.
Cars were everywhere.
Sadness. That's what happened.
Yeah.
One car bumped into the back of another car that spun them out, and it was just a concertina effect. But I mean, I was seeing cars come forward wide down that straight, and you don't really want that at turn 1 in a 6-hour race.
I was about to say, it looks like Scani's setting up for a move there, because it was jinking behind the car in front of him. I didn't see the numbering though. A lot of good battles in this one at the moment. And the weather is still cloudy, a little bit of cloudy, and fair weather.
For now.
I'm sure we'll get many questions about the weather. I don't know if it's been brought up yet, but do we think it's going to rain? Lots of people want to know.
Oh, it depends. Have you been doing your rain dance, Bender?
Haven't stopped since yesterday.
That's pretty well standard though, isn't it?
I'm very committed to having some precipitation.
Yeah, certainly spices it up. I was on the wet server before the race, and it was greasy. So that was a lot of fun on slick tyres. So I was hoping for some British fog to come down and just make the circuit just a tiny bit damp. Get a bit of slip and slide going.
That's Pignata. He's on the back of Daniel Hunter here. And hopefully we manage to stick with this battle for a little bit. So this is the battle for the lead now. And nope, auto camera just lets us stand there a little bit.
It was Hunter who had the stop on the circuit, wasn't it, for a moment?
It certainly was. We also saw Lachlan Nichols in another Audi just randomly stop. I think he bumped the ignition button on his steering wheel, perhaps, and switched the car off on him.
So was that ignition just turning off, or?
Oh, well, the car switched off, so yeah, I guess.
Britt is looking very racy behind Pinata. Trying to distract him with a little bit of left and right movement.
It is a favourite tactic of drivers. You move around to the mirror and just spook the driver in front. Get them looking more in the mirror instead of looking ahead of themselves. And that's how you get mistakes happening.
Yeah, it's usually me weaving around and I'm the one doing the mistake. But yeah, I know what you mean. It's a technique that needs a little bit more work.
And we were also making a little bit of mention a little bit earlier about the GT2 cars that are coming to ACC. You two gentlemen excited about that?
Yeah, I think it'd be something different, something interesting. Have they got a release date yet, or is it still just 2023 sometime?
Still 2023 at this stage.
Yeah, definitely. Sorry, definitely be an interest of me. I mean, I'm happy to jump in a series like a sprint series for it if there's enough interest?
I think you will find there will be plenty of interest. These cars, I think they will really benefit the casual racer, as I said a little bit earlier. They should have limited setup options, much like the GT4s, but they'll have that power and a little bit less aero snap than GT3.
Because my understanding of the numbering system was 3 is better than 4, and then I would have assumed that 2 was better. Oh, who's off in the background? Another Audi. That was 555? Was that 555? No, I'm wrong.
I think it was the 421 of Grant, actually, and they've got a drive-through as well, so just to rub salt into that freshly open wound.
Track limits?
Yeah, I would say so.
When you lose it through Beckett's and you go through it backwards, through that complex, you get track limits. Oh, a bit of rubbing there, coming out of Hangar Straight.
Loverink having to go defensive into club. Let's see if that's actually not a... Oh, it is a battle for position, because Loverink has actually gotten around K. Meanwhile, back at the front, this battle for the lead still rages. Pignata looked like he did get ahead of Hunter for a little bit. He's showing in... Well, Hunter's showing in second. On the tower... Oh my god. ACC, please. Please. But yes, back to the subject of GT2. Yeah, you would think that GT2 would be faster. And I suppose in a straight line they are faster, but they're more aimed at gentleman drivers. So basically the people who have money but don't race professionally.
Okay. And is there a GT1 car?
There is a GT1 class, but at the moment SRO is only using that as a as sort of a track day class. So they just turn up to the SRO events and they just do laps around the track. But that's mostly like your Pagani Huararas and Lamborghini, something rather. It's some hypercar thing. And yeah, it'd be really cool. Yeah.
Well, one class of racing I've been really interested in is I'm enjoying watching the European Le Mans series, the real life stuff. So you got the LMP2s and the GTEs. So they're talking about, especially in Le Mans, dropping the GTEs for GT3 cars. But I don't know what the time difference is in the lap, but I know the GTE is they're very expensive cars.
Yeah, GTE is a little bit more towards pro drivers, so they have no ABS.
Yeah.
But IMSA is doing the same thing. They're dropping GTE for a more GT3 spec car. So, and then of course they've got LMH as well.
I think that was just a pass there. I was looking at the tower and I lost who was overtaking who. But one of the milk cars, I believe, made a pass. Yeah, just disregard. I cannot confirm or deny what I'm saying is true or not. But yeah, when I was driving in the Porsche Cup Series with the BMWs, even though I was slow in the Porsche, it was fun driving past the BMWs. I felt like I was like an LMP2 car. It was a lot of fun.
So are we asking for multi-class racing soon?
Oh, a couple of people are, from what I've heard, but I don't think the uptake will be as big as what we want. But I'd be more than happy to drive a slower class. But at the same time, it is a big skill to have to be in a faster car, lapping the slower cars. Because I created some content by some bad moves that I had. Because it was, you think you're faster, but then through the apex you're just as fast, and under braking, how can I put it? The braking, the initial part of the braking you're faster, but this final point of the braking you're not. So it's definitely a skill set.
I like that you called it content.
Well, I didn't realize. The thing is, in the tower tracker in the car, I didn't know they were first and second position. All I just saw was 10 and 11. So I'm thinking, oh, move coming up here, going around the outside. Going to
Yeah,
do a
that's,
switchback.
Johnson Neckers trying to sneak around the outside. This is a battle for position as well. Jeremy Talbot in the 18 Audi. They're having a little bit of a battle going on there.
Yeah, back to my story. So we're at Kota, and before the... Oh, he's going to run on the corner.
Oh, no! Hamilton Verstappen all over again! I'm having flashbacks!
Ah,
Oh, thank God they got through.
It was... Who was it? Hamilton and Norris there. Oh, 3 maggots.
Yeah, Hamilton and Leclerc as well. It was only Verstappen, I wonder why. Let's get the conspiracy theories going. Let's go.
Well, I mean, there's many different angles you can take at it. You know, you could say, well, Max and Lewis crashed a lot last year, but Max and Charles are awfully clean this year. Wow, Max is a common denominator. You know, you can twist it so many different ways.
Yes, but only one of them has championships. Actually, same as last year as well, because only one of them had championships. But one was the king, the master, 7 championships in a row.
Yeah, I have opinions on that.
Oh, what's your conspiracy theory on the... Oh, he had to change the direction going through the corner. I thought he slid off.
No, I was actually a bit amazed with Hunter's car control there. He just had the car drifting through that right-hander. I thought for sure he was gone, but apparently Audi's good drift car.
Yes, yes. I followed one a couple of times today, and it's just like good driving skills in the guys in front of me for sure. Get a little bit sideways, and they keep it.
Well, the new Audis are quite stable in the rear end, so you can actually throw it in there. It's a bit more sketchy in the Honda, I have to say.
Should change to the Aston.
I like the Aston. Aston's good.
I like the sound.
Oh yes, we should do a top 5 of best sounding GT3 cars in your opinion.
Oh, here we go. Entry to Maggots Beckett's. It's going to be a move.
This usually ends in sadness, but I think Pignata will just back out of that one. Discretion, better part of valor, I would say.
What, 4.5 hours to go? I can't see a timer. I think it's at the right time.
Yeah, about 4.5 hours. As I said earlier in the stream, it's the most crucial parts of this race are the first half hour and that last hour. All this in the centre, it's just basically just driving around.
Yeah, because on the outside, he's going to get a cut back and get him at the hairpin. Chicane?
Like to it.
Far away. But I do want to finish my story off. So. Oh
yeah,
no!
I think we'll wait because we're about to get some more action.
Oh, that little flick out going around the corner.
Yeah, Pignata really pushing hard.
5.
And
yeah.
Paul Britt is coming into this, so we've got a 3-way battle for the lead. This battling between Hunter and Pignata, it has helped Britt close in. It goes back to what I was saying a bit earlier in the stream, how this track is a momentum circuit, and as you battle, you cost yourself momentum, and it really hurts you. Probably worse here than what it does at any other track, I think.
Oh, okay. Well, what do you think that is? I'm not challenging you. Just curious on your opinion. What do you think? Is it the change of directions that you got to keep doing? Like every left turn, there's a right turn straight after.
Well, no, it's because the amount of straights. So this track really is a bit of a typical British circuit where you've got these straights and then complex of corners and another straight, complex of corners. If you interfere with your momentum going through these complex of corners, it costs you down the straight. And of course, straights, that's where you're making up the most amount of speed. So you lose 10k per hour out of the complex of corners, you're costing yourself 10k's down the straight. And Paul Britt, he's not battling away. He's just able to keep that momentum going. He's just been closing and closing and closing down the straight. Now he finds himself in the slipstream of Matty Pignata.
Yeah, it was a good angle, that one. You can see how close they were and the changes of directions. Quite spectacular.
And that Porsche is really good on the brakes and very good on entry turn in. There's Pignata looking left and right. Hunter
Yes, because Hunter had a bit of a slide exiting the last corner at Hanger Straight. I can't remember these names. But yes, it's a good move. Sorry to interrupt, but yeah, that was interesting.
What do you do if you're Paul Britt? Because you can see these two guys are battling away pretty well. You know you've got a good gap between yourself and Corridon. You just sit back, or do you get involved? You get stuck in.
Get stuck in. It's battle for the lead. You don't just sit back. You get stuck in.
I was going to say, get close and stay close. Wait for a mistake.
Yeah, I don't know. I think with the way these guys are battling, like if they come together, there's a good chance if you're too close, you get involved in that accident yourself. And with 4 hours 18 left on the clock, it's just too early to throw away the race right now for the lead.
Obviously, you don't throw it away, but if you're, you got purple lap, fastest lap, so you got to be sitting there thinking, if I can get past these guys, theoretically, I should be able to pull away.
And it's another part to that as well. The blue flags, they will be everyone. It ebbs and flows. You win, you lose. If you position yourself right, you might get a win.
Yeah, it looks like our blue flag drivers are very compliant tonight. Just moving out of the way. Very polite of them. I don't believe in endurance racing they're under any obligation to just get out of your way.
Well, we use the F1 blue flag rules for our endurance series, so you've got 4 corners to yield. Generally keeps things moving.
Yeah, and even being a blue flag driver, when you're getting lapped, that's also another skill set that takes a while to learn. Because if you give up too easy, you easily lose 2 seconds a lap.
You know, that's the thing. You're on your own strategy, having your own battle, especially if you're in Pro-Am or Am. But I suppose if you didn't have that rule, there'd be some people who'd be taking, I guess, liberties with that.
Yes, like there. Oh, that was close. So Britt is not sitting back.
No, he looks particularly strong through the village hairpins, so that's probably where he's going to make his move, if he's going to make his move, on Pignata. And we'll see what he can do against Hunter. Of course, we got these long straights in Silverstone. Porsche plus straight, not good times.
Just drop the wing. Turn up the revs.
I don't know if we covered this one before, but Felgen in chat just said his teammate wasn't able to join the server, so they unfortunately had to DNF.
Yeah, huge shame. That is, I guess what we would call a mechanical failure in sim racing. Of course, we have the gutted car, they're out as well with the downshift issue. So these are all the things that affect sim races. Real life, well, we see conrods flying out of engines.
Yeah, exactly the same thing. So it hasn't happened. Well, I've had disconnects before, and I've always said, like, imagine it being like a component failure on the car that needs to be fixed.
Oh, not even that. I mean, not be able to get on the server. That sounds like, you know,
in that case, yeah.
Taxi didn't show up to the hotel or something, or your connecting flight was late or got delayed or something. You didn't make it in time.
Someone took my shoes.
No, someone stole your race gear from the track. That's happened.
Yeah, wasn't that like a few years ago? Nico Rosberg, someone stole his steering wheel.
No, but I know someone. I think someone stole John Bauer's race suit and helmet.
Did he have a spare?
I don't know.
Because those things aren't cheap. Like a proper racing helmet's what, $4 grand or more?
Yeah, if you get the top of the line carbon fiber ones, but yeah, I think that most touring car helmets they're around the $2 grand mark.
Keep your head straight.
Well, I mean, what rust you put on your head kind of holds your brain.
At least you can recognise the face. Is this a move coming up for turn 1?
I don't think so.
It's a good fake. You got me.
Oh, yes!
What a hole!
Lovely, lovely stuff.
That's a win. That's it. Back it up. That's the best you're going to do. Holy dooly, that was awesome.
It's more impressive because it's a Porsche.
Yeah. I'd like to see a replay external on that one to see how crossed up he got. That was wide.
So it looks spectacular, but unfortunately it cost him a bit of time. It might not be a bad thing. With Britt a little bit further behind, it might encourage Pignata to have a crack at Hunter.
Yeah, and Pignata through some of the corners, I see it's sliding a bit.
Hunter is a lot more confident going through these faster corners than what Pignata is.
How long? Can anyone guess their stint length at the moment for the current stint? Where they're at?
Roughly 50 minutes or so, give or take 5 minutes.
Okay. Because I found for me, about 20 minutes to go, the tyres started eking out.
Oh, that was so close.
How was that a miss? I was waiting for the tap.
I reckon he must have taken the top layer of the paint off the back of that Audi.
That was
Such good control. Even to get yourself in that position to get out without dropping any time. Well done.
It's a breathe in moment if you're the car ahead.
It's allowing Britt to catch up. He caught up 0.3 that lap.
We got a yellow flag.
Oh my
word!
word! Oh no, the leader.
Oh no, I just saw yellow on the track map. 421 and 420 both off the track.
Grant.
Oh no, what that's done is handed the lead to Pignata. Wow, if we could get a replay of what on earth happened there.
Yeah, definitely. We picked that one up late, I reckon.
Oh, definitely.
I think there's very little reaction time. It's Pignata's still driving, so didn't lose a lot of time. I think it's 5 cars back, so it'd be about, what's that, 6 seconds?
You know what? I'm just gonna point it out because someone just jumped into the commentary box. I'm not saying that it's a curse.
Hey now.
But
I know what's
it is
coming.
JC.
I know what's coming here, and I'm not having any of that sort of slander. I hadn't said a single word.
Yeah, but we heard it really loudly.
That's fair enough. Hello, fellas. Hello. What an interesting first 2 hours, and indeed, that little incident there, as I did happen to pop into the commentary booth, was for the lead too, and it's interesting. So here's your replay.
Oh, we got a Honda recovering as well.
Oh, that's tricky because he's floated back onto the track, so I'm not sure whether he was holding the brakes as he floated back. But then when he got onto the track, he was definitely holding his brakes, and of course, tried to be predictable, but the leader unfortunately wasn't able to sneak down the inside there, and Pigger just says thank you very much as he sneaks on through with Britt as well.
Just too late for Hunter. He was already committed to the line. There was nothing he could have done. It was way too late for him to back out of it. I guess he probably hoped that the Audi would have rolled back a little bit further there, but that's one of those things. It happens. That's racing.
And Hunter pits, obviously some damage and probably a stint timer coordination there.
Well, either way, whatever the outcome was, I'm sure the stewards will be all over that one.
Oh, Porsche doing Porsche things sideways around the corner. Very spectacular.
just drifted around there. That was great from Brett. Nice car control.
He's really driving that Porsche in hard to the apex. I guess that is the advantage of the Porsche with all the weight behind the rear wheels. It just rotates so effortlessly, and you can just drive it so hard under brakes.
Yeah, now that's a 2-car at the lead. Obviously, Britt has decided it is time to go for it.
Yeah, this has been an interesting phase of the race for Pigger. I heard you talking about their stint timers. I'm not sure where exactly they are in terms of their stints, but this is the first time Pigger's been in the lead of the race. So there's a different sort of pressure that comes with being in the lead, and he's probably going to be feeling that now from Britt, who I know is really comfortable in this Porsche around this track. He's done a lot of practice here, and he's looked really strong for the last half an hour at least that I've been watching in this Porsche. So, and again, you can see how deep he breaks into these corners. Pigger there just on the apex as he's entitled to be, and Brett nearly getting him in the rear there as he comes up. So this will be an interesting point for Pigger. If you can hold him off, he'd be doing really well, I would suggest.
Well, on another point, Britt would have to drive it that hard under brakes because the Porsche is just so deficient in a straight line, especially when in comparison to the Lambo. So he has to make up as much ground as humanly possible going into the corners.
When do you start thinking of pitting the undercut if you're one of these two?
Oh, if I was Britt right now.
Yeah, he's got the pace on him. Depends how many more minutes you got as well.
I mean, it's pretty much 4 stops to the end from now anyway, so it's just about how you want to split that up, really.
And for those of you following along, car 96, that was involved in, that was our race leader. He's returned to the track in 20th place.
Oof.
Big oof.
Big F, yep. Yeah, but as you said, half of racing is luck, and there's been plenty of teams out there today who haven't had that luck. Babby and his crew with some hardware issues top of that list. A few others as well.
Oh, some people didn't even make it past the first corner and they had bad luck.
Yeah.
Jay, so you came in right as it was all unfolding and it's still going on here. Are you racing today?
Yeah, I drove the first stint for car 500, and without wanting to harp on too much, it was probably the worst 60 minutes of driving I've ever produced.
You going back in?
I don't know now. We were going to do 2 stints each, but now I'm not confident. I've lost all confidence. I got to drive through for track limits, and I also sped into the pit lane, and I also hit the wall going into the pit lane. So it was just it was bad on bad, and yeah, I'm very disappointed in myself. But of course, Yoda and Gibbo, the kind gentlemen that they are trying to relax me a little bit and say, look, it's all good, it's just for fun and whatnot. But no, we were probably on for a top 10 today until I absolutely butchered that first stint.
I got to ask, did you get the speeding in the pits while serving the drive-through penalty?
No. So I did the drive-through, that was all fine and clean, but then it was at the very end of my stint, and then I came in the next lap to put Jacob in the car and sped into the pits on that lap.
Because that is the trifecta. You get the drive-through penalty, and then you get the double whammy of speeding in the pit lane while serving it, and it's just
the triple crown of clumsy driving. Yeah, not quite, but bloody close enough. Let's be honest.
I wouldn't say your race is over. You're sitting in 17th, and we still have 4 hours to go. And we've just seen our leader, which was at the time Daniel Hunter, get absolutely binned through maggots. So there's plenty of time for 16 other guys to get binned in front of you.
Yeah, 100%. Like as you said, the race is never over until it's over. With 4 hours to go, absolutely anything can happen to anyone. So we're not counting ourselves out from a top 10 just yet, but yeah, no, pretty disappointing first stint, just on my own standards anyway.
Would you say that it was cursed?
Yes, we could definitely call it that. That would take the blame off of me. I'm happy with that. How's Wheezy going here? He's just popped into the car after Daniel Hunter. Of course, we watched a unwilling passenger through maggots and Beckett's there. So Wheezy's jumped in the car here and is putting a pressure on the Malloy car now. about your first stint? Sorry about the drivers. How's it been up here in the commentary booth? It's 2 hours down now. I'm sure there's been a little bit of action. Can you give me a little recap of what's happened elsewhere as opposed to what I've been able to see out my windscreen?
Oh, we've had quite a lot of great battles. As you can see on the track map, everything's just sort of divided up into little battle packs. Especially in that first hour, it was basically probably about 3 or 4 groups of trains that were just battling away in the first few hours, and we had a few bins, had a few bit of sadness. But otherwise, it's been quite entertaining racing. Certainly had some good exchanges. Megan D in the 720, they've progressed massively from 27th on the grid, I think it was. Now they're in the top 10. Ooh, stop go 10 for 421 for failing to hold the brakes. That'd be the Audi that unfortunately got collected through maggots. So the stewards have obviously gone through the data and just seen, oh, there's a car stopped there. That car 7, that was car, oh!
Interesting. Wheezy was very close behind that car there, so I'm not sure whether there was a little bit of help or whether Bub now just lost that on his own. We'll get a quick replay here to find out what happened. So, as you said, that milk car parked on the outside, there's obviously having a few issues, but they got through there cleanly. And then through here he does, I reckon, just give him a little bit of help there. So, compounding their issues here. The 96 car, of course, the first one out of their control, but that one there will be a little visit from the stewards, I would suggest.
Yeah. It looks like car 700 stopped on the outside to let everybody through.
Interesting strategy.
That's your car though, mate. What's going on?
Yeah, I think Mike was under a lot of pressure from a lot of different cars around him. So to actually make a faster race for ourselves, I haven't spoken to the guys, but it looks like that was the decision made, and I'm not against that. So it was like, there was 8 cars there or something. It was a lot of cars.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you, Damo. Rather than getting involved in all of that and making a kerfuffle for everyone else, sacrificing 10 seconds there is probably not going to hurt you guys too much. So good call for there from Cricky, if indeed that is what happened. But back on board here with Wheezy, and he's putting Muller under pressure here by the look of it.
Yeah, he's trying to make up for lost time.
I think he's just over driving it here. He's way down in the sheep station area. And I just saw him give a little bit of a boot to the Ferrari of Muller going through that fast right-hand. In these situations, you have to just keep your patience. Yes, you've had a bit of a disaster, but there's no point over driving it, getting a penalty again, and then making your situation worse.
One point I heard from you before, Nippers, was a really, really good point. It's a really flowy momentum track. And because Wheezy's been plonked back here in the midfield, his momentum would be significantly different to everyone else who's in the middle of their stints and their momentum's in place. He's driving at a different pace and on a different level to these cars. So you're right, he's got to be a little patient. He's got to find his way through cleanly, obviously. But I can understand why he's probably just feeling a little bit uncomfortable back here because his pace is probably a second or two quicker than these guys. And as you said, on a track that's really momentum-based, once you lose it, it can be really tricky to get it back. So he's got to be careful here, Wheezy, over the next half an hour.
Yep, that's right. That's a good point. He is down in where drivers probably not on his same skill level are driving around. So, yeah, that will affect his momentum. But, yeah, cannot stress enough patience.
Well, I hope he has some bloody patience here because he's coming up to my car now. So let's just give Jacob a wide berth if we would be so kind, Wheezy. We'll give you a little slipstream up here, and I don't think Jacob will be defending this one too hard.
He's certainly won't. He's trying to break the slipstream. He wants to battle.
He won't be giving it over for free, but I would assume he's going to just allow him to sneak down the inside here. I did notice there's still a fair bit of damage on the front of that, but that might be a visual bug. I'm sure they would have repaired that in the pits, and it looks like he's got way more pace than a damaged car would allow him to have, so I think that's just a bit of a visual bug there for the Audi.
Yep, he did get the quick head nod from the camera director as well.
But he did have some contact since the pit stop as well.
Yes, that front bumper's been getting a bit of use.
Alright guys, I gotta duck off. I'm gonna have a ham and pineapple pizza, so I'll catch you guys later. Thank you, bye.
Nice. Thanks for joining us.
I just hear ham and pineapple pizza. I'm not sure
Yeah,
Damiano will ever be welcomed back into the commentary.
Yeah, I can hear the band hammer coming his way straight away now.
But I saw the instant replay and I thought, are we getting an instant replay of the comments that were said, not the track action?
That looks like a hardware failure. That looks like a steering wheel has said bye-bye.
F in chat.
I was just logging off, but I saw that. Sorry, it's still warming up, the pizza. Was there a firmware update recently between this race, this Enduro and the previous Enduro for something?
Might not be a bad shout because there are a lot of drivers having hardware issues, unfortunately, today. So, yeah, maybe some Logitech or Fanatec software has just gone astray somewhere for a lot of these drivers. There's a few people having issues.
Cameraman says no, and I'm off for now. Thank you, guys. It was
That's
fun.
right, damn it. Enjoy that pineapple pizza, won't you?
Feet scampering away.
Oh, dear.
Oh, no, BMW going slow, maggots. It's not where you want to slow down. It's suboptimal. Right, here we go. Eric Scarney's following Dixon. The Lexus, probably one of the better sounding V8 cars out there.
Absolutely. Beautiful sound comes out of that vehicle.
Shame not a lot of people race it in real life.
We didn't get to go through it earlier, but we're going to talk about the best sounding cars. But V12 Aston has to be right up there for me.
Oh, yeah.
I personally had never heard that car until we did that midweek Bathurst race, and I'm going to have to agree that it's right up there.
It is glorious.
Are you even a car guy if you've never heard that car?
More potential sadness coming up in the replay.
It's always sadness on the instant replay, isn't it?
That
Is that the Speedy Mite entry? I don't know. That
It
looked a
was.
little bit Speedy Mite-ish.
it was. Oh, Kane Phipps rejoining there.
So that's Stacey in the car for the Speedy Mite guys at the moment.
What on earth?
Interesting.
Right, how's the rejoin?
Well, he's probably done the right thing here.
Absolutely getting a track cut for this, by the way. One of my track cuts was during a rejoin, and it felt very unfair. I lost 4 seconds and 3 positions, and still got a track cut. And I reckon that's probably what happened to Phipps there too. I reckon, even though he's going very slowly and trying to rejoin safely, he might have just got a cheeky cut there, I think.
Well, talking about cuts, I got spun off at the entrance of the S's and went backwards through a sand trap, lost a bunch of places in about 10 seconds, still got a track warning.
Yeah. Couple of weird spots on this track for that kind of thing. Hello, Mrs. Tully. Have yourself a beautiful night out. Thank you for popping in.
Our favourite chat member, Jan Tully.
And Callum All there as well. Our second favourite chat member. So hello to you, Callum. Here to check out how Gibbo's going. Jacob Weatherburn in the car at the moment in P16, but Gibbo will be in the next 20 minutes, I would suggest. Not far away from Gibbo's first stint, car 500. So Callum here, checking him out.
Currently watching Regan Herbert harassing the back of the 111 Aston, driven by Johnson. And they've got a little bit of problems with Matthew Lamb coming up behind them. So the 45 is coming to pit lane. They've managed to undercut the Porsche again. So, yeah. It's on again.
Just watched the timing board put Alex Bowen in the lead of the race, and Pignata has dropped to second, but Pignata isn't in the pit lane, and now, in fact, Pignata's dropped to P3, so I'm not sure if he's had an issue somewhere. I know it is now Robert Fluke in the car, even though it's Pignata on the timing board, so I think they may have pitted. Not sure exactly how that's playing out. Maybe when we get past the first sector time, that's going to switch from Pignata to Fluke. Indeed, it does. So Fluke is in the car. They have just pitted. So that puts Bowen in P1 of this race, and Lee now in P2.
Yeah, the classic timing board doesn't update until the timing loop catches us again. Do wish it was a bit more live. There's a bit of paint rubbing there.
This is a three-way battle for position too, so there's no blue flag shenanigans or anything here. This is Johnson, Herbert and Lamb all together going about their business.
Lamb could be the big winner out of this. Try around the outside.
What a move!
It's not over yet. It's not over yet. The Honda will have the inside line. It's good on the brake.
This is great racing, good stuff so far. Both cars giving space. Lamb too good.
I thought Herbert was going to try and force Lamb to the inside to try and force the switchback, but we'll watch the straight line pace of this Honda down this back straight. Lamb's going to squeeze him.
Oh, don't know about that one.
That was...
Tell you what, the Honda deserves the position there because Lamb definitely squeezed him off the track, and in fact it looks like he is going to get that one back. So good commitment there from Herbert, and he was entitled to that space. Lamb closed the door probably a little too roughly. And Herbert finishes off the move, so nice little three-way battle there. It was great racing between the two of them, Herbert and Lamb, throughout that middle sector.
On the wise words of Fernando Alonso, you always have to live with the space, every time. He's suddenly Italian rather than Spanish, but you get the idea.
I wasn't going to say it, but I'm glad you were aware of it.
Well, this battle will have certainly settled down now. Straight line pace of the Honda versus the straight line pace of the Porsche, although the braking capacity of that Porsche, I'll tell you what, that would have got some attention in that rear vision camera. Also Megan D on the back of Luke as well. So that 720 McLaren has made up a lot of positions, and now they're fighting for the podium, although I'd say they're out of sequence with their pit stops.
Yeah, Megan's been in the car for a long time now. I don't know if she's triple stinting or what the hell the go is in there, but she's been in the car for a long time, so I think you're right. They'd be a little bit out of sequence with the others in their pit stops.
Or maybe Megan is that good. You never know.
I'm not denying she's pretty bloody handy behind the wheel, especially in the McLaren. Long-time McLaren enthusiast is Megan D, and this track very nice for the McLaren, even with the McLaren being a bit of a midfield car at the moment. Certainly not as strong as it used to be here, but still very handy. And considering she's been in the car for such a long time today, she'd be in her groove now. She'd be well and truly under control of what's happening, as opposed to Fluke, who's just jumped in. So he'll still be warming up to the track, and Maggots and Beckett's is bare knuckle stuff every time you come through here. But he'll be wearing her like a glove for a little while yet.
There's Gaggle.
This is Senekis behind Lovrink. And potentially Fowler there in the BMW as well. I think that is Fowler, so this is another three-way battle. Senekis, Lovrink and Fowler. Senekis with a good run up the straight here. A bit of a toe, but Lovrink breaks deep. Lovrink, part of the North American crew, himself and Frizzer running that Ferrari around with the beautiful little, I think it's no, not Arizona. Oh, Arizona's pretty desert. I'm not sure where probably Phoenix. Yeah, Arizona, Phoenix, Arizona. I knew that. That's what their livery's all about, that Ferrari thing there. So the two North American lads, I don't know what time it is over there, probably some ungodly hour in the morning, but they're doing God's work out here. Lovrink and Frizzer.
Now, this is actually a four-way battle because they've caught up to the back of Johnson in the 111 Aston.
Yeah, and Johnson's very quickly fallen 4 seconds behind Lamb and Herbert, who he was battling with before, so Johnson usually pretty quick. I think he may have made an error somewhere, which has invited, as you said, Matt, these three up behind him as Lovrink goes deep down the inside and in fact doesn't make the apex at all, so That'll be a cheeky one for the stewards to at least have a gaze over.
Big winner out of that, JP. Just goes back to what I was saying a bit earlier. In these sorts of races, when you are in these battle packs, you've got to be so patient and balance that aggression and conservative approach. Do you get involved and try and make a move, or do you wait for the two guys in front to trip over each other and get a free position or two?
I reckon we'll see, hopefully, George coming into the pits momentarily. He's supposed to be in here now.
Yeah, there's a couple of stints out of whack because of that first safety car. I think Sean Muller's still in the car as well, and he's... yeah, there's a couple of a couple of teams that are out of whack in terms of their stints, which is always what happens in these long events.
Oh, lovely move around the outside there for Sonicus. You know what? I think Johnson is way out of whack with their pits, and their tyres have just about had it. Does the Aston chew up its tyres, or is it pretty easy on its tyres?
It always used to be pretty good when I drove it in the Sprint Series a couple of seasons back. Also not sure how much it's changed since then. I know there's been tyre model update. I'm not sure if that was before or after I was in it last, but that's almost contact there from behind.
That was a very ambitious lunge there from Loverink.
Yeah, a couple of times in the last couple of laps that Lovereek has been pretty aggressive under brakes. Very strong classification time. I think it was a low 57, a 57.1 or a 57.2. So clearly has a really good handle on this car at this track. Currently sitting up here in P8. Of course, we've got to remember those guys are over in North America too, so there might be a little bit of rubber banding happening, and a bit of difference in ping, of course, plays a big part in what happens under braking, so we could be watching a bit of that as well. Bowler here under pressure from a blue flag car. That's one of the Alliance cars. They're down in P45, so certainly won't be asking the question too aggressively, I wouldn't think, here on Fowler. You in 1 or 2, Bender?
Car 2.
Oh, okay, righto.
That's right, we're on the one TeamSpeak channel.
Very good to see Corey Tui out there. It's been a while between drinks for Corey, so good to see him battling away up there in P28. Pan here. Sorry about it.
I was going to say, we mentioned it earlier. It's great to see him back out there after his neck injury.
Geez, that is looking really uncomfortable, that janking there from Pan.
Yeah, just a small ping issue there, I reckon.
We've got a bit of a TARDIS going on. Whoa, jeez. That's yeah. Let's look away from that. That's giving me anxiety. That is.
Yep.
Will Capriciato looking around the back of Mike Reel here. Ooh, is that a 10-second penalty for Malloy?
Bobby's in chat saying his power block disconnected when he hit a bump. Jesus, that's rough. So, whoa! Appreciato in the drive to survive McLaren, almost making babies with Mike Reel's BMW there. He did well, really, to pull out of that and keep it going straight, but that was very close to being drama.
Could you say Mike did really well to avoid that one?
Nice. I don't think Mike had much to do with it, to be honest. I think he was just hoping that Appreciato got out of his mirrors cleanly, and as I said, he did nicely. The McLaren notoriously poor under brakes, so Appreciato did nicely there to avoid the back of Real. But that was really close, to be sure, Bender.
Back to what you were saying about Zach Graham, yeah, we saw that, and I did think straight away that that was steering wheel switching off. I was actually having the same problems with my steering wheel for a while. But I did actually fix it, but it stopped.
It's unlucky for poor old Soapy, because he has bad luck in our F1 Series too on a Sunday night. He can't get his hardware going there either. I think he's DNF from the last couple of races, so just want to get that man some good luck and get a good race on the board for him.
Oh, well, stop cursing him.
Sorry, Soapy. Alex Bowen here, leading the way in the MRT 600, driving along very nicely. They've been a very strong team all throughout qualification and practice. Really taken the lead here for the MRT team.
I'm assuming they'll be in the pits soon.
Oh, I don't think they'll be too far away yet.
Ooh. I am just sending it up the inside there. He did not want to get stuck behind that Honda. You know, I've actually got an interesting question for both of you guys, because we mentioned a little bit earlier about the McLaren not being as competitive as what it used to be. Now, that would be because of balance of performance. What do you think the biggest challenges are with the balance of performance to try and get that performance balanced?
Well, I think it's just me speculating here. It's based potentially on real life performance, and what happens in real life on the track doesn't necessarily always translate into most enjoyable online experience.
Yeah, I don't know much about what happens in real life, but there's a lot of differences I've been told from, like, for example, the Porsche is actually the strongest in a straight line in real life, I believe. And obviously in here it's not. It's the weakest in a straight line. I think for balancing the games, BOP, the hardest would probably be the Porsche, because it is super strong in the right hands. And everyone's like, oh, look how quick the Porsche is. You know, of course, Matty Lamb's driving the bloody thing. You put it in it, I can't drive the bloody thing for the life of me. So it's hard to balance the Porsche, because yes, it's quick, but it's also very, very difficult to drive. So I think that in itself is the balance. But then, yeah, everyone gets upset when you see that many Porsches up the front and whatnot. But yeah, we haven't got that many Porsches in the Endurance Series, but these guys, like Matty Lamb and Britt, are two of the highest quality drivers we've got on OR, and they make it make it look easy.
Well, that's the thing about the Porsche. It's usually up the front or it's at the back. You'll never see Porsches in the midfield. You'll get like a smattering of Porsches at the front, and then right down the back is where all the rest of the Porsches are, because it is such a difficult car to drive. Ooh, that's going to be a good move. Lamb taking full advantage of that lap car, just coming out at the wrong time for Herbert, and he will make this move quite easily. Herbert not really wanting to let that go, though.
We've watched these two battle a lot over the last half an hour, and they are still going at it. And I think that's the second move we've seen from Lamb around the outside of Herbert. And this is the second time we've seen Herbert go down the inside of F1 Turn 1, but this time, not quite up alongside, so Lamb manages to close that door, but these two absolutely going at it. Great stuff.
Yeah, it's almost as if Regan is really determined not to have this Porsche in front of him. Mel's pointing out in chat, this is their first race in the Porsche. They've changed, but Lamb is quite consistent in the Porsche and Sprint Series. I think Britt is swapped to the Porsche as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not their first hurrah in the Porsche. Certainly their first race in this Endurance Series in the Porsche, so it is good to see another Porsche out there.
of a Porsche. So that's the only Porsche in the field?
I thought we had one prior to these guys switching over to it. I thought there was one more in here somewhere, but I mean, as you said, it's either at the front or at the back, so it might be down the back now, or if it's not racing tonight. There it is down there. So, as you said, you're spot on, Matt. It's either at the front or at the back, isn't it?
It is just one of those sorts of cars. It takes a very experienced driver to drive and control because of its fast rotation, how quickly it is prone to just snapping. So yeah, it's certainly not a car that you'd recommend for an amateur driver to jump into, and often you see that mistake. Amateur drivers, first-time drivers in sim, they jump into the Porsche because, hey, Porsches are quick, and they just have a terrible time.
Yeah, absolutely. It is a very unique driving style too, though. As you said, we don't recommend it to rookies, but there are some who take that challenge on and end up being really quick, and they go very quickly from rookies to Sprint Series drivers. And so there is a specific driving style that some drivers just have a handle on, and they pick up the Porsche straight away, and they're super quick, even as rookies. So, yeah, it's a very interesting car, the Porsche, but yeah, certainly not one of my favourites, for sure. I think it is a very two-foot driving car. You've got to have good control over the throttle and the brake at the same time, which doesn't lend itself to my driving style at all, because I drive with 1 foot, so it's never going to be my sort of car.
Well, that's an interesting point that you bring up there. I mean, I left foot brake in every car, but it's kind of interesting because that's the sort of same driving style you need to have with the front-wheel drive cars. You've got to have balance the brake on the throttle to try and keep the weight over the front wheels when you're accelerating. Otherwise, it just understeers. So I wonder if that's the sort of driving style you're talking about with the Porsche. You sort of have to do the same thing. Take that as a no.
Oh, I didn't realise it was a question. I thought you were making a very good point, and I was just sitting here nodding away, agreeing with you. Sorry. Like, yeah, no, great point. Well, should have nodded into the mic a little heavier.
This is why we need the webcams, hey?
Wouldn't want my ugly mug tarnishing the stream, that's for sure.
Jeez, Herbert, wide again. Really pushing it hard through maggots, but you don't want to be running wide too often.
It is such an understeery car at this track, the Honda. I've never had a car track combo that I've had less fun in. It felt really good at Watkins. I was like, the Honda's OP. This is great. What an amazing car. And then it is just horrible at this car. The on-throttle understeer you get in this car. And there's so many corners where, like, turn 1, the end of Mackett's and Beckett's, the corner after, which is Stowe, F1 turn 1, all of these high speed, you got to get on the throttle to get your good exit type corners, and it just sucks. It's so bad. So these guys doing really well to get that kind of performance out of it, to be honest. As Scani pops into the pit lane in the Flexus.
Yeah, I have to say, I do agree with you. I've just swapped to the Honda for sprints, and yeah, it's a bit of the same sort of feeling. It's like the rear of the car just squats down too much and lifts the front up. That's the sort of sensation I'm getting from it.
Yep. Yeah, sounds about right. So good luck doing 90 minutes of it 2 weeks from now when we head out to the endurance race for the Sprint Series. We'll come in here in 2 weeks' time doing 90 minutes of this, and yeah, I don't envy the Honda drivers having to pull it around for 90 minutes, whereas I'm in the McLaren. I'll be looking forward to that. Of course, we've got 6 hours of Silverstone content coming at you tomorrow too for the F1 series. We've got the Endurance Series happening tomorrow, so 100% races for Tier 3, 2 and 1. So if 6 hours of ACC isn't enough for you at Silverstone, let's go 6 hours of F1 at Silverstone tomorrow.
That's going to be epic.
Absolutely. It's one of my favourite tracks. It's sour taste in the mouth because of the Honda, but it's a very strong track. So I'm very happy to do another 6 hours tomorrow. Don't worry about that.
Do you think we'll... I know we've been asking it throughout the stream, JC, but do you think we'll see rain today? I don't know if we've asked you yet.
Oh, not at this rate. I don't think. It just looks too nice, too sunny. It'd have to change pretty drastically, and just based on the settings, which obviously the settings are as close as they can to real life, it's only sort of a 3% chance of precipitation. So even if it does rain, it's only going to be light stuff. Certainly nothing like we saw at Paul Ricard, and I don't think it'll be enough for wet tyres or any sort of mixed condition driving. It'll be dry tyres. But yeah, if you ask me to put some milk on it, I would suggest there's no rain for the next 3.5 hours.
That's a shame.
That was a very uncomfortable moment I just witnessed then. That was the 421 Audi getting a little bit slideways coming onto that little short chute heading into, was it Coppets or Stowe?
Stowe's the long right-hander at the end of Hanger Straight. Is that where you saw it?
No, it was just before the village hairpins. That's a very slow travelling Porsche there. Oh, I think that was Biggie Oli going very wide there in the McLaren.
Yep, a couple of drivers just making a few little errors now. Of course, that's what happens in these endurance events. You've got to be fit, you've got to be capable, and stamina is a big part, especially towards the end of the stint. And it is a pretty demanding track. It is wide, it is flowy, but it is pretty demanding in terms of corner on corner action. So it can get a little bit hairy towards the end of a stint.
They're all very much sustained cornering.
Yeah.
And of course, the many changes of directions, like Maggots a very good example of that. But yeah, depending on your force feed, and it's not exactly the smoothest track either. There's a lot of bumps.
Well, while we're watching the helmet cams from the autopilot camera director here, I think it's a good time for not only me to step out, but introduce my replacement in the lovely Sean Muller. Welcome along.
Good evening, or I should say good evening, gentlemen. How are we?
Yeah, good, thanks. How's your race been going?
Look, we're pretty happy at the moment. Just finished my stint. I'm still recovering, actually. You're right. about-
2-6 Ted. Sorry, Sean, I didn't mean to cut you off there, but that was Fluky, who has just had a spin somewhere. I know we're on autopilot at the moment. We're only getting the helmet cams, but Fluky was sideways and out his door mirror, out his door window, sorry. You could see a bunch of other cars passing him. So that is P4. Well, I don't know if he was P4, if he is still P4, but Fluky's made an error there somewhere and has had to recover himself. Apologies, Sean. Welcome to you.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's never good when you're looking at your side window when you're driving, is it?
Unless you're in the Porsche, which is about how they go about their business, isn't it?
There it is. It's taken 1 minute.
Oh, dear. No, so I did cut you off. How has your stint? No, we'll let go Bender first. Bender, thank you very much, and you have a good rest of the race, won't you?
Yep, I'll be back for the last hour. Catch you all later.
Love you, mate. How did your stint go, Sean? You were looking very pacey. I believe you were chasing Jacob Weatherburn around for a while, and we were commenting on how good you looked in the Ferrari.
Yeah, the stint was good. Car felt good. Tyres dropped off probably in the last 5-10 minutes, but yeah, no, it was good. Chasing around Jacob Weatherburn and really enjoyed it. Learned a few things off him. So, little incident with the BMW, but we move on. But it's third in class at the moment, so that's our goal, and yeah, we're happy.
Yeah, mate, great stuff. So, 2.5 hours down now. We've got half an hour until we hit the halfway mark. What are you sort of aiming for? You said third in class. Have you got an overall, or have you got any rivals? You got any particular names you're trying to beat? I know I've got a little list of my own.
Well, of course, the 800. Mr. Reels in that at the moment. That's one of the Milkmobiles, I believe.
Yep.
So we're definitely chasing him down. And look, if we can finish top 15, yeah, we'd take that. We'll be stoked with that.
Absolutely. That'd be a huge effort to get up there. Where are you at the moment?
So currently we're in 18th. Alex behind the wheel at the moment. He's actually pacing the pack in front of him. So
yeah, good stuff. And how about warnings, track limits, that kind of stuff? You kept your nose clean, or you're sitting on a couple of warnings, your team?
We're sitting on 2 at the moment, so we're not too bad. That was Oscar. He was pushing really hard, so I got none. Hashtag go me.
Absolutely. No, big hats off for that. Don't ask me about mine. No. Too soon.
So it looks like business as usual up the front, I see.
Well, it hasn't been really business as usual. Yes, you're seeing the same names up there, but there's actually been a fair bit of drama up the front. Car 96 was leading the way for a fair old while until they had an issue with a blue flag car that spun in Maggots and Beckett's, and the rejoin was questionable. I believe they got a stop-go 10 for the rejoin, and that took out the leader. So it hasn't been all straightforward stuff up the front. There's been a lot of action. Lamb, we've watched make a couple of moves. Herbert and Lamb have been in a couple of battles, a couple of really high-quality side-by-side battles too between those two. And we just watched, as you said, as you joined in, we just watched Fluky, I believe, sideways on the track. And John said that it may have been Lamb who spun Fluky, or they spun each other. So there's a bit of drama there as well between a couple of the leaders. But yeah, Autopilot's having an absolute fit here.
Yeah.
Very tricky to watch the action from this angle. We're getting all sorts of action here. There is, yeah, battles continuing on everywhere though. It's good to watch.
Well, when we see it. If we can just take the crack away from Autopilot, that'd be good.
Oh, no. I believe that was the Warren Tyre Tribe engine. It might have been Herbert. I don't know if Herbert's still in the car, but I believe that was Herbert who just got a bit of a boop.
That was definitely the 45, and yeah, it's just recovering coming into Village. So everything's kicking off here. I also saw that the 96 Audi of Western, that's back into the top 10.
Yeah, that's a super solid recovery from them, if indeed they are back in the top 10. Where were they before, Matty, when they had the incident? They dropped to 27th or something, didn't they?
They dropped down to 20th.
Yeah.
But yeah, they've just been passing car after car after car. Here we go, instant replay. So we got instant sadness.
So this is Lamb and Fluke. This is why we saw
here we go.
Fluky sideways. So Lamb in the Porsche behind, Fluky not getting the best F1 turn 1 there, and Lamb closing up the gap, and then as they come down here into...
Ooh,
That's an
a
interesting
tricky
one.
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
almost racing incident for mine.
Yeah, I reckon the 616, he was moving back to the left, but his eyes would have been to the right at the apex of the corner. He would not have seen Lamb flying up the outside of him.
That'll be a very, very spicy one for the stewards to have a look at, because Lamb obviously well up alongside around the outside there, and we've seen him make plenty of moves around the outside already, even in the last half an hour. I'm not sure what he did in the first couple of hours, but he's been very good around the outside.
And here is the Sonicus Herbert incident, or at least 45 incident.
Warren Tyre Tribe and Kovacs having a few issues. Name a more synonymous duo, and again there. Oh, that was as close as it gets. Wow.
Was that your car, Jamie?
Was it?
I think
it
that
might
was
be
your
too.
car.
I reckon it might be too. Oh, it is! Wow. Gibbo has done God's work there to sneak past. It looks like he missed the apex at F1 turn 1. Obviously just low sight. So this is we'll jump on board with Gibbo. We'll see how close he was here. Oh my God! Oh, I reckon he touches him too. I reckon there's contact there. Wow, that's as close as it gets. Wowee, Callum Allday. How about that one? That is as close as it gets. Wowee. All right. Well spotted by you too. I did not even realise that was our car. So, yeah,
Well,
there you go.
I thought you weren't feeling enough anxiety in the commentary box, so I just thought I'd point that out for you.
Bit going on here.
Yeah, we've got our
Lamb
race
up
leader.
here.
Yeah. Now, are they in a battle with... Yes, they are. That's the 90 Ferrari just behind, with Michael Young behind the wheel. Young's quite a quick driver in the Ferrari. Quick driver in most things, actually.
Yeah, I was behind him before on my stint. I was trying to catch him, just pulling away. Yeah, he's very quick. What's been interesting, actually, I've been watching the track temp as well, and no fluctuations or anything. It's just consistent 23, 24 the whole race so far, so which is really weird for England.
Yeah, I thought the same thing, Sean, especially being sort of mid-afternoon. I thought it was going to climb with not much cloud. Oh, no. Oh no,
yeah.
that's Lamb too. That is, we're just giving Michael Young a big old rap. That's a curse,
That's
and
a
I'm not
curse,
having
yeah.
anything to do with that. That was you two.
That was on me. That was on me. And
Oh, no.
I also saw the Senekis Aston just sneak on through to take the lead
There you go.
in that distinctive BMW livery.
I have no words about that livery, by the way. Less I say about that, the better.
Lamb will be filthy about that one, I would assess.
Well, he had to avoid, I think it was the McLaren or Bartlett, flying up the inside and missed his braking marker by about a couple of postcodes. And so he tried to check up, and unfortunately, Young was there. And a couple of cars going for the same bit of real estate never works. But yes, I'd say that Lamb will be quite filthy.
But you're spot on, Matt. It's just all started to kick off in the last half an hour or so. I don't know whether that's got anything to do with fatigue or what the deal is, but there's just been
again.
Kefford and Loverink this time. Kefford probably... Oh, again, I don't want to put my steward's hat on, so I won't. Just two drivers getting in the same piece of real estate. As you said, Matt, he never works out. This is what happened to the leader. This is Lamb up the front, the Porsche. You got Young in the pink one down the back, and he misses his. Everyone's missed their brake marker there. Poor old Lamb, as you said, Sean, you're spot on. Lamb's just trying to open the door and avoid any issues, and it really probably cost him. If he had sent it a little bit harder through there, maybe he might have got away with it.
No, he would have been cleaned up by the McLaren. Like, everyone went in way too deep there. Young was trying to make the move on a Preciado. I think Bartlett just absolutely missed his braking marker. Maybe he got distracted by the battle behind him. I don't know. But either way, Lamb has been the victim out of all that. The unfortunate bystander, but that's racing.
Sending our love and our prayers to Matt Powell and his stewards team at the moment, who will be backlogged a little bit with what's happened in the last 20 minutes or so. No penalties on the board at the moment other than one there to Pan, but I'm sure we'll see that light up like a Christmas tree in the next sort of 15 or 20 minutes once they've got time to punch down a few shots and get through those.
Just for the record, I've looked outside. There's no full moon, so I don't know what's going on.
Oh, no, here we go.
Yep. Moyen up the inside of Preciado. And they're going to go side by side again.
Oh,
there's a bit of sadness there, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, what's going on?
Don't know whether it's maybe some of these two driver teams, a bit of fatigue as well. Could be a combination of factors, really.
Quite possibly. Yeah, Neil, don't step away for 10 minutes anymore.
You must sit in your seat now for the next 3 hours and 21 minutes.
Also noticed the 45 Honda closing in on the back of the 315 Porsche. So that battle will be, I think that's the 45 perhaps? Might be the 500 actually. Yeah, it is the 500, never mind.
Oh, more sadness.
Young again involved. This is the sadness out the back that we saw when we were on board with the Preciado before.
Oh no, I don't think you can blame Young for that one.
Not at all. No.
Gap of diminishing returns there.
But good to see Young get away with that. Always really hard to watch when the innocent party is the one who gets turned.
Oh.
Nice little rail ride here from the BMW.
Parked that quite well.
What do you call that in skateboard? A grind. Nice little grind. So luck in the eye of the South Africans here. Jean-Pierre and John Senekis have taken over the lead after avoiding all of the collisions and things throughout the field in this dead set cursed Aston / BMW, whatever the hell they're doing here, livery. We won't get Sean involved.
No, definitely not.
Up 13 positions from where they started. Well spotted by Mull. Their classification time obviously affected by the change of car. So a 10-place grid penalty had them starting in P13. and now find themselves in P1. Really solid effort today from the two Senecite.
Car 315 up 9 positions from their drop, of course. They changed cars as well into the Porsche. They saw the light, which was great. Of course, involved in that incident, so that's dropped them back 7 seconds off the lead at the moment. Regan Herbert there in third, Fluky in fourth, and Weston there in fifth. They're top 5 at the moment. A couple of fairly quick operators there.
Oh, look at the... Now that's got to be the
Oof.
visual glitch, surely. Because they have been in pit lane already repaired.
What's
Yeah,
that? The damage? Yeah. Yep.
Yeah. But I mean, this is interesting. For the top 5, 4 out of the top 5 have had issues.
And the fact that they're still in the top 5 says a lot about the capabilities.
Well, it also says that, 10-second penalty for the 315. Bang.
Wow.
Is it 10 or is that 15? It's my resolution though. I think that's 15, isn't it?
I think that's 10. I saw
No,
it go
spot on.
5 and then 10.
Copy that. It is 10.
That would be, I imagine, for the collision with 616. I can sort of, I can sort of see where the stewards made that decision. Lamb has sort of just sent it around the outside. Like, yeah, he may have had overlap, but he was a couple of car lengths back. So, even though the 616 probably wasn't even looking, probably moved over a little bit, there was still collision, and yeah, I can see where the stewards have made that decision.
Meanwhile, just an update in Pro-Am. Alex is right on the back of Barbecue Buns here.
Turn the anxiety up.
Yep, oh, damn it.
Thank you, Maltz. So Alex Paz, all over the back of Real now. This is only for second in Pro-Am and 16th overall. You reckon he can make the move stick anywhere?
Look, the Ferrari's really good through the fast stuff, and it's also, yeah, it's great through the fast sort of flowing stuff like Abbey, Maggots and Beckett's and that, but it just struggles out of the slow turns. The TC's really aggressive on it.
I'll have to say that the Ferrari is probably one of the more stable cars in on the grid, so that probably hurts its manoeuvrability through those corners. But BMW's not looking exactly stable either.
I was just going to ask that though, Sean, to you. How does the Ferrari feel over a stint? Is it a nice, stable machine? How is it in full fuel? And is it any different in low fuel? Because the Honda feels like a totally different car once it's shed its petrol.
Yeah, I find the Ferrari, it's nice on fuel as the tank comes down, but probably when it's got about 20 left in the tank, the front end gets really light in it. It's, yeah, you kind of lose a bit of feel in the front, so you're sort of driving by braille, really. But overall, it's pretty good over a stint. Definitely not Porsche-like, where, as we know with the Porsche, once the fuel goes out of it, it turns into a completely different animal. Probably
Yeah,
big-
I was just going to say, I don't know if we've seen many Ferraris involved in too much drama today. Loverick's been involved in a once or two, but no real spins, no self-errors from the Ferrari, so it must be pretty handy over the 70-minute stint. And the Aston would probably fit in that category as well, as you said before, Matty. The Aston just so stable over the course of 70 minutes and doesn't really change in terms of how it feels over the course of a stint, unlike some other cars. Yeah, nice little wobble there. That was cheeky little catch. Looks like Senecas has picked up a penalty too. I don't know where that was. We're on board with Jean-Pierre now.
That would be for the contact with 45, I'd say.
Yep. So first and second hitting a bit of a penalty trouble here, which...
Pretty big wag of the finger.
Yep. It's going to change things up across the next pin stop, I feel.
So there we go, all top 5. There you go, Connect 5, everyone's had problems. And we could even extend that to the 18 because they've had problems too.
always nerve-wracking coming through traffic. Definitely heart and mouth stuff, this.
We've had some very compliant blue flag drivers as we see another one of the many milk racing cars just sidestep our race leader.
Yeah, all the milk boys, of course, very experienced drivers. So
There
I'm just saying they've been here for a long time, and they'll never cause you any issues. They'll let you on by in the blue flag scenarios. You'll never have any issues with those guys. All very experienced heads.
Yeah, very true. Actually, yeah, I only had a couple of cars that passed on the blue flags and no issues whatsoever. So, which is really good. It's great. So you done your driving for the JC for the day?
I've only done the one stint so far. I opened up the race for us and got off the line and got nicely through turn one and avoided any of that safety car kerfuffle that occurred. And then it all went very quickly downhill from there. As I was saying, as I jumped in the box to Maddie and Bender when they were listening, it's the worst stint of driving I've ever produced, I reckon. So very, very tough on myself after that one. Hopefully my second stint is a little bit more improved. But Jacob did a very nice stint when I gave him the car. He performed very nicely, very solid. And Gibbo's done very nicely as well, dodging a few collisions. Oh, no, a little touch of the grass there is all that's required to get the Audi facing sideways. That's unfortunate for the 420. Just a little kiss on the exit grass. Got it all sorts of upset. So luckily no other cars around there to compound those issues. But this is Western. After we saw them drop from P1 to P20, they have absolutely flown back to P5 and are now putting the 616 entry under pressure. So it's been a really strong recovery from Western.
Gotta say, it's probably been said many times. I love that Lamborghini.
The Mad Cow entry, yeah,
Oh,
done
yeah.
pretty well there. Yeah, Preach Designs whipping that one up, and it does look very distinctive.
Of course, I dare say that is a bit of a spin on the Mad Panda racing team, racing the GTWC, of course. Oh,
Ooh, that's very wide.
that's quite wide.
Cursed commentary.
Yep.
Ooh,
You're
little
welcome.
bump as well.
Yeah, a little how you're doing there with, I don't know if that's a blue flag car or whatnot, but the little bit of a visit on the side panel there.
Actually, you know what? That Honda, the 45 Honda, is actually on a bit of a fly. He's really closed the gap up to Lamb. So Herbert is pretty well flying at the moment.
You always find an extra tenth or two when you see the two cars in front of you are carrying that red box next to the name.
Well, it is interesting because just based on the last hour at least, they do look a slightly quicker vehicle, the Herbert and Western, compared to Senecas and Lamb. Not saying that Senecas and Lamb are slow by any means, but Herbert and Western have looked really pacey, especially Western, who's obviously come back from years away. So if they do manage to catch up, this is we watched a four-way battle for the lead before. It could very quickly become that again. Still got a while to go yet before those battles are rejoined, but especially with those penalties up the front there and 3 hours to go, this could be a really good last hour. And as you said, Matt, all this sort of medal stinting stuff is just sort of about putting in good times and staying out of trouble. Nice little catch there from Regan Herbert as he snaps his way through that section. But yeah, the first half an hour and the last hour of the critical parts of the race, as you said, and this could be a very interesting last hour if those four rejoin battle. And of course, never count out Fluke and Stacey as well.
Looks like these two are coming up to some traffic as well, so maybe give Herbert just a bit of an opening.
The answer to that question, Ben Curtis, is no.
You're not a commentator until you've cursed someone, actually. Like, if you get OOR, if you haven't cursed someone, you're not a commentator.
Let's go, Gibbo. Nice little run here on Herod. Herod defending the inside. He's allowed one defensive move and he's chosen the inside. Gibbo being asked to go around the outside. Might go with the over-under here if he can sneak it down, but no, the Honda just does not like turning into apexes on this track. He was never going to make that work. Tries to hang it around the outside, can't find a way through there either as Apreciado dives into the pits there. So they will take P21 and 22 respectively, Herod and Gibbons, as they continue their battle.
Yeah, I was about to say they have to be careful because they're closing in at a rate of knots on Apreciado. Last thing you really want when you're in a 3-car battle is to accidentally send it into the car that's leading the pack.
Coming up very soon to the halfway into the race. It's actually flown by this race, I feel.
Yep, time flies when you're having fun. It's been a good watch, for sure. You'd be the best placed to give us an assessment on the first 3 hours. Matt, has the last hour been the most exciting of the three, or was the first hour with the safety car and whatever occurred in there, was that what's been the most exciting of the 3 hours for you?
Well, certainly the first half hour was kicking off. It was just non-stop. Just the yellow on the map was just everywhere. It settled down really until that last 20 or 30 minutes. When everything just kicked off again, when apparently the full moon came out or some sort of eclipse happened. Yep, there it is. There's the eclipse. But yeah, honestly, it has just flown by, as he said, Sean. So, yeah, when you're having fun, time flies.
Just got a love link here at the moment. Very quick operator in that Ferrari. I was doing some laps with him during the week, just trying to follow him, and yeah, had no chance.
Here we go, David Neighbour on the back of Wafik Priyanata. Hope I got that right.
Yeah, it's a pretty good effort. I'll pay that.
They're also on the back of Chua as well in the 723 Beamer. So we've got a great three-way battle here.
Putting on my team hat for a moment. Hopefully they get into a battle and hold each other up.
Give your boys and reel a little bit of a way to reel them in.
Oh, very good.
Was that good? Is that all right?
Very good.
I'm not usually good on those, but that was reasonably sharp. Prenard is an interesting one. No, not there. Okay, fair enough.
Oh, that
Yeah,
was
fair
in
enough.
the bin, apparently.
In the bin, fair enough. Prenard is an interesting case here. These guys are really quick in this Ferrari, but I'd just suggest they're a little bit out of place. I believe they qualified inside the top 10, and yeah, stuck. I'd say they're stuck here behind Chua, and that's just invited Neighbour up behind them. But yeah, they're a very quick class of drivers. There's a 4-man team in here, and they are all very quick in their own right. A couple of them probably a little bit quicker in one lap pace, and then the other two very good over the course of a stint. So, as a team, very strong in this Ferrari. But yeah, just a little bit out of place here. I do know they had an issue earlier on, so, and of course there's not many cars on track that haven't had an issue today, but they are one of them. So they will be an interesting watch over the last 3 hours, see if they can sneak themselves back inside the top 10. But of course, very quick teams in front of them too. So it won't be easy.
Ooh, Loverink with a 10-second penalty now. And while we have this little break, let's welcome to the commentary box Samwise Holmes.
Hey guys, how are you?
Samwise! Hello to you, sir.
Hey. It's been a good race so far.
Yeah, mate, it's been a
Enjoying it.
belter.
Absolutely. Having a good afternoon, everyone?
Fine, good. I'm having a good afternoon in the commentary box, really enjoying my time here with Nippers and everyone else who's been involved, but in terms of what I've been doing in the car, I don't want to talk about it.
All right, no need to talk about it. Let's talk about what's happening on track then.
We've had a lot of bins, let's just put it that way.
Yeah, I've seen Sad times.
So far, one man who is smiling, it is the, well, two men who would be smiling, would be the Senekis brothers. They've inherited the lead after avoiding a couple of collisions and staying out of trouble, mostly. Unfortunately, they have picked up a 10-second pen. But they've got a 14-second gap to Lamb. So the ebb and flow of this race has been very interesting. The 315 Porsche has been lightning quick until recently. I imagine they're carrying a little bit of damage. And they are losing a lot of pace to the 45. The 616 has been on song for much of it, but they ran into problems. Pretty well everyone who was in the top 5, top 6 has had problems.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, they're coming up to the next pit stop, so they've all been pitting. Those top five teams or so have been pitting pretty much smack bang on the hour every hour. So we're 55 minutes into those stints now, so they'll inevitably be coming in around 5 minutes. So if they've got damage in the 315 Porsche, they'll be coming in, cleaning that up, and we'll get some nice clean racing. We'll see their real pace after this.
Speaking of coming in 5 minutes, that sounds like my cue to leave. I will bid you adieu. You've got the well and truly capable Samwise Holmes in here with you now, so he'll take you through the next hour, and I'll pop in the next hour or so. Have a lot of fun.
Thanks, Jamie.
Well, that was a nice PG-15 stream we had going there.
I was going to have a look at the average lap times to give us an indication of the 315's pace with Lamb in the car and their first stint versus this stint. Well, the average pace is 159.9, which I suspect Lamb has got better average pace than that, but the first stint is hindered on the timing from the safety cars. So all I can tell you is that they're doing an average of 159.9 in the in the Porsche, and a 159.3 in is JP up in the 191 car. So yeah, they're going to be extending that gap by the looks of it up front. Up at least until the next pit stop.
Oh, that's close.
Seeing a lot of around the outside moves at the village hairpin all race, and there is another one that we'll just add to the list.
Priyanada pushing his way through.
And here we go again. Bartlett holding off Michael Young, who's just picked up a 10-second penalty. That would be for the collision with the then race leader Matthew Lamb.
So Bartlett, if they have issues as well, because they're quite a quick team as well.
And right on cue, there goes Matthew Lamb past the driver who did turn him around. And Regan Herbert closing in on the back of these guys as well. Actually, Regan will be diving into pit lane, so there you go. Looking for the undercut here for Herbert. Hopefully they come out in some, well, I was going to say come out in clear track, but where do you find it?
Yeah, that's right. You've got to get a little lucky. So you're more likely to. I mean, if there was space in front of you before you went into the pits, you might say it's smarter to not take the gamble. But yeah, let's hope he gets some clear track on the outlap, and yeah, see whether or not he can pull off that undercut. What was there? About 1.5 seconds between them and the Porsche.
Oh, of course, the Porsche carrying that 10-second invoice as well, so they should be able to do that relatively easy, you'd think, unless it's a horrible pit stop.
Yeah, so a smart fast pit stop here is 1 minute 5 seconds in total. So 1 minute 5, high 1 minute 4s is the best we've seen from those front drivers. So, but we've seen the others in the top 5, doing 1 minute 8 pit stops. That's up to 3.5 seconds in the pit stops alone. So it matters. So as he comes back onto the track, I'll be able to give you the figure for what that is. Is it a fast one? Is it a slow one? It's a little slow. It's a 1 minute and 8 second stop. So a little bit slow getting up, stopping for the pit speed limiter and then getting onto the box, I think. So that doesn't make the undercutting possible, but it definitely makes it a little bit harder. For context, the stop for the Porsche last time round was about 2 seconds quicker than their one.
Ryan Houlihan jumped in the Mad Cow entry. One of my favourites, of course. Currently 9th position. It's probably one car I've actually never driven, really, the Lamborghini, even though it looks brilliant.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. The Lamborghini has that aggressive look to it, doesn't it? Something about that wedge shape and that the really low front, even though it is basically the Audi R8 underneath. Yeah, I've opened up that kettle of fish, but it is. It does at least have a Lamborghini heart in it. But yeah, it looks so much better than the Audi.
Of course, the Lamborghini movie is coming out, I believe, in a couple of weeks. So looking forward to seeing that. Even though it'll probably be very Hollywood, but any movie about cars is always good.
Did you say the Lamborghini looks better than the Audi? You'd take that back.
Never.
Okay, fine. But I want it on the
That was
record
easy.
that I disagree. Hey, I'm like 5 minutes into this constant. This would be a terrible idea to pick a fight now.
Noted.
Alright, well, Lamb's exiting the pits right now, so we are riding on board with not the other car on camera 2.
Well, we've got the 96 of is that Hunter, or is that Weatherburn in the car? No, not Weatherburn. Weatherman's in a completely different team. Both Audi and the Honda have leapfrogged the 315 or 316.
Yep, so to give a bit of context to their pit stop, it was a so they've clearly gone and repaired damage. That was a 1 minute 25 stop. Remember I just said before, quick smart stops is about 1:05, and their team they were competing did a minute 8, a little bit of a slow one. No, they just did a 1:25. So clearly they had about just shy of 20 seconds damage there that they have repaired. So I suspect we're going to see some quick laps to try and start closing that gap back down.
Probably would have been about 10 seconds of damage because I had a 10-second penalty too.
Ah, all right. That sounds a bit more accurate then.
Well, the maths add up, so. You know.
And looks like we've got our leaders in the pits as well. So Sonicus brothers in the pits. They'll be there for another 20 seconds or so. So what else is happening on track? Taking a look at Herbert, looking lovely in the blue and white Honda.
What do you guys think is the best livery out there so far?
Oof.
Well, we'll have to have a cycle through to have a let's have a look. What's hot and what's not? Hot or not? You gotta give it one. Hot or not, guys? This livery right here, for real?
It's hot. Well, semi-hot. I'm not going to go full hot, but it's semi-hot.
I was gonna say not. I think this one's pretty stock standard. I think from Herbert, but you know, I'll say hot. Yeah, I think it's a classic, simple, white base, blue streaks. Yeah, I rate it.
Yeah, I'd go with simple. Simple is quite easy.
I can see a professional team running a livery like that. So
I love this one. I love this one just for the troll factor.
Oh, it's complete troll. Complete troll.
Well, you're gonna have to explain that one to me. Why is it a complete troll?
Oh, they were in the BMW.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, so I guess we're rating this one a hot.
I'm just giving it a hot because of the troll factor.
Yeah.
I don't care about anything else. I love a good troll. I love a good troll.
I say not here. Anything with a anything with diarrhea brown doesn't do it for me.
I don't mind the asymmetrical livery designs either. That might, for instance, the Gazoo Racing liveries. They all look good.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yep.
I like the splash effect, actually. It's probably my favourite thing about this livery.
Mm. Oh, shots fired there in chat.
Oh, wow. That got spicy quick.
Ratioed.
Malik says, your poo looks different to mine, Samwise. Get checked ASAP. Yeah, thanks for that, Neil.
Oh, this is uncomfortable. This is very uncomfortable.
That's a back marker, I assume?
It is. It's Mark Ghost in another Honda. And he's being passed by the Honda of Stephen Tyler, who's currently in second.
Bit scary, but it seemed alright. They weren't close enough before Maggots and Beckett's, but through Maggots and Beckett's, they just gained so much that it was nearly ramming into the backside of them. Such is the pace of some of these top guys.
I like
Yeah.
this one. You can't go wrong with classics like Spoon.
Yeah, no, I'd say not in the hot or not ratio.
Controversial opinions here from Sam.
Nah,
You
don't
can't-
rate it. Too plain.
Can't just the classics.
Boring.
Fair. I have to say, on the subject of Spoon, have you seen their Civic Time Attack car?
No.
It is a weapon. It's still front wheel drive, but it's what is it? An FD Civic, and it is a weapon. It's probably one of the fastest time attack cars in the world.
Oh, is this the one that's matching the yellow and blue? Is that the one you're talking about? The yellow blue monstrosity?
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
Spoon. Yes.
Ugly as.
Oh, look at this livery though. This is where it's at. Beautiful livery.
Yeah, black, red, and white always does it for me, and I like the color coordination there. It just sort of blends into the white from the black.
Yeah, I agree. I like it.
Thank you.
I'll agree with you on one. You're welcome, Sean. All right. So who's close? Oh, this is a battle for position, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Certainly is.
Has
yeah.
v real.
Of course, I am an unbiased commentary, but get in there, Alex. Just right, so you just saw that there. That's where the Ferrari's really strong through those really fast sweeps. As Alex looks, I had a bit of a look there up the inside of Real. Real's run a little wide. He's going to try the switch back.
He'll get it done here, I think, if he can. Just depending on how the traction controller interferes. Will they give each other room? Oh, only just.
He had to lift. He had the inside run there. If he kept his foot in the floor and turned it in a fraction earlier, he should have been able to give room and maintain that. But yeah, he definitely got the swap back done. But yeah, wasn't able to complete it on the straight. So yeah, he's just taking better lines. Paz in the Ferrari is. Well, I say that as he dips it in the sand. So all right, I take that back.
Thank you.
But
That's a curse.
until then, his lines were extremely clean comparatively. So, all right, we're going to keep an eye on this one. It's a lovely little battle to switch onto.
I'll tell you, look at the state of that car, how filthy it is. You're going to need to go to Star Car Wash after this.
Oh, very good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Well, am I wrong?
No, you're not wrong at all.
So those who are watching, we've got a couple of cars up front who are just out of sequence. They haven't pit yet. So we've got Hignett, who's in the lead of the race right now, and Stephen Tying behind that. They have not done their next stop, so they've still got 10 to 20 minutes before they'll do their next stop. They've been doing the full 70-minute stints to give themselves a bit of flexibility for strategy on the back end. So it seems like most of the field, who hasn't been significantly damaged, is following a pretty similar structure. So they'll either be going on this flat on the hour doing their pit stops, as the leading three teams are doing, and some are going the full 70-minute stints, because they can do up to 70 minutes per driver, or at least per stint, at a time. So the two out front will still stay there for next little while. Only 3.5 seconds between them, but they are still very much in a solid position in the race.
Yeah, I was about to bring up. We've just gone past the halfway mark on this 6-hour event. Who's looking pretty clever, do you reckon, for the win?
I think, well, the Sonicus brothers have done well. They have got themselves, they've capitalized well, and they didn't start on pole, and they weren't out front come the first stops, so they've had to fight their way through, capitalize a bit, and yeah, I think that and they've got great pace.
Very consistent as well. They're so close in times, so they got heaps of flexibility stint-wise as well.
Yeah, you are right. And just to contextualize that, so John's stint, his average time across the whole stint 1:59.3, and 1:59.29 for JP. So not even half a tenth between the two pace-wise as a stint average. So they're both mega fast, and that's up there with the best of them stint-wise across this race.
I have to agree with you. The Sonicus brothers are looking really good. They've been making some really smart decisions on track. They haven't really been involved in a lot of incidents apart from giving the 45 a punt. The other guys are just seeming to maybe show a bit of impatience on the circuit, but the Sonicus are just cruising at the moment, which makes sense. They're in the Aston.
They're looking good, You've got some other very quick drivers who can match that pace as well, but yep, it's about how you manage the whole 6 hours and avoid incidents. So we've got the likes of Houlihan out there, Britt of course, who's putting in some great times as well. Yeah, you've got some really quick drivers out there who still have a part to play. Look how much the field's shaken up over the last 3 hours. There's still 3 left to go, so anything can happen. It is far from a done deal for any of the teams who are running in that provisional top 3 at the moment.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to put your house on a winner at the moment. Definitely not. It's still wide open. But definitely the Sonicus boys. I feel like it's their race to lose, I reckon. I'm going early, but I've just got this gut feeling.
No, it's good bet to go on right now.
Even though they do have an interesting sense of humour when it comes to liveries, but
we'll have to take a look sometime soon. But they're just cruising by themselves at the moment.
Because we have got a poll up there, chat. So car 42 and 52, favourite livery head to head. So vote away.
All right. Well, this is 42 we're looking at right now. So option number 1, car 42. Now that is a nice.
I love
livery.
that. I love the Alliance liveries.
Yeah, very nice.
The Alliance livery on the Lamborghini raced in the Sprint Series is my favourite livery out of all. I think it's fantastic.
All right, this is option number 2, car number 52 in the Ferrari. Yep. And this is another great one. Well, that's a hard pick.
Well, this is a battle for position here. Herbert, who's closed in on the back of Hunter in the 96 Audi. Let's see if these guys can give us some really good action and some content.
It's exactly what we need. So yeah, Herbert v Hunter, this is going to be a good one.
Well, these guys have pretty well been nosed.
Oh, good save there from Herbert.
Oh, it's just one of the characteristics of the Honda that I've found I've had to adjust very quickly to. Once the rear of the car does step out, it's very hard to gain it, and it does just step out so quick.
We just saw it again there.
Yeah, this car, I reckon it's been set up so aggressively on the rear to try and make sure it rotates. As Jamie was saying when he was in the commentary box, one of the biggest things he's finding is that it tends to understeer on acceleration through the faster corners. It's almost like the back of the car squats too much and lifts the front of the car.
Well, I'm glad it's got some weaknesses. It needs them. So it'd suck if it was mega stable, to be honest.
Well, you can make it stable, but yeah, it's not as fast.
Yeah, but when it's fast, it is very fast. So, yeah, worst thing is when you have an absolutely OP car that's also the easiest car on the grid to drive.
Tell you what, it was pretty sketchy driving it through Eau Rouge.
Oh,
Very,
I'm not.
very sketchy.
I'm saying I'm very glad that it's a sketchy car to drive. That's what you want from the fastest cars. You want them to have to work for it. You want there to have to be drivers of real skill in order to make it the fastest it can be. And yeah, clearly they're pulling some great times right now. So this is going to be a good battle because they're really evenly matched actually. So this should be it should be a bit of fun to watch.
So, like seeing battles like this, two really quick drivers, different cars, see the strengths and weaknesses of each car as well. It seems that Honda can close up a little bit under brakes, but coming out of the corner, you just see the Audi's just a little bit smoother. As I say, look at that. Just rotates beautifully. But
And for
then
context, sorry mate.
I was going to say, now the Honda there can unleash its party trick. It's weapons grade power.
Yeah, here it comes. And for context, this is a battle for podium position. It might look like positions 5 and 6 right now, but it is not. It is positions 3 and 4, corrected positions after we see the pit stop. So after Hickman
What on earth?
What was that?
That was a spoon TARDIS I saw.
Oh, there.
Oh.
That's.
Oh, Aaron Muriel. No way. Oh, what? Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
That is some internet. That is some internet problems there. You can't park there, sir.
And it's on the dyno.
Yeah, that's right.
Apparently, the NSX is now 4-wheel drive. Oh, there it is. Oh, hello. Oh my God.
Well, that was, I mean, one way to come to a stop. At least it's off the track. And that's really disappointing for that team. So we're sorry to see it off the road. It's always awful when there's some technical troubles within the rig or the internet to cause a car to have to stop, because obviously it's a team event. So nobody wants to be the guy who's in the car when it messes up, and nobody wants to be the team when it's out of their control and it happens too. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, but it looks like we're back to resuming this battle, which is still underway. So Herbert biding his time. As I was mentioning earlier, this is for position 3. There are 3 cars ahead who are just offset on their pit strategy, who will be pitting sometime within the next 10 minutes. So
lap traffic as well. I'll see if Regan Herbert can utilise this lap traffic to his advantage. They're all playing nice at the moment.
yeah, good getting out of the way there. Potentially a little bit disadvantageous to Herbert's there, but he's actually got quite a good exit there, quite a good run. He'll be very close coming up here. I'll be surprised if he makes a dive.
Maybe. Certainly,
surely that's a
bit,
track cut.
that was a little bit liberal with track. Ooh, whoa, hello.
Hey, is that 52?
It is.
52. It has. What's going on here?
Oh dear.
Okay.
This is car 52 who was sitting in P5.
Please don't tell me he's run out of fuel.
Car 52 is 1 hour 3 minutes into their stint, so they've done 31 laps. But
What on
Oh,
earth?
that
That
is
doesn't-
weird.
what does the dash say? It doesn't look like. Doesn't give us an indication on fuel, I don't think. But that's.
It couldn't be another person who's bumped the ignition switch, could it?
It could be, but it was taking a bit. It didn't say engine off. Not all cars have an explicit engine off note, I don't think, but it should have gotten started a little bit sooner than that. So have they dropped off? Are they back in the pits now?
Just having a look here on the leaderboard. Looks like no.
Alright, but Herbert has gotten ahead of Hunter, so we actually did miss the overtake amongst that one. So,
And I reckon how Herbert did that was because he had to take the wider line. He's managed to do a bit of a switchback, got better drive down the main straight, and has taken Daniel Hunter into that first corner.
I suspect we might as well. We might get something of a replay later. Look, somebody parking it on the inside there to stay out of the way as the cars pass.
So we just got confirmation that the 52 has gone from the server. Dear oh dear.
That's that's really disappointing for the 52. That's 2 cars in the space of a lap there, dropping out of the race. So yeah, that's rough to see. Disappointing for that team. They were running in a good position. But yeah, shame we didn't get to see the overtake. We might get to see a little something soon. But we're currently riding on board with Dan Hunter, P5. We think that's corrected P3. Sorry, P4. P4.
Should
I think.
Great.
Oh no, it would be
I
P3.
and Hignett have not come in for their pit stop, so they're a bit out of sequence. Those two.
Oh yes, we had a car 52 drop out of the top 5. So yeah, that's correct. So corrected P3 with Herbert and P2. So yeah, looking very strong. We got a big gap between the corrected leader, which is John Sonicus in the car, and Regan Herbert. But looks like we're getting the replay of what happened here. So this is the 52.
Lap car maybe getting involved, and
Hunter to the inside, Herbert around the outside. Because of that, has gotten a much better drive, and Hunter can't do anything to stop it. So he stays online, and yeah, that pass done and dusted, and clearing off and away from the Audi. We expect them to do.
He's certainly got the pace, and he has been. Ooh, geez, that's an interesting, unconventional line through Maggots.
Yeah, the Audi can have some troubles there.
Looking at the little insert screen there, it looks like he has clawed back some of the time.
Yeah, he's staying within half a second at the moment, so
Currently, Josh Hill's. I don't want to say too much. Someone else call this, please.
Well, Josh Hill is. Are you sure you want me to say something? Because I'm going to curse him. I mean, I'm going to curse him. Josh Hill knows I can curse.
we're looking at the 800 car. This is for position. This is for P19 right now. So 2 Beamers going at it.
Well, this is actually a battle for P18 because Josh Hill is just ahead of these guys. So we've got the top 3 in Pro-Am. This is... Ooh, that was ambitious. But it has forced Tawadi a little bit wide. Sometimes you can do that. You just sort of feint to the inside and just put that pressure on the guy in front of you. Just go, well, is he actually going to send it on me here? I'll give him some space. And then you just get a free position.
You are correct. This is the top 3 for Pro-Am. So good observation there, because as far as in class, this is for positions 1, 2, and 3. Position 3, going having a look at position 2. Are they going to defend? But potentially a little bit late there. That's an interesting one. Tries to go back to the outside, but yeah, wanted to keep moving across. They did.
That gap was closing very, very quickly. K definitely discretion, better part of Valor there. But we see he's really put the pressure on Tawadi here. Tawadi is absolutely... I don't want to say he's crumbling, but he is crumbling to the pressure here as he tries to close the door too late. The overlap is there, and K, well,
track limits.
I think Tawadi's going to have to give that back.
It was track limits. Yeah, 2 wide through there isn't really good. They get super squirrely through there as well. I think regardless of whether he hands the position back or not, it looks like the car behind just has just a little bit better pace. I don't think they're going to have a lot of trouble getting that done regardless. But of course, they're fighting for P2 and 3, and P1's just a couple seconds up the road, and they've now lost a bit of time thanks to the side-by-side action.
Goes back to what I was saying a bit earlier. This is a momentum track. As you battle away, you cost yourself momentum. That costs you some speed down any of these straights. And these guys are battling really, really hard here. Oh, jeez. Tawadi trying to stop the switchback. He's doing everything to try and make this BMW very, very wide. I don't want to say he's overstepping the line, but it is getting a bit close, I think.
Yeah, he did run it extreme. He did have an inside run. Did K in the 800. I suspect he's going to get it done here. He does, and it looks like, yeah, TYT lets it happen. I think it would have been silly to fight too much. K just had such a dramatic amount of pace on them, and now he can set off after the Pro-Am leader.
That's really cost them some time. 4 seconds the gap between K and Hill.
Yeah, there's a 2.5 second hold up there, and yeah, so difficult one. I mean, he's probably been hit with a little with a track limit warning for going around the outside there, coming onto the old starting grid. But yeah, that's just racing, isn't it? Try to hold around the outside, go off the track. That's always a hard one to call when it's something like that. But in the end, they got it done.
We've got a battle going on here. Hunter, Houlihan, and Britt now joining the battle. In fact, Houlihan has already gotten around Hunter. So I don't know what's going on with the 96 Audi. Whether it's just the tyres just haven't switched on in this stint, or if it's something a little bit more serious, like maybe he's carrying a bit of damage that we haven't seen. But,
yeah, he slowed down a little bit, like by a couple of tenths on average, which is normally, yeah, they were maintaining pretty solid 59.3s sort of times now, and sort of the higher 59s. So losing a bit of pace, but they're only half an hour into their stint, so tyres shouldn't be going off too dramatically. At least it's usually around a similar rate to the fuel going out. So lighter car, a little bit more worn tyres, but it averages out pretty well for the majority of the stint.
See, so I think it also depends on the car. I've noticed, I've driven a couple of different cars now. Some take longer to switch on, some drop off earlier. It's really weird how that works.
As who was that? Somebody just peeled into the pits.
Possibly Jeremy Walter or Carrod.
And Venti here at the moment, currently in 18th on screen, 20th on the leaderboard, so we'll split difference and go 19th.
And he's got Jamie right behind him. Let's not try and curse the 500. Wink, wink.
Just watch your track limits there, JC.
He's going to try around the outside. Here comes the curse.
I reckon he can get it done. Oh, he can't hold it.
No, very difficult around that corner to try and make the outside line work. Just a little bit too long, I think. These guys are getting a little bit tucked up behind Tawati now. So Tawati with that very wide BMW. He's going to... Oh, jeez. Deja vu here.
Teammates are going to hold each other up, and the Honda might go around both of them.
No, not sure about that.
There we go. Honda just skates through. That's very, very aggressive.
It's not over yet.
From the Beamers. Yeah, that's right. They're taking the wider line. So Jamie just moves across to defend a little bit. He's now sandwiched between. He goes for the dive. They give him space in the Beamer, and the Honda goes through. It's going to have the inside run here, so he'll have no troubles pulling away now on the straight. So Beamer tucks in behind, and that's 2 overtakes for Jamie Conboy.
Whew, that was a little bit spicy then.
That was exciting. Now a little bit, just a heads up, car 52's back on the grid. They're sitting back in position 41. They're 4 laps off the lead, but I believe that they are back in the server now after that troubles we saw where they were parked on the final turn. So
do you reckon Jamie might be enjoying the Honda now?
he'll have enjoyed that for sure.
Definitely a great feeling when you pass 2 or 3 cars in sort of a couple of corners, 100%. Will we see him move to the Honda in the next spring season?
Oh, big.
Actually, never mind. That's standard. Paul's been doing that all race. He's been doing that all race. Just the brakes on the Porsche, the way it points in, you can get away with that sort of attacking brake. But I mean, again, in fact, these guys have actually closed right up onto the back of Herbert.
What this is doing is giving the Sneakers boys a bit of a free kick here.
Yeah, but it gives us some great entertainment we want to see.
Content.
So now, just so update on positions. We are corrected positions now. So have a look at the top 5 you see before you. They are the current top 5 in the race. These are battles for position. I don't think we've got any. Back markers sitting in here. So what you see is what you get right now. We're riding on board with Brett, who's sitting in position 5, behind Hunter in the Audi, behind Houlihan in the Lambo, and then Herbert in the Honda ahead of that, who we saw having that great battle with Hunter not too long ago. But this is a spicy little battle.
What's great also is 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 as well, so really balanced across the board here. So grab some popcorn, grab your lunch, strap in. We've got 2 hours 28 minutes to go. This is where you take your last break and get comfy.
Absolutely.
Less of a spread with drivetrain layouts. We've got basically three mid-engine cars, 1 front-engine car and 1 rear-engine car in our top 5.
Yeah, that is really excellent to see. So this is a very, very exciting one. Obviously, you've got a big 23-second gap up to the leader ahead of Herbert. But apart from that...
Yeah, I have to say the Honda is just starting to drop off the pace a little bit. I'm wondering if they're slipping into tyre conservation mode. The Honda is not great on looking after its tyres. Sorry, I'll stop talking at the top of you.
No, you're right.
Having a go he is. He's going to shoot it up the inside. Houlihan is.
Make this easy.
And he hasn't gone too wide, but
Well, he has.
he's going to pull it tight. I think he'll have it, and he does. But Herbert's still arguing the point. He needs to not argue too much, or he might have Dan Hunter just wanting to take advantage as well.
This is a fantastic battle. 4 of our absolute benchmark operators going at it here.
Here comes Brett up the inside. Oh, that was close.
That Porsche demon on the brakes.
Hello to Megan, and no, Jan is not watching today. She's decided to go out instead. What a shame. So 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th all in a line heading down the hangar straight. I think that's the hangar straight. Might be wrong. If they tip it in again, I think the 616 is just starting to pull away a little bit now. Getting caught.
Oh.
How's the anxiety levels going there, Sean?
It's going not too bad. So a bit of context as to pace. So Herbert's really dropped off pace actually. I think we might see him in a bit of trouble here. Britt's been setting some epic times. He's actually had an average lap time of 58.9 this stint, which is really epic. So he's faster than the lot of them right now, including Houlihan. So he's at the back of that little battle. Houlihan's going to try and pull himself a bit of a gap, but John Sonicus is doing 58.8 average lap time. Just want to say. Up the front, so nobody is nearing them. They are pulling further and further away, and this battle is only helping them. As we ride on board, this is Paul Britt. So as I said, he's putting in some absolutely mega lap times. The fastest man on track for the 5 of them, that is. For the 4 of them that we're watching, that last lap. So he's a good couple tenths faster than those ahead of him.
Those lap cars, just got out. Oh, thought for the life of me then that BMW is going to get in front of Britt then and interfere with the battle.
Yeah, I think Britt needs to bide his time a little bit. He needs to. I think we've seen him try a couple of looks, have a couple of looks. I think he needs to be potentially a little bit more patient. He's got the pace to do it.
Well, this comes back to what I was saying before. Like, what do you do in these situations? Do you want to be right up in this battle, or do you just hang back and just wait for the guys in front of you to tangle up with each other? It's sort of something that you got to manage on the fly and make that judgment call just from watching the behaviour of the cars in front of you. Like, is the car in the middle of you, going for crazy dive bombs? Is it moving around trying to distract the driver in front of him? Like, or is it just like this, just sort of very much holding station, very, very smooth driving?
Yeah, I think it depends where you are in the field. So when you're with these kind of caliber drivers, when you're with Houlihan, when you're with Herbert and Hunter and Britt, you know that these guys have a lot of skill, and you can trust that they will generally do the right thing on track and that they'll be clean and smart about it. If you're battling through from the back of the pack, you definitely want to be more cautious. But if you've got the pace to get it one on these guys, and you don't want to let the Sonicus brothers just cruise to an easy win, we're 2 hours 20 minutes from the end. You've got to start pushing. Track position will mean a lot here. That is Hunter going for a bit of a look on Herbert, who carries it around the outside and keeps it around the outside. This is very tight. Have a look at that Porsche having a look up the inside of Hunter. So Hunter has made himself vulnerable, but he's still got the inside run here. So Hunter's still going to pull ahead. Porsche squeeze towards the outside. The Audi's going to stay ahead for now, but that is just making Britt lose a little bit more time there. He made an attempt, but he wasn't quite an aggressive enough attempt. But he's got the run now on the Audi. He's got a big run on the Audi.
Brakes.
Here we go. That is a clean move done.
Runs
Always run wide.
Hunter will look for the switchback coming out of the second part of the village hairpins, but he hasn't quite got that done. So, well, poor Britt, he'll hang on to fourth place.
That's
that
right.
was a bad exchange there from Britt. He read that pretty well. He just saw Hunter go for the dive at the end of that long straight, but just couldn't get the move done. And he just picked his way through. That was really good racecraft from Britt.
Yeah, but in the midst of that battle, he's now 3.5 seconds behind Houlihan, maybe even a little bit more now. So it's definitely costly when you've only got a couple of tenths maximum per lap on those ahead of you. 3.5 seconds, that is a lot of laps. That is, if you're pulling, a couple of tenths per lap, that's what, 15, 16, 17 laps to get 3.5 seconds? It's a huge problem, and you can lose those 3.5 seconds just with a couple of corners of battling. And that's how much it can cost you.
Battle for the lead in Pro-Am. Got Hill trying to hold off K as they head up towards Maggots. Oh, please, guys.
Let him go, Josh. Let him go, Josh. Let him go, Josh. Thank you.
Oh.
That's okay. We'll play.
Big moment there for Hill.
But
Just
that
held
is
on to it.
that's a change for the lead in the Pro-Am race, I believe. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Is. No, you're
But
correct.
that is K up into position 1 for the Pro-Am for the Pro-Am class.
It's
Very
okay.
good. It was a good decision from Hill. I mean, the way this race is going, we're having a lot of drivers running into problems, whether it's with collisions or making mistakes or drive-through penalties even here from Demario Hasnam. So with 2 hours 20 left on the clock, we're still not in that zone where you should be getting your elbows out and battling for every position, every inch of track.
Yeah, K clearly had he clearly had the pace, right? He was after the battle that he had earlier to get that P2. He was 3, 4. It was 4 seconds, I think, to get up there, and he's made that 4 seconds up in 4 or 5 laps. So clearly having upwards of a second a lap on the pace. I mean, he was going to get past anyway. For Hill, it's just a matter of, do you want to fight it and lose time to those you're battling behind? Yeah, when it's going to happen sooner or later. It's smarter to not risk losing more positions trying to battle too hard.
That's all right. And plenty of time to make that up. Of course, we will plug in our resident alien. He'll do the last stint, so we're okay. We're okay.
Again, comes down to that last out. That's what you're racing for.
On board with Connor Hind here at the moment. Currently sitting there in 7th position in a BMW. That's right. Of course, one of the GTR gang. cult of GTR, as I like to call them.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll cop that.
It's chasing Sean Jacobs here, and that fantastic looking Audi, one of my favourites. Looks like he's got a bit of a pace advantage as well, and he just seems to be struggling a little bit.
It's very, very odd that the Audi is a little bit weak through maggots. I would think that maggots would be where the Audi would shine because of its ability to change direction quickly. That Beamer is really, really quick through maggots.
The Beamers seem to be really good, sort of that mid-stint part. I don't know, they just seem to be. They do drop off. I have noticed that. But yeah, through the middle section of the stint, they're really quick.
So, Britt has taken over Herbert. I think did that just happen? I think we. Yeah, that's right. Britt was just chasing Herbert. He's now ahead a few seconds ago, so he's just made that one happen. So he's now pulled himself up into position 3.
We have an instant replay here.
Is instant replay? Is this where it happens? He's already ahead there. No, he's already ahead by that time. So we're just a little bit late to the party, but no matter. He's now behind Houlihan, as I mentioned. He's very, very quick at the moment. He's got great pace. Houlihan's also very quick though. So we'll hopefully see that gap close down. We want to see some more great racing from these front runners. Instant replay.
This is usually sadness or just awesome.
Could be a good move here.
Yep. 315 battling for position 3. Goes all the way around the outside. Stays on the track. 2 tires on that ripple strip.
Fantastic move.
Oh, the Honda just gets squiggly in the back, trying to pull it up on the outside there. Great move from the Porsche.
He certainly took advantage. There was a bit of a mid-corner unsettling from the Honda, and once you get sideways in these cars, you just cost yourself that little bit of momentum. There's that word again, momentum. And yep, well, Britt was just able to carry the pace around, carry that extra 5, 6, 7 Ks, and just make that move look easy.
Yeah, the same setup that's going to be making that Honda really nice and pointy into the corners would have made it really hard to defend there without letting the back end skid away when you're offline like that and in the marbles a bit, trying to turn it in. You know, the car's set up better for, you know, those nice sharp turn-ins and perhaps less for that slow round the outside trail brake that he really needed to hold it.
Sean, I'll tell you when you can look again.
Yeah. Come on, JC. I've always been nice. Come on, buddy. Let's just get this. Josh, let him go if he's quicker, please.
Yep,
Thanks,
thank you. Oh, we'll look back at Haslam now. He's taken his drive through. He's oh, there we go. Yep. Well, Haslam now stuck behind Tawati. I think is this all battle for position here? Oh, look at that. Lovely switchback from Haslam.
That one was certainly for position there. So
I think Vediga's in there as well. Yep, Vediga's in there. He's going to be looking around the outside of Tawati. This is where racecraft will come in handy.
Just got that as well. So 3rd, 4th and 5th in Pro-Am are all carrying penalties as well. So that's going to play out. It looks like it might be a 2-way fight for the win in Pro-Am. So exciting stuff. That's all I'm going to say.
Sure you don't want to expand on that?
No, I'm more than happy to let that one go. Ball with Vediga at the moment through the fantastic Maggots and Beckett's. One of the most famous corners of the world, one of the actual best section of corners of the world as well. Real maximum commitment through here. Just got to pick your line, make sure you hit every apex perfectly, because you bugger this up, it costs you all the way down here. And
yeah, that's right. Getting that timing through Maggots, getting that timing for the turn in. It's so critical to not get any rear wheel spin. You know, go completely over that curb and get that line onto the straight. It can be really rough, and it's really excellent when you get it right. It can be really terrible, really rough when you get it wrong, especially when you're getting chased.
Well, on that note, I'm going to introduce the one and only Tom Maloney into the box, and I'm going to step out and catch up with the $1.50 boys, and hopefully we can bag ourselves a podium. It's been a pleasure, gentlemen.
Thank you for coming in, Sean, and good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Tiento, Sean. Good evening, everyone. How are we? It's been a pretty exciting race so far.
Yeah, very strong, very good. Welcome to the comms box.
Thank you. And I hope you've had a good, mighty first 4 hours. And looking forward to the final third.
Are you racing in this one, Tom?
I am not, no. I am a full-time race engineer.
Excellent. Well, welcome, and to give you a bit of an eye-in on what we're looking at, and to give an update to those who might just be tuning in as well. So, Sonicus Brothers, JNJP are 23 seconds out in front, so they have absolutely cleared away. But we just saw a great four-way battle for P2, 3, 4, and 5 between those who are in the car right now: Houlihan, Paul Britt, Regan Herbert, and Dan Hunter. So right now, Houlihan is chasing down. He's in P2. Chasing down Sonicus. You got Britt, who's the fastest of the lot of them, just in behind that in P3. And I think we've got a battle happening right now with Hunter and Herbert there as well. We've actually seen them battling a lot this stint. They're very well matched. A bit of ebb and flow there about how their cars are managing the stint. So Herbert got in front, but Hunter's coming back now. So that's pretty much where the race is at. And they're all about 45 minutes into their stint, so we won't see another pit stop for roughly 15 to 20 minutes.
Everyone's settled through. It looks pretty clean too. Not too many penalties up this top half of the field.
Well, there's been a couple. We had, was it like the top two had a 10-second or something like that before the second and third, I think it was, before the last pit stop.
Look, I'll put it this way: everyone in the top 6 has had a problem this race, whether it's a penalty, getting punted, bidding it themselves. Everyone has had an issue. So yeah,
except the Sonicus brothers.
No, they got a 10-second penalty because they
of
gave
course,
a
yes.
punt.
That's some nice online racing balance in my mind.
It makes for good TV. That's what we want.
Yep, definitely here for the content.
So 2 battles happening in the moment that we're looking at. So this is Kefford and Gafford. So Kefford there, as you can see, in the white and blue. Mercedes, Gafford just ahead.
Sorry, Mercedes?
Sorry, McLaren.
You know what? Close enough. Mercedes, McLaren. Same thing. Yeah, technically, I think the McLaren, has got a Mercedes engine in it, doesn't it?
No, I think it's their own. I think the Aston has a Mercedes engine in it. They know use AMG, but I think McLaren have their own donkey manufacturers. Kefford goes a little bit wide through Abbey there.
Yeah, that was rough. I was a little worried he was about to dip a toe in the grass and make life difficult for himself. So he's just lost a little bit of ground now, though. So whereas Hunter is right on the back of Herbert right now. So
yeah, P3, 4, 5 are really, given that we're 2/3 of the way through the race, are still really close together.
yeah, absolutely. So 4 and 5, only half a second between them, and we've got a couple seconds spreading out the top 4 at the moment.
Also can confirm that the McLaren does have a McLaren engine in it. But they are running a Mercedes engine in Formula 1. That's probably where I got it confused.
Fair enough. Everyone equates McLaren Formula 1 with McLaren road cars.
Wait, McLaren F1 doesn't run a McLaren engine?
No, they use Mercedes customer engines.
Why didn't I know this? Wow. Okay. That seems a bit odd for what is also an engine manufacturer to not have.
Remember, they brought Honda back and had that very, very successful couple of years with Honda. halfway through the last decade.
Yeah, I'd like to know how the board meetings went the next year after Red Bull took on Honda and won the championship.
I do remember.
But was it that next year, or was it the?
Oh, it took them a couple
year
of years. Because I think Red Bull took them on 2019. From memory. Don't know when McLaren got rid of them. My history brain's not that great as Jacobs is. There's a little bit of a three-way battle here. No, there's not. It's Jacobs got Hind just while the timing battle updates, but Jacobs and Hind are really sort of locked in a bit of a battle for the bottom of the top 5.
So Hunter's lost ground. He's oh no, never mind. It was just a timing, just a temporary timing glitch. Nope, he's still right on the back of Herbert there.
Yeah, right at the end of his stint too. So
yeah, that's right. So they've been both teams have been pitting smack bang on the 1 hour marks which is in 8 minutes. So we suspect that they'll probably do similar again this time, which means we're going to see a pit battle sometime soon.
It's been a really good recovery from the 96 car. Of course, they were involved with a unfortunate incident in maggots with the car spinning and returned to the track, and they just zigged when they should have zagged. But they have managed to fight their way back into the top 5 and fight realistically for the podium, I think.
Absolutely, they are right in it, and so Britt Houlihan in P2 and 3, they're going to be really tough to catch because they are very, very fast. Same with the Sonicus brothers, and so contextually for pace, I think positions 4 and 5, I think they're a little bit off the front 3. You got last lap was a 58.9 right up front with the Sonicus, with John Sonicus. 59.0 and 59.1, P2 and 3, and then you've got 59.8 and 59.7 from positions 4 and 5. So bit of a pace differential there for these guys to the front 3, but we know they've got the faster pace in them. I think they're just having some struggle at the end of this stint.
also really good to see is 5 different cars in the top 5. No real meta car like we had in Spa.
Absolutely agreed. It's really, really great to see. And of course, it's not just these drivers, they all have teammates. So it's about the balance. While some cars might be faster right now, then that can switch very fast after they put their co-drivers in. So depending on the speed of their co-drivers, we know that Hunter's partnered up with Weston, who was leading the race earlier.
Oh, that's a moment.
That is a scary moment.
That is Zach Graham. Now that was the car that was involved with the 96 car in its misadventure in maggots. I wonder if Zach Graham, he had a wheel disconnect issue earlier in the race. That car, it's not looking like it's moving very quickly, although it's mobile again. I was just wondering if he just had the same problem.
Yeah, they are 7 laps behind the leader, so that's yeah, they're a good few laps away from any cars ahead or behind. So running in their own race at the moment, unfortunately, is the 421 Audi.
Definitely a good way to get experience, though, as we follow Dan Hunter and the it's really sort of interesting looking Audi. Steezy Autosports. Really like the red and black and the little blue highlights as well.
Yeah, I have to say, this is one of my more favourite liveries. That sort of asymmetric look. Again, you know, as I mentioned earlier, with liking the Gazoo racing liveries. I don't know what it is about asymmetric designs. It just speaks to me.
As you know what they say about asymmetric faces. Because I don't.
Excellent.
I was wondering. I was a bit worried where you were going with that. Like, are we making a stroke joke, or?
I think everyone has an asymmetric face, don't they?
Yes.
Wait.
Possibly.
Yes, I think that's supposed to be true, right? Isn't that why it's that's why if you know when you do those apps that split your face in half and show you what the left side of your face looks like if it was doubled and the right side of your face, and it's completely different. No one.
Yeah, wacky.
Here by
That's
myself.
a Ferrari going very wide.
But according to Google, almost everyone has some degree of asymmetry on their face.
Yep.
There we go. Everyone's got an asymmetrical face. Do asymmetrical liveries. Do it.
And
Just
that is Octane Online Racing comms talk. Asymmetrical faces. That's what you're here to hear about.
Bender facts without Bender being here.
Yeah, without Bender facts. Where
no, he's here. He's in the car. He's in 27th.
All right. Not too bad. Is
Checks
that
out.
P2 in the AM class?
And if anyone is
Yeah.
looking forward to some real Bender facts, he will be in the box later this evening. So you won't have to deal with our rubbish facts anymore. It will be legitimate Bender facts coming right up.
Well, here's a fact for you. We're watching battle for position right now. Hasnam fighting with Zach Malloy. So just gives himself a bit of a rubbish line there through turn 1. So he's got to pull himself back a little bit closer. I'm always surprised when there's not a move on and cars stay on a non-optimum line and lose time. I know it happens in Formula 1 because they have to aero-wise, but not with GT cars. If you're not making the move, I highly recommend staying on the good line and set yourself up for the next corner.
There is still aero wash in these cars, though, isn't there?
A little, yeah, for sure. Just not nearly as much. I mean, you see, if an F1 car is following you, that's why you'll always see them pull a little to the insides. Is that a look? It's a look.
It is.
But it's not a move. So again, just not taking an optimum line. Potentially, perhaps if he thought the move was legitimately on, but he was a bit too far back. So it's just one of those things where now he's got to spend another half a lap getting himself back closer to Zach in order to try again. So got a little bit of patience might go a long way for Ferrari 28.
Almost looked as though he was trying to just spook him off the racing line with that move into club.
Oh, it can work. That absolutely is a legitimate thing that can work. Stick your nose up there and just hope that the car in front is gonna get spooked and give a bit of space. But no, Zach Malloy is an experienced driver here, so I think he won't get spooked too easily.
Well, one of the big things that does get sort of underestimated in this sport, whether it's real racing or pixel racing, whatever you want to call it, is the psychological side of the sport. The real experienced drivers know how to play the psychological games, and what we're seeing from Haslam here is him just moving around in the mirrors, just trying to get Zach's attention off from what's in front of him and what's behind him. And once you get a driver doing that, you'll find them making mistakes like missing braking points, missing their turn-in points, maybe cutting the corner a little bit too fine, trying to manipulate that driver in front of you just to try and, carry the braking maybe that extra meter forward, or pick up the throttle an extra meter earlier, or cut that line by an extra mil. That's the sort of thing that makes mistakes and creates those openings.
Absolutely agree. It's such a mental game. It can also work the other way, of course. Potentially, you might not want to let them know that you're going to go for something too aggressive. So you don't want to look too aggressive as you're getting close. You want to sort of play it smart. Sometimes. Oh, there's a little bump. Unfortunately, the 28 has smacked in, and they've gotten a bit of a whack from behind as well. So they went in deep, and then they couldn't unfortunately do anything on the brakes. So car 28 is inevitably going to be suffering a little from the stewards as a result of that one. We're getting an instant replay right now. This is it here. So deep on the brakes. Yeah, they were going to miss the corner by a little bit there. So just a little bit too deep by the looks of that one. Unfortunately, spun their competitor around. They're back on track. They're going to have damage themselves, front and back. So not a great one for car 28, unfortunately.
Well, that goes into, I was about to actually say, follow up on your point about how it can be a double-edged sword, trying to manipulate the driver in front. If you have a very experienced driver leading another driver, they know not to really get pressured, just to stick to that rhythm, to that pace that they have, which can then frustrate the driver behind when they make a mistake like that. And unfortunately, this time it has cost Malloy a bit. But usually what you find is the driver behind gets frustrated, makes a little mistake, drops a 10th, tries to make up for that 10th, makes another mistake, another 10th, and so on. So it just snowballs, becomes a snowball effect. So yeah, the mind games work both ways. Just because you're in front doesn't mean that you have to be under pressure. You can reverse the pressure onto the driver behind just by driving consistent and smooth.
Completely agree. And staying on that racing line, the thing that the car behind you wants is to defend. An experienced driver behind is trying to scare you enough to defend a corner that realistically they're not quite close enough to actually go in for. So they want you to defend, and whereas you'll see the really experienced drivers, they rarely go onto that defensive line. They stay on their line, and you'll always see the most experienced drivers. That's what they do. The less experienced drivers might move to defend just a bit too much, a bit too early.
Definitely, it's definitely a skill knowing when you actually have to defend, and I think that's one of those really sort of experience-based things. Is we look at Austin Carpenter and the American entry. That's also a fantastic livery in that McLaren, running around in 17th with right on the back of Hill, I think is the.
Well, he was. He's in front of Hill.
He's gotten past him now.
Yep.
All right, so the front top five cars have all the top 3, 4, and 5 have all pit. Cars 191 and 616 in positions 1 and 2 have not pit yet, so we are waiting to see them into the pits. But Britt, Herbert, and Hunter all pit, and now I believe we've got a couple of new drivers in the car. So they're sitting, obviously the 600 car and the 112 car, they are in non-corrected positions, I believe. So Lee is there in the Honda, but they have not pit yet, so they will fall behind. Whereas so Lamb is there 21 seconds there behind.
You know something? Just looking at the driver stint there on the race logic there, I think the 112 is in a pretty good position for the final push to the flag. They should be able to make it to that sort of 1 hour 10 minutes, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe.
I think, given that the race is 6 hours long, yeah. So because the race is 6 hours long, you've basically got 5 stops, and the question is, can you make it a 4 stop? And no, mathematically, unfortunately, it's not possible. So yeah, those cars that are going right to the 1 hour 10. They would unfortunately just going to fall a couple of minutes shy of actually making it to the flag. I believe. I think even if you went like 1 hour 10 and that pit time, I don't think you can cut out a whole pit stop.
What it does do is it does give the opportunity for that 112 Honda to go out there on light fuel, fresh tyres, qualifying laps. Bang, 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 bang. And we know that the Honda is pretty quick.
You're exactly right. So that's absolutely correct. They've done 1 hour 8 minute stints, whereas 1 hour 8 to 1 hour 9 minute stints. Everyone else has been doing 1 hour stints. So yeah, their final stint's probably going to be about half an hour, maybe not even. It's depending on how long they run now. So yeah, they'll be mega quick at the end, and they've got some. They're running some pretty quick times as it is. So yeah, they're definitely in it.
I think the other thing with those really long stints is you really leave yourself prone to, if something happens on that last lap, accidentally running over that stint timer.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And yeah, when it's so tight, if you're trying to make it by bare seconds and minutes, it really depends on when the driver in front crosses the line and that sort of thing. So yeah. It's definitely it's a game to play when it's a slightly longer race. When you've got the 7-8 hour race, especially if it's like a 7 hour race, then it would be very spicy as far as which strategy cars go for. But yeah, not so much with the 6 hour, not with the 70 minute stints. So pit stops were pretty clean. Britt and Herbert were really quite quick stops. A couple of seconds slower for Hunter, so they will have suffered a little bit there. So that's now Weston in the car. So that's. So I don't know if did Hunter. I don't think Hunter had gotten ahead of Herbert, had they?
No, I don't think they did in the end.
No, I don't think the move was done. But now, so they are still pretty close. All right, they're only 1.5 seconds behind them. So slow stop, but clearly, I mean, Weston, who we saw in the lead earlier in the race, is very, very quick operator. So that's up against Marcus Van Vliet in the Honda, in the number 45 Honda.
It looks like Houlihan is the last car to pit of that top group in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, that's right. So he's currently sitting P1, but that is non-corrected position, of course. So it looks like, car. Looks like Sonicus brothers pit and came out. They come out in P2 still.
Oh, there's some
Looks
track
like
limits abuse there. Eric Scarney being a little bit liberal with the track. Ooh. Is that that?
This is the replay.
This is the replay. Did he catch the sausage? Oh, he caught that damn sausage curb.
Yeah, but have a look at the car behind. This is going to be interesting. So as they come through here, have a look at this line. Oh, and then it jumps out.
Well, I'd say there was a bit of a mistake there because he's fallen back off the Lexus.
Oh, we're watching now. We're watching another instant replay because we're watching the instant replay for the first one. So, this is some. All right. There's some interesting lines you guys are taking. I don't recommend it.
There's
Chill out, boys.
faster ways to get through Village in the Loop, I reckon.
Ooh.
That was our
Cinematic.
Curb cam right there. The e-sport line. Yeah. I was about to say the NASCAR line apparently, but there's no wall there.
So I'm going to be really interested to see where Lamb and Houlihan come out, because Lamb has just gone out and he's pumped in some massively fast laps. Lamb's just done a 58.2, right, compared to Houlihan's 59.0. So he is very quick, and he's setting in a bunch of 58s right now. So they are going to be, I think that's going to be quite close between Houlihan and Lamb. In fact, I reckon they've probably got a jump on them. They're only 1 minute and 1 second behind, and the pit stop is. I'm not sure what the time loss is.
I'd say McLaren exit stage right.
Yes, that's
Honda.
That's unfortunate. Yeah, it looked like a Honda to me. Who was that?
Oh, Kevin Lai.
66.
The soft baguette tyre Honda.
Careful on re-entry. That's a whole gaggle of cars coming by now, so good on them to wait. Be safe. We always want to see the safe re-entry. That is really unfortunate. There's going to be a bunch of damage there for the 66. I wonder if they're close to a pit stop. I really hope they haven't just done it. Where are they?
That did look like cold tyre stuff, unfortunately, but hopefully if his hand moves out of the way, we can see the stint timer.
Yeah, 40. Yeah, he hasn't pit yet. He's 45 minutes into the stint.
Jeez, that's some hacking at the wheel.
No, they're good. They're good to pit now and still make it to the end. So they're a-okay on that front. So they'll be in the pits. Whew, thankfully, it wasn't coming out of the pits that happened. But I was just saying, Houlihan, who should be in the pits any moment now, I think they're going to lose that position of Lamb, who's just done the fastest lap of the race, a 58.135 for Matthew Lamb. So fastest on track, fastest lap of the race so far. Car 315. So yeah, they're only 60 seconds behind, and it's going to be tight because, as I said, the pit stops are 1 minute 5 seconds, but obviously you cut a big chunk of the track doing it. So I think it's still going to be really tight. Houlihan might still have it, but he's in the pits right now, and that is going to be really tight for that second position. Matthew Lamb is clearly pushing.
Yeah, he's been rapid in that Porsche, but unfortunately the Porsche is not particularly quick in a straight line, so he's not really able to use that pace in traffic. But if he's on clear air as he is at the moment, he's so fast, so consistent.
So Houlihan's going to be in the pits for another 15 seconds, and we'll see. So right now we're looking at, this is the number 45 Honda. So Matthew Lamb's a little bit further up the field, but this battle's resuming. These two cars have just been at it. I think Western has gotten ahead, so Western actually has made an overtake happen, because they were behind when we checked in on this about 3 or 4 laps ago. So good work from them. Houlihan has just finished his pit stop, so we're going to see them rolling out now. We'll see what happens just ahead. So Houlihan coming out of the... That's
right into
not
traffic.
That's not Houlihan there. No, we're still on board with the other drives. All right, so this is back with the 45. I think we're on order. So we're looking automatically on just the battles right now. But so we'll see where that Lamborghini has come out. Lamborghini is behind. This is the battle here. So yeah, look at that. Lamb is so close. Or is that Lamb in front?
Lamb's in front of him.
Lamb's in front. They've done it.
So yep, Fluke taking the reins of this Lambo, and unfortunately he hasn't been able to hold off Lamb, because he was in front at the first sector timing split by the looks of that timing tower. So he wasn't able to defend from Lamb, and I think he's getting hassled by a lapped car there. So that's that'll be distracting him ever so slightly. Michael Young, even though he's a lap down, he wants to get on with it. He wants to get in front of the 616 and keep going with his race now. I don't think Fluke will be quite appreciating that sort of attention.
No, those were some absolutely epic laps from Lamb. He's been just pulling in mid to low 58s. His average lap time's 58.4. That's by far the fastest average lap we've seen for the race so far. So they've got a good chance to start pulling a little bit closer to the Sonicus brothers. They're currently 24 seconds off the leader, but actually JP running similar times. He's running high 58s, but so there's a couple of tenths faster per lap. But there's only an hour and 45 minutes left, and I was saying earlier, when you think about a couple of seconds on track, you go, oh, that's not a lot of time, but a couple of seconds for these guys when you might only be getting 1 or 2 tenths per lap, a couple of seconds is 10, 20 laps potentially.
And that's 2 minutes a lap, so that's half an hour. So,
Yeah.
and there's only really 100 minutes to go here, so 30 minutes out of that 100 is a huge chunk.
Well, yeah, and that 24 seconds, you've got to be gaining very, very quickly in order to be able to gain that. Even if you're gaining 2 tenths a lap, you need 120 laps. That's what you look at 2 tenths.
I think at this stage you're probably, if you ooh, that's a big moment there for Fluke. If you're in the shoes of Matthew Lamb, you're really praying for something to happen to Sonicus, like some sort of mishap, like whether lap cars getting in the way, or something. I'm sensing sadness about to happen here. Yep. Oh, what?
Oh,
okay. Oh, it's about to happen.
That
there
is
it is.
sadness.
Is that the car 52 again?
That's the car 52.
So they're back in the race. They're being aggressive. They're back in 41st position right now. But yeah, unfortunately, that's timing chart's gone a bit
weird.
They didn't jump back to pits, did they? No, they haven't.
So we've actually got a bit of information on what happened to the 52. Sorry, it happened to Skylar Loverink while behind the wheel. Apparently, the computer shut down and went into hibernation mode. So that explains why the car just suddenly stopped in the middle of the track and then just wouldn't go.
It's very unfortunate. We've seen a couple of little hardware glitches and weirdness happen, unfortunately, in this race. Don't know if it's just a Silverstone thing or if we just had a bit too much luck in, as Chalmers in the 19 Kovacs takes so much curb on the inside of Abbey. Well, yeah, I've seen a couple of little hardware glitches across a couple of teams.
Well, I did say at the start of the stream that Silverstone is probably one of the least, the tracks with the least cursed points on the circuit. So Octane has balanced that out by putting me on, and I'm arguably one of the most cursed commentators in sim racing. So maybe that's the problem.
You haven't seen Jacob Weatherburn in the F1 commentary.
I don't think you've seen me on my own channel.
No, I haven't, but on this quality, I'll be looking forward to catching some of that as McClaws goes down the inside of Chalmers into Brooklands and then round the outside of the next corner through, and he's passed. So lovely clean racing from the both of them.
Yeah, that was a wonderful bit of racecraft there from McClaws there. Just forced Chalmers to go a little bit tight, went for the switchback and then switched back again. Lovely.
Here with Rob Wenzel as the lead AM driver, and closing in on Fowler in the 723 in the Pro-Am card. So mighty effort to be leading a class is definitely not something to turn your nose up at. So hopefully these boys can keep it up and keep just making slow and steady progress through the field.
Well, we've just seen a little mistake there from Fowler. Coming through Maggots, a bit of oversteer, which is very uncomfortable, I have to say. So definitely Wenzel just needs to stick to his pace. Just keep that pressure on ever so slightly on Fowler. Not run wild like that.
That be a track limits warning or just a no time gained, play on, don't do it again?
I think that'll be a little slap on the wrist. Don't do that again. We're also seeing some penalties coming out. Tawati has copped a 10-second penalty, and so has Sean Muller. So, got poor Sean. Was in commentary box a little bit earlier. Now he has faced the wrath of the stewards. He won't be too impressed by that.
Following the Sonicus boys here. So, in their own little space in the world at the moment, which is a nice place to be in an endurance race, but again, the challenge is always don't get bored, keep hitting your marks, do what you need to do. Hopefully the traffic, you come up to them in the middle of a straight so they can let you past easily. Cheeky BMW logos on the front. They changed cars from the BMW to the Aston, so I think that's an effort to pretend like they didn't avoid the 10-place grid penalty they copped for the car change.
It certainly is a very humorous livery to me. I like the bit of trolling there. I think there was a bit of drama there, but whatever. But I love the effort that they've gone to try and make the Aston look like the BMW. They've even got the little vents
And the M colours.
And the head and the DRLs that go on the bottom of the front bumper. That's dedication to the cell.
If you're going to do it, you're going to do it properly, right?
Oh, absolutely.
And now that we've had the opportunity to do these liveries, which again, just sort of, it's another thing to talk about, and it's another thing to really enjoy. You know, there's as good as these cars can look in their stock skins, it's always nice to see what people with more artistic talent than myself can come up with. As we watch McClaws thinking better of going down the inside of Kefford into Abbey, but Kefford goes very, very wide while trying to keep him behind. So if McClaws is smart, he'll force Kefford to go defensive and compromise his line into Village and the loop. Get a nice look at the sky.
Yeah, just on those custom liveries, what I also enjoy is people with a sense of humour, just hiding little Easter eggs on the liveries, little jokes, inside jokes.
Definitely.
Great fun, absolutely great fun.
There's a couple that like to put shopping lists on the side of their cars, and in the
Yeah,
sprint series, there's someone running with their own face on the top of the car, or plastering their car in the face. So.
No, let's not bring up Rugrus's livery. He's in my split too. I make it a point of out-qualifying him so I don't need to go past that car. Oh god, that is cursed. That is.
Following Matt Lamb here, who is hunting down Lee something shocking. He's I think he's made up a couple of seconds in these past 2 or 3 laps, which is just mighty effort from him in this galaxy-themed Porsche, I think is the colour scheme.
Definitely got a bit of a galaxy feel to it, yes?
Yeah, it doesn't look too shabby, does it? And now, just a reminder that Lee and Hind are both, they haven't pit yet, so they are out of sequence. So the corrected sequence is Sonicus, followed by Lamb, and then Fluke and Weston.
Welcoming into the into the commentary box, not the pit box. He's come into the pit box because he just finished his stint, but into the commentary box, the incredibly handsome Jamie Conboy.
I left with a bit of innuendo regarding the word, and I will join with a little bit of innuendo regarding the word. Thank you for that introduction there. Thank you. How's it been going for the last hour or so?
It's been fun, Jamie. So I'm going to give a quick update on what the status of the race is for anyone who's tuning in right now.
I love your update, Samwise. I'm all here for this. Let's go.
Excellent. All right. So we've just done the pit stops. Now, Houlihan stayed out a little bit longer, but Lamb jumped in the car, smashed out the fastest lap of the race, a 58.1, and then proceeded to do a whole bunch of low 58s. Clawed that 4 seconds back and actually got ahead of them just as Houlihan exited the pits. So they are in corrected P2. That's Lamb. Hind and Lee are out of sequence. They'll be pitting sometime in the next 10 minutes or so. So corrected will be it will be the Sonicus brothers, who are a million miles out in front, followed by Lamb, who's still about the same, still about 24 seconds behind. So, and then the next battle, the battle between car 45 and 96, that's been ebbing and flowing all race. So they're a couple of seconds apart now, but they just keep finding each other. So as far as the top 7, that is current state of play. Fastest on track is Lamb, but he's got a long way to go before he could get to position 1. He might not have enough time.
There you go. An interesting little race developing, especially up the front. We always love to see a good battle up the front, and it continues on up there with a couple of cars still in it.
That is not how you take Maggots and Beckett's in McLaren.
And just like that McLaren, I'm going to take my leave, and I'll see you guys a little bit later.
Nice work, Samwise.
Thanks.
There was a bit of an unfortunate moment there for James Kefford. He unfortunately had a BMW right where he wanted to put his McLaren. And, well, he's copped a drive-through for his efforts as well.
No.
Yeah, the great run for the 720. It's been a little bit unglued there. Because it's still a massive effort to come from 27th to 11th. I think they were assisted by the Turn 1 shenanigans. But, unfortunately, all good things come to an end.
How many drive-throughs have we seen today? I haven't seen that many. I thought there would be a pretty significant stack of penalties. It's pretty easy to pick them up here. Run wide a couple of places, but it doesn't look like there's been that many.
No, there hasn't. It's been rather chill on the drive-through side of things. But obviously, we've seen a lot of pit stop penalties. Amazingly, I also haven't really seen a lot of people speeding in pit lane either. Well, except for you, Jamie. Got to practice your pit entry. I wasn't even thinking of that. That was just on the fly.
Well played. Straight under that bus, and with good measure too. Absolutely, I was going about 80 when I went in there. I think it's just silly. Absolute brain fart. Hasn't been my best day at all. But there's a couple of drivers out there having cracking days. Some really good racing out there.
Also seeing a few drivers having not so great days out there, but hopefully they're still out there having fun. I mean, I was going to shout out the number 52. They've had problems and they've had to rejoin the server. They're still out there circulating and cutting laps. They want to finish this one. I think that really deserves a bit of a mention. I think it's a bit too easy in these sim races. When something doesn't go right, you just hit the quit button. But those guys have kept going.
Most certainly, as we follow Taniaki in the 420 car. Break Czech Republic. One of the more entertaining team names we've got out there.
Yeah, absolutely. Quality team full of quality blokes too, Stefan. And Malith run this one as a two-man, I believe, in this particular race. Not sure if they've got another member that pops in for the longer ones or not, but no, two quality gentlemen. Malith and Stefan. And yeah, as you said, a ripping team name. Break Czech Republic. Perfect. Speaking of goats, here's Glenn. Mr. Server Wizard himself.
Yeah.
Mr. Livery Editor Man himself. He's just about
Pushing Windsor along.
Yeah, these guys have run into a bit of trouble themselves, the car 700. Apparently, in the last pit stop, the driver came out, no force feedback.
Same before. It's happened to a fair few people. We lost the Bab and Stu Matthews entry. He also had some loss of force feedback because of that, and someone's computer decided to turn off. So hardware deciding to play its games, as you said, Matt. Just you're cursing people today. So
I cursed people apparently just jumping into the comms box. Crazy.
Yeah, half of racing is luck. It's all up and down the grid too. Jacob's disconnected twice. His computer's frozen, or the game's frozen, or something. Every time I get in the car, my force feedback is at 100%, as opposed to what I have it set at. So it's taken a bit of work to get that reset. So it looks like everyone is having some issues. Not taking any prisoners.
Well, have you got a direct drive?
I do.
Oh, mate, that's a good shoulder workout right there.
It is for the first, sector until I get it all sorted out. And of course, the first sector is Maggots and Beckons as you come out of the pits. That's very close there from Jermaine up behind Windsor. Yeah, good battling, Megan, absolutely. Especially in that first stint, following you around there for a little while. Got yourself into a little bit of trouble up ahead of me, and whether or not that was your fault or someone else's fault, not sure what it was, but it was very entertaining watching from my perspective. But yeah, I couldn't quite track you down, unfortunately. You're probably 2-3 tenths quicker than I am here in the McLaren. But yeah, good fun while it was there. Glenn is all over the back of Windsor here. Has been for a few laps now. He's just showing his nose and his mirrors and trying to make his presence felt. Hopefully forcing Windsor into a mistake, but Windsor, to his credit, driving nicely at the moment.
Blue flag's putting an end to this battle for the next little part. Glenn doing a very nice job of getting out of everyone's way and just making sure that the race can continue and he's not involved in their battle.
Here we go, Shane McClaws. This guy's been on a bit of a charge lately. He's everywhere we've looked, he's just been battling away with people. But out there by himself at the moment. Next car is chasing is Stacey in the number 18 Audi. Actually, I think this car, if I'm not mistaken, the 42, they started a little bit further down the grid, didn't they?
Yeah, McClaws is proper quick too. He's I raced against him in my debut season. He was on pace with me, and now he's 10ths up the road from me. I don't know where he's at, and in different cars too. He's just a very quality driver, McClaws.
I take that back. The 42 started as 7th. But I think they may have been involved in that first turn shenanigans. So a decent fight back to get back into the top 10 anyway.
No, I want to pull you up on that one because I remember chasing their starting driver around for my first stint. So they weren't involved in the turn 1 stuff. They got through there cleanly. It was Suppressor, or not that's a beautiful meat, and that's not what his name was, but it's something like that. Suppresso, something. Someone's going to call me up on that. But anyway, he started the race and he drove very well. We got through the turn 1 stuff and carried on. So no, they weren't involved in that one.
Michael Young in that very pink and white Ferrari has gotten past Tafati in the BMW, so making some progress. They're probably a little bit below where they might have expected to be. Their 90 car.
Back with Gary Windsor as Jermaine all over the back of him again. Didn't take long for the BMW to get back onto terms with the Audi. see if the BMW's got the legs down the straight with the slipstream. Don't think he's going to pull out anyway and just show the nose. I'm going to look back at Jake McKellar now.
Is your car, JC?
One of the milk cars, certainly it's not my car, but Suma here is trying to track down McKellar. Suma's been really quick a couple of times today. In fact, he was trying to unlap himself from our car before when Gibbo was in there, and he looks really quick in control of that BMW, does Suma, so I wouldn't be surprised if he gets that move done in the next couple of laps.
Lead AM driver, don't think AM is probably representative of how quick they are.
No, certainly not here. It's definitely going to be one of their better positions for this season. But they have a tendency to do that too. They don't necessarily qualify well, those guys, but then they turn up on race day and they're just super consistent. They avoid all the penalties, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is their first top 20, but they've been around about there a couple of times. I do remember Bender was going to celebrate their P20, but that might have been the car number 2 as well. So there's a 1 and a 2, and all those boys, as I said, super experienced and really consistent. So, yeah, not surprising to see them that high. They just avoid all the trouble and doing very nicely up there in P19. It does look like Wenzel has got past McKellar, so up at a P19 he moves. Here's Megan's car here. Megan in chat. She's riding along with Kevin and McDonald today, as she so often does. T-Mac in the car here. And McLaren's so good through Maggots and Beckett's here. Never wobbly, always in control. T-Mac with a nice line through there. I miss the McLaren. Very much looking forward to the Endurance Series. Sorry, not the Endurance race for the Sprint Series. Oh boy.
Yes, I have to say I'm looking forward to the 90-minute race as well. I quite enjoyed the first one at Bathurst. I think 90 minutes is about the sweet spot. These sorts of races, like if you have a mistake and you fall off the track, so you've got enough time to fight back.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd have the time every week for a 90-minute. I think 60 minutes is probably good for the week-to-week type stuff, but definitely 90 minutes is really enjoyable, sprinkled in there once or twice in a season. So I'm with you, Matty. Really looking forward to it. 2 weeks' time. We've got Coda next, obviously. Circuit of the Americas later on this week for our sprint splits on Wednesday and Thursday. But then, yeah, this 90-minute race at Silverstone the week after. Very much looking forward to that one.
Good circuit for a long race too. Nice and plenty of spaces to rest your hands, rest your arms. 90 minutes at Alton Park could be brutal. Although I'm still petitioning for 12 hours of Laguna Seca as an endurance event.
Laguna would be better than Alton.
Oh, careful with those. Careful with that kind of language. I'm not sure who's listening, but Babby will get his gorilla fists out with that kind of talk. Oh, there he is on cue.
There we go.
Bang.
His ears were burning. Neighbour and Malloy having a real old ding-dong.
Yep, nothing in it between these guys. Now we'll see Neighbour just try to use a bit of racecraft here, but he's bailed out of it. Thought he was going to try and force the old switchback dance there. But, he's decided just to slide in behind.
Yeah, Malloy defended well there, but Neighbour's clearly got a bit of pace on him, so he's just got to find his way through, and if he does, you'd reckon he'd stretch his legs and potentially cut into the advantage up to P12, and in fact here he is around the outside.
Nice.
That was really well done. I think
Beautiful little move from Dave there. Yep.
Malloy going defensive there. He decided to break a little bit early just to make sure he made the corner, and Neighbour just out. It's brilliant braking. I don't know really what else to say.
Yeah, it's not a car advantage. They're both in BMWs, so just the quality of the driver coming out to play there. Neighbour with a really nice move around the outside, and as I said, now he gets a chance to bite into the advantage held by Moybin ahead in the Honda.
Well, there's a team that's sort of flown under the radar, the 652. Just noticed that they're sitting in 12th place. That's how quiet their race has been.
White race is a good race in these endurance events. If you're not on camera, you're not involved in any shenanigans, you're probably having a good race.
As long as you don't get too bored.
This car looks like it's seen a few battles. The back of this Ferrari looking a little bit worse for wear.
Yeah, he copped went a bit deep into braking and unfortunately took Malloy out at that club chicane and then got whacked in the back for his trouble.
Good to see Matt Powell in chat. Hello to you, my handsome friend. Good to see you in chat. That means you must... Whoa, who's that in the background there? That's an Audi. It might have been Pan, I think. Didn't look like the Brake Czech Republic entry, so I think that was Pan back there having a little bit of a issue as he came around and almost looped it. It looked like a good catch in the end. So you see him here. He must have got up on the curb and... Oh, no, we've cut away there. Unfortunately, we missed what happened.
Yes, for those who don't know, Matt Powell is our esteemed race director for this event, so herding a small team of stewards around, all volunteering their time to make sure this race is run cleanly and smoothly and people are smacked on the wrist as they deserve it. So shout out to those boys for that effort. They definitely make these events a lot more pleasant to watch and be a part of, even if you do get penalties you don't agree with.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I was saying, good to have Matty in chat, because that means it must be pretty quiet in the stewards' room, which would be a change from what it was, especially the first couple of hours, where I'm sure it was all hands on deck in there. George Fowler here, trying to track down the Drive to Survive entry. McCullough at the helm. Very nice livery for that Drive to Survive McLaren. I love the Kiwi on one side and the Koala on the other. Very nice work there from whoever drew that one up.
Any classic Jesse rejoins yet? I don't think we've seen one. I think he's been a good boy for once.
For once. Hello, Reethy.
Well, we've still got 90 minutes.
Yep, still time. But no, I'd hope he's learned his lesson from that schmozzle at Paul Ricard. That was one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life. So yeah, I'd hope that he's learned his lesson from that and he's a little bit more cautious. And of course, he's got the Kovacs lads in his ear who'll let him know if indeed he makes any kind of errors. I'm sure they'll be all over him, making sure he rejoins safely. This is a beautiful little battle developing here. Fowler very good on his day, but McCullough defending nicely. Fowler has closed this gap, but hasn't been able to threaten the back of McCullough too strictly. Goes pretty wide there, so he'll have to get off the throttle to avoid any warnings. They've also now got this BMW here who's just popped out of the pit lane. Not sure whether they're a lap car or not, but they'll just need to be careful. They've got past him safely and then through Maggots and Beckett's, so crisis averted.
But McLaren's obviously quick through those real so like direction changes where you really take advantage of that mid-engine. Where's the BMW quick round here? Or is it just not?
I mean, there's plenty of them in the top 10, so you'd have to assume it's pretty quick somewhere. I think from, again, I don't know, I haven't done a lot of driving the BMW, but it's just stable. It's a very nice race car over 90 minutes, so I'd suggest it's probably just safe, and you can get the good lap times out lap after lap, as opposed to some of the other cars that might be a bit more on edge. There's a BMW leading the race at the moment, so it's not slow.
Aston Martin powered BMW or BMW powered Aston Martin?
Oh, who knows? Cursed livery. Cursed.
I like it. Looks good.
It does look good for bad reasons. Naughty.
Is there a more cursed combination of brands that you can come up with?
I think that's what they were hoping would be the discussion topic.
Oh, Von Holden and Ford.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I thought Mercedes and BMW would have been the... Oh, that's a little bit on the edge there from McDonald, and he's had to get well off the gas there through Maggots and Beckett's just to keep his McLaren on the straight and narrow, which invited Muller right up behind him through there. And I thought he was going to have a little stab, but T-Mac managed to gather it up nicely and keep it going on the straight and narrow, so they play on. But now Muller looking pretty likely here, and he's looked really strong in his first couple of stints, Sean, so clearly has a handle on this Ferrari. Of course, his beloved Porsche in the Sprint Series, but doing the team thing here and jumping in the Ferrari. He's going to have a little look around the outside of T-Mac here, but can't find the grip out there, so we'll have to wait for another couple of corners yet. But he is threatening.
Really turned up at the wrong time in Maggots and Beckett's to take advantage of T-Mac's little whoopsie, didn't he? No real room to sort of get around him or anything like that, as that McLaren's really not stuck to the road that well.
Yeah, which is very weird for a McLaren, so probably at the end of his stint just struggling with tyres a little bit. If he was carrying any sort of damage, he would have pitted, because the McLaren doesn't like damage whatsoever, so it's probably not damage, probably just an old set of tyres, potentially.
Looks pristine. You'd know on that white.
Could just be the pace of Muller too, putting T-Mac under pressure, and potentially McDonald just not capable of keeping Muller out of his mirrors, just starting to sweat a little bit.
Thanks, Megan. Just mid-stint having a wobble.
So he'll take a few deep breaths, I'm sure. Megan Kefford will be in his ear saying, it's all good, mate, just keep it composed.
Interesting to note that the track has cooled down. It's down to 21 degrees, air temperature down to 16. So we were sitting around 24 for the majority of this race, and as we start to see the sun go down, this track is going to get a little bit cooler.
T-Mac gone wide again.
I wonder how many drivers are going to get caught out by that.
Yeah, it's well spotted. Most teams will be across the weather and the changes in pressures that will provide, but you're right, there might be a few that miss the memo, and another thing that'll make it really interesting in this last hour is which teams get that right. There'll be a few drivers who will be the full 60/70 minute stint, which we're coming up to now. We've got 7 minutes to go until that 70-minute timer starts to tick down. But there'll be also a few teams who are mid-stint at the moment, and it will probably go for a splash and dash towards the end. So mixed strategies, weather, it's all happening in the last hour or so. So don't go far.
676 and 652 really having a good battle, and shout out to Malik, who's sort of in the middle of that, getting out of the way.
Yeah, not their best day. The MGRP, I might have got that letter combination wrong, but Malik's Ferrari, they are top 5 material on their day. But they have a tendency to get involved in other people's battles and cause themselves a few issues as well. So obviously not been their day down there in P23. You're right, Moyen looks pretty pacey here in this Honda. But Carpenter, another high quality driver from the United States, who's probably running around at about 6 a.m. now, whatever it is over there. And
here we go,
down the
Sends
inside.
up the inside.
I think he may have overshot though.
Yeah, hard to tell from this angle, but it looks like he's got it completed. So up
Yes, he
into
does.
P11 for Moyen. Carpenter has to settle for P12 for now. That's Muller past McDonald, so I'm not sure whether T-Mac got it all wrong out of Maggots and Beckett's for the 3rd lap in a row, Tom Maloney, but it looks like on this occasion Muller gets the move done. So up into 15th for Muller. Of course, they still have that 10-second penalty that they'll need to factor in, but for now, on track, Muller in front of T-Mac.
Almost looked like T-Mac just let him pass, just losing too much time defending from him lap after lap. So, yep, Megan confirming that. So yeah, just let him go. He's got a 10-second penalty, so if you can stay with him, it's no real loss.
Battle for the podium here. Mitchell Weston on the back of Robert Fluke. The 616 is looking pretty vulnerable here. As Mitchell Weston pulls out of the slipstream. He pulls up side by side, and he will get this move done. I don't think Fluke will really fight that too hard. We're just getting into that zone. Ooh, that's Michael Young getting involved. He's a lap down. He's way down in 22nd, so ignore that pink and white Ferrari in the background. So he's just having a bit of fun just running with these top 5 running guys.
Man, good on him.
Absolutely. I'd do the same thing.
Spot on. Don't hurt him. Just stick with him. Is it still Young in the car? Yeah, it is. Car 90 M Young, P22. So, yeah, as you said, lap or two behind, but just having a bit of fun, giggling around with these boys.
Yeah, as long as you don't take him out.
Let him pull you along.
Which I believe actually Young has already done. He had a collision with Matthew Lamb a little bit earlier in the race and took him out of the lead. So I can be sure that Young would not be wanting to repeat that action.
The top 3 really spread out a little bit because 191's got about 20 seconds on Lamb in P2, whose pace is still pretty violent, but probably starting to taper off a little bit as those tyres start to wear out, and Weston again 17 seconds behind them. One pit stop to go.
Almost in that pit stop window. Be interesting to see what the 112 does, whether they go for that blistering last few minutes of racing with the low fuel new tyres. See how far they can get up the leaderboard. Currently down there in. Stop jumping around. I think they're up there in 8th place. But, see how their strategy works out. So I can see sadness happening here. Don't know about you.
This is immediately. Almost immediately. That's not a curse, though. That's not a curse, because you didn't say they were driving well or anything like that. That was a prediction. Absolutely. And a spot-on prediction from you. Really well commentated there from Matt Nippers, ladies and gentlemen. He was all over it. You saw this developing from a mile away. The BMW giving the McLaren a little kiss, and then the double BMW touch. Yeah, anyway.
It almost looked like netcode. It didn't look like they were really touching those first 2 cars.
I thought there was enough there to turn the McLaren around at least. Yeah.
Yeah, the BMW was leaning on the Macca coming out of club, but that was unfortunate. But yeah, again, saw that coming a mile away.
Nostradamus Nippers.
Don't start that.
Good shout from you, Derek Nagel. I reckon that might stick. We can roll around with that one for a little while. I love the flames spitting out the back of the McLaren there as it shifts down in the gears. That's beautiful. Lovely little attention to detail there. We give Kunos some shit for a lot of stuff, but they get some things right.
Well, they get the sounds right, the engine sounds. That not a lot of other game developers get that right, but it is seriously like being trackside at a GT3 event.
Yeah, I think they've got the looks right too. It's a very good-looking game, especially at sunrise and sunset. Well, everything is good-looking at sunrise and sunset, but it's a good-looking game.
Ooh, that was
Porsche making itself a little bit uncomfortable.
Of course, on the subject of Kunos and making good-looking games, they are working on a set of course at 2. Not sure how that's going to work out. I don't think they're allowing for modding.
That's a shame.
That's the best part about Assetto Corsa.
It really was, yeah. I mean, even now, Assetto Corsa is still looking fantastic. I mean, granted, you have to download the Soul mod and all these other custom shader patches, but it really does bring a 2014 game into 2022.
Someone's going to have to show me how to do that. I know that there is a couple of different things you've got to download and implement and whatnot, and I'm absolutely the furthest from tech savvy. So if someone showed me how to do that, I'd love to play Assetto Corsa. I've got it. I just haven't ever installed it because, yeah, I've scared away from the amount of... Because modding's definitely not my thing, and I understand that that's something that's got to be implemented. Yeah, you said Soul, I recognise that, and there's some overlay thing too that you've got to run it through or something, so...
yeah, Content Manager. That's all I can say.
That's the one. Yep, that sounds about right.
That will just solve all your problems.
You never played Factor 1.
Mull knows me better than anyone, and he's saying I should avoid it, so I reckon I might just take it. Too hard for me and my poor little brain.
Just add a small subscription for someone to use a TeamViewer connection to your computer and just set it up.
Yeah, spot on. I'll just pay someone $10 a month and they can come and set up my set of course.
Maintain it.
Oh dear. Young's in an interesting position here because he looks pretty quick and he has been quick all day long. But he's got Robert Fluke in front of him. Robert Fluke not slow by any means and currently in P4. So he'd just be asking Fluke to get a move on if he could. Oh, in fact, no! As I said, that's a curse. Fluky has just looped that in Maggots and Beckett's, and Young says, thanks very much, JC. I'll have that one. On you go. Unlucky for Fluky.
Kept it out of the wall, which is nice.
Don't know how much time he lost, but I think that is Van Vleet.
Van Vliet's in the Worn Tyre Tribe entry. I don't think that's Van Vliet.
He's a little bit further back, isn't he?
Yeah, that 2-carb. The white one you were talking about? Yeah, I think
that's him. Yep.
You're right. Sorry, I thought you meant this red and black one. No, that's the white one about... well, I've come from 12 seconds to make it only 2 now, so... Yeah, bit of an error there from Fluky.
Bit of Lambo sadness.
A lot of milk on screen at the moment.
Did I hear Sam Wise reckons these liveries aren't any good?
Yeah.
Someone needs to check his head. Come on, Sam Wise. Quality liveries.
You can do a good race recap.
Can't judge with his race recap. Absolutely. No, he's all over it in terms of what happens during the day and who's on what stint and who started where. He's incredible with the stats that he brings in, Sam Wise, but not sure he's got an eye for the artistic side of things because these liveries they're just beautiful.
It's all really subjective, isn't it?
When's the next update for him? Because, they've been around a little while. It's time for an evolution.
They've only been on track 4 weeks. What are you talking about?
Have they? When they?
We'll finish this season with these for sure. Mate, they've been on track not even 4 weeks. The 500 car still doesn't even have one. That's how new they are.
Oh, familiarity is a curse for me.
Are we going to see an expired milk version?
Oh, no. Yeah, that'd be this one.
A yogurt?
That'd be this one. A Farmers Union.
Oh, perfect timing.
Oh, no. No, I'm actually a big fan of this livery. Both done by Benjamin Carude, mind you, so hats off to Disco Bear for his efforts in coming up with the liveries, but Gibbo doing nicely there to let Peach, I think that's probably Peach or John, who cares, one of the Senekai through. Oh! Gibbo looking like he's been challenged there as well by the Alliance car, and that's another lap car, never mind, so Gibbo's probably just going to let that one through as well.
Gibbo just took a monumental amount of curb while trying to lap Gibbo there, and made everyone else's life pretty miserable.
Speaking of making lives miserable, how the hell are you supposed to tell whether it's Peach or John? They're both Jason Eckes in the same bloody car.
The 3-letter acronym, I think Glenn said he'd changed it so Peach is JPS and John is Son.
Oh. Okay.
I don't know where the 3-letter acronym is, but...
On the top left-hand windscreen.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, okay, I know what you mean. Yeah. So let's have a look as he comes through here. He's currently in P1, we can see that, and we didn't get much other information.
I saw JPS.
Did you?
Yeah.
Okay, nice. So it is Peach.
Certainly is. And before it's actually Son.
Still 001. Yeah, again, shout out to Glenn Germain. Make commentary life easier.
Yeah, little attention to detail there from Goat Germain. Nice one.
Thank you, Mr. Babb. Can confirm it is Peach in car.
Now this is for position, Niparis. What do you reckon?
Michael Young on Jeremy Walter. Both capable drivers. I think Young will have the edge though. He's certainly closed the gap up. I don't know what to predict here. I mean, I think Young will make the move stick.
Inside or outside?
Jesus, not
Outside.
It's gonna stick. He's gonna go for the outside. You watch. There we go.
Here we go. Around the outside. Can he make it stick? I reckon he will.
Nicely done, both of you.
Nostradamus Nipperus.
Well, actually,
Pulls it
still
again.
going. Still going. He's on the inside now, and he will get that move done.
Never in doubt, Nostradamus. Well played by you again. Nice move from Young. He's made plenty of good moves already today, Young.
It's just unfortunate that the number 90 Ferrari has just been involved in a few incidents throughout the day. But certainly, I think that car is out of position. Michael Pickford here in 28th. Okay, we're straight back to our leader, JPS. We've got to be a bit careful with the JPS acronym, don't we?
Do we? I don't think they're still in business. Are they?
Oh, is that another one of those cigarette things?
It is a cigarette thing.
This is what you get for being a non-smoker. I don't get any of this
It's
shit.
the old Lotus livery from Formula 1. You know the black and gold?
Nah.
Ayrton Senna, really?
No, probably only started following Formula 1 halfway through the 90s.
Hang on, I'm sending you a link.
Righto, okay. Oh, hello, there's your Tier 1 lineup for the Octane Online Racing Legend Series tomorrow.
And if you didn't like Silverstone enough, there's a full race there tomorrow night. So it's Silverstone.
3 full
all
races
over.
there if you can't get enough. Absolutely. Are you racing tomorrow, Tom? My hotkeys? What do you mean? Oh, you using? Oh, you use? No, you said you use control. That's why I switched my hotkeys. Don't blame it on me. Hang on now.
Thank you, Meg. Can confirm Jeep is a car. And apparently they've only made one. I was going to react to that dad joke, okay.
No, I didn't get it. Sorry, I've missed it. I was too busy watching Gibbo here, who's going to have a crack at T-Mac. This is a tricky corner because it's a very late apex here, so it is good to make a move down here, but you've got to be aware that the car on the outside might not know you're on the inside on that late apex, so Gibbo probably not sending it in there as deep as he probably could, not necessarily knowing whether T-Mac was going to take the apex or not. And of course, he wasn't up alongside, so the move he wasn't entitled to it. He's driven well there, Gibbo, but T-Mac again here under pressure, taking a little bit of extra curb there on the inside too, which brought the McLaren a little bit sideways, but he caught it nicely. T-Mac managing to get through Maggots and Beckett's there very cleanly, which is a positive. Seen a couple of instances already in the last half an hour of T-Mac struggling through that section, but he's done it nicely through there, so no chance for Gibbo to make a move up here into Stowe. Still wearing him though. He's right here in his mirrors, so looks like it's a bit of an inevitability. T-Mac defending down the inside here, which would have cost him a little bit of pace through there. Gibbo using fourth gear all throughout that complex, so he's also not carrying as much speed as is capable. Both cars looking pretty smooth through the middle sector. This is where we saw Gibbo on the last lap get a nice run, and again here, just pulling out behind T-Mac. And
may try for the switchback dance here, or not. We'll go around the outside. It runs a little bit wide here. That was very, very, very close between McDonald and Gibbons, but thankfully both of them just pulling up before they collided with each other.
yeah, quality driving from two of them there. T-Mac aware of Gibbo's presence on the inside, left just enough room. The car's width and some did nicely there, and Gibbo manages to finish off the move. But that was a lap-long battle. Nice work. Great driving between the two of them.
Tell you what, McDonald didn't want to let it go that easy. He certainly tried to stick it around the outside of turn 1.
He defended well, and you're right, didn't give it up easy. But Gibbo, the eventual victor of that battle, sees him move up to P15. T-Mac will have to settle into P16, and we'll hopefully tuck in behind Gibbo and just follow him around for a while and see what sort of pace he has. They do have an MRT car behind them. I'm not sure if that's the 600 car coming up to lap them. It is not. It is the number 2. So Peter will be nice and patient here. How's this menace going? Jesse McLean behind the wheel here. Blue flags are out, so I thought this was the position. I don't know if that is Stefan Beckfold in front of him. The blue flags might have been... Yeah, okay, it might have been for some other car then. I saw the blue flags out, but I did think that was Stefan in that one.
I believe it's for the car behind. That is the Tawati car, if I'm not mistaken. And I think it's one of the higher running Hondas at least. And there you go, you straight through.
Under 1 hour to go now.
And we're on the home stretch, and now this is where we should start seeing elbows coming out.
Lead boys are in the pit lane.
Ooh. Yeah, so Sonicus, the 191 in pit lane. Should hand the lead to Matthew Lamb, and I dare say Van Blay should be able to go through. So, geez, Matthew Lamb has really closed that gap down. It's down to 11.2 seconds. So this last hour is going to be very crucial for the 315 team if they actually want to take the top spot.
Yeah, this is going to be a really exciting end of this race. All up and down the field, still plenty of cars separated by not a lot whatsoever. And as the final pit stops tick over and we get a really good indication of who is battling who, just got a little sneaking suspicion, that this is going to be a cracking last 40 minutes.
As long as you don't get a drive through like Mr. Jacobs has done here, unfortunately.
I was about to point out the day has gotten worse for the number 18 car. These guys were up there battling for the lead of the race earlier in the day, and it's just gone backwards for these guys. I really feel bad for them. And while we got this little break, let's welcome back to the commentary box. It's your boy Bender. How you going, mate?
Hello, guys. Good, thanks. How are you?
We're very good. We're glad to hear your voice. You going to carry us through this last 56 minutes?
Mate, that's what I'm here for.
Good answer.
Hopefully got some better facts than we had in the past hour, because that one about the symmetrical face was rubbish.
Have we had any Bender facts today?
What did you have?
It's that every human has a asymmetrical face.
The context is because we were talking about asymmetrical liveries.
Okay.
Is there such a thing as an asymmetrical face? Is that what you're saying?
Everyone has one.
Yes.
Everyone has an asymmetrical face?
Or
yes,
it is the vast majority.
I was going to say, not everyone does. Surely not. Oh, obviously, I don't understand what asymmetrical means because I don't have an asymmetrical face.
Just means it's not the same left to right.
My nose has been broken. It's all over the place. I'm definitely not.
Then your face is asymmetrical.
Asymmetrical? What's the one I'm thinking of then?
Symmetrical.
See, I knew I didn't know what that word meant. That's why. Right, that makes much more sense. I was going to say, to have a perfectly symmetrical face, that seems very odd. And you're saying everyone's got one? I knew I was wrong. Oh, there you go. Now, have we had any... Yeah, classic, thank you. Have we had any bender facts today? Because I'm about to depart, and if we haven't had any yet, I'd love to get one on the way out.
Okay, all right. We haven't had any yet on stream. I did drop one earlier in a Discord. It has this: unborn sea turtles sing to each other while they're still in their eggs.
What?
That is a bender fact.
That is amazing if true.
Amazing if true. All of these bender facts, mate.
Of course they are
I've
fact.
been just
My
giving
apologies.
out random shit for the last 3 years.
How dare I disrespect you? My apologies.
Well, surely you're throwing in the occasional just left field, almost fact.
My
The clue is in the name, bender fact.
my additional question, and whether or not you know the answer, I don't know, but is that for any specific reason? Are they just having a sing because they love each other, or is it to communicate danger, or what's the purpose behind the singing? Do you know?
Just to communicate in general.
Yeah, right. Well, that is dead set incredible. On that wonderful, peaceful, harmonic note, I'm going to bid you adieu. It's been a pleasure up here. Nice work to you, Matt Nippers, all day long. And, of course, to Neil on the cameras and to Matt Powell in the steward's room. Love you all. I'll see you in chat.
See you, JC. Have a great night, mate.
Of course, you will see more of JC tomorrow night for the F1 Endurance Series, which is also at Silverstone. So if you haven't had enough of Silverstone today, tune in again tomorrow. So do it
Slightly
again.
faster. I think Malik's hoping for a Jesse McLean special here because we've been following him a little bit for the past little while. He's got Biggie Oli, I think is how you pronounce that, tucked up behind him, just half a second behind, just waiting to pounce on any kind of mistake.
Yeah, Matthew Bigioli just behind McLean there. Good to see Bigioli sort of expanding his sim racing. I normally see him on Tuesday nights with Shakedown Sim Racing. And he usually runs a Bentley, so... Actually, no, this season he swapped to a Lambo, so now he's running a McLaren.
No one likes someone that sticks with the same car. Have some variety.
I feel personally attacked by that.
Same.
In my defense, I have swapped to the Honda this season. To apparently the shock of everyone.
It just feels wrong seeing you in anything other than a Nissan.
It is true, I might swap back to the Nissan. The Honda's given me a few ideas to try and make the Nissan a bit more compliant.
Wouldn't think there's too many lessons you could carry from a Honda to a Nissan.
I think there's a few things that you can carry over, like, going with maybe different damper settings or different diff settings, things like that. Ideas that I've had from the Honda, I'd like to try on the Nissan to see what it can do, because I see the weaknesses of the Nissan in comparison to the Honda. Like, definitely the Honda turns so much better.
So what's been happening in terms of action over the last few hours? Obviously the last time I was here we had an epic three-way battle for the lead. How's that all looking now?
Well, glad you asked. Matthew Lamb is really closing in on the back of our race leader, whichever Sonicus is in the Aston Martin. He's been ripping time out. He's got the gap down from over 20 seconds to 11 seconds when the Sonicus team came into pit lane. So we could be on in this last 50 minutes. So we see Jesse McLean just sending it up the inside. Couldn't quite get it on Kranich there. This is a battle for position. All three of these guys, Paul Kranich, Jesse McLean and Matthew Bigioli. And then Bechtold in the Audi, just coming out of club behind these guys.
I guess the other side of that is, have we seen any major incidents? It's all been pretty clean from what I've seen out on track. Obviously, there's lots of little penalties popping up on the side, but have there been any rejoins? I know there was a few good ones last time out.
Well, the 616 had binned it through maggots, so very, very odd incident. Just had a Lambo moment through maggots and surrendered that. I think a decent gap between himself and the 45 Honda. So now that battle is pretty well on for, I think it's 4th place overall.
These 3 cars all been following very closely the last few laps now.
Yeah, no one's binned it yet, which is really a good sign, or it's an omen. I don't know. As I say that, they're getting really close together, going through maggots. Usually a recipe for disaster, but these guys are being very sensible. Oh, please don't prove me wrong. God, that would have been the quickest commentator's curse I've ever done. Oh, no, actually, sorry, I lie. I had the quickest commentator's curse I've ever had. So, commentating a TA2 race on a Assetto Corsa as, whoa! There's a bit of impatience there from McLean. He was coming under pressure from Biggie Oli, and he decided to try and make the move stick on Crunch. It didn't really work out very well. Now they've got the race leader coming through, so this is going to complicate things.
It's always what you love, a moment of opportunity perhaps, but also as the leader, you never want to see 3 cars battling in front of you. 2 cars is manageable, I think. One of them might back off and then try, but 3 cars, guaranteed someone will try something, or they won't see you, they won't know you're there, and it's just, yeah, it's not great.
Of course, we got Bechtold now involved in this battle. I think I'm absolutely butchering the pronunciation of that name.
No, I think that's alright. I remember once I said Stefan Bechtold, and I think he said that was correct.
Oh, there you go.
I could be wrong, I might be misremembering it, but I think that's how it went.
It sounds like a Dutch name, doesn't it?
Yeah, it kind of does. Dutch, German, Austrian, that kind of area.
Here we go. Kranich had to get out of it to let our leader through. They're going to go side by side, and we don't have a repeat of Hamilton versus Verstappen this time. But Kranich going for the switchback, heading up towards Maggots. This is usually not going to end well. They're going side by side into Maggots. Who's going to yield first? No one. No, Kranich will yield first. And, well, Big Yoli gets on through, and let's see if he can pull away from this battle. And that just brings Jesse McLean into this fight, and Bechtold.
Yeah, that was looking really hairy at some point. You think, who's going to yield? Someone has to yield going through the S's, but somehow they've managed to all come out cleanly.
McLean having take 2 at that move. He tried a lap ago. He's got the outside line for Club. He might. Oh, he's grabbed the grass. Can he pull it up? He can. And Kranich again showing that BMW is quite wide when he wants to make it. Looks like Paul is quite good at making a car pretty wide, I have to say. Not sure if you've ever raced Paul.
No, I've had many good battles with Paul in the Sprint Series over the years. One of the cleanest drivers out there.
Also one of the smartest drivers as well. Even though, I guess you look at him and say, "Am driver," he's pretty switched on in the racecraft department. He knows when to fight and knows when to back out of it. So we see McLean having another bite at the apple. He runs in a little bit deep, and Kranich, there we go, that racecraft, and he is just going to be frustrating the living daylights out of McLean. You see McLean just trying to get onto the back bumper again.
Yeah, just because you see, like you said, the AM M sticker doesn't mean you're lacking in the racecraft. Maybe just means you're not quite as quick as some people that dedicate hours and hours to the race or speed every week. But yeah, you still pull off smart moves. Okay?
Take a break from that action there to see this action here. We got Mitchell Weston closing in on the back of the number 600, Alex Bone. As Bone, the 600 still needs to come into pit lane. They're obviously a little bit out of sync, although they're 30 minutes into their stint. 38 minutes into their stint. What have they got left then? About 30 minutes. So I think these guys are going to go for that last spurt of speed in that final stint on low fuel new tyres.
So how did the Sonicus car get into the lead? I remember earlier on they were, I think, P5, P6, or they just had unbelievable pace and managed to climb their way up?
They've climbed their way up, but they've had a bit of luck for the way, but well, not really luck. I'd say that they've made their own luck. They've just turned those consistent laps, stayed out of trouble, and then of course when Lamb got turned around, that's when they took the lead of the race, and they've just been driving consistently, non-stop. Again, I think we can say this a lot about the Sonicus brothers. They're just like metronomes. Push them off and away they go. They'll just tick those laps, lap after lap after lap. You just cannot let them get into a rhythm. And unfortunately, with the gap that they managed to pull out, they were able to get into a rhythm.
Yeah, it seems to be, I mean, I know me personally, I've been in just a great rhythm today, it's felt it, but JC earlier and people in chat saying, oh, it's very polarising. You know, best I've ever driven or worst I've ever driven. No one seems to be just driving average. I'm not sure what the cause of that is or what's going on, but yeah.
Well, again, we go back to what I've said. Silverstone is just one of those momentum style tracks. You've just got to keep that flow, get into your rhythm and just try and keep up the pace. Now, it's very easy just to get into a rhythm around here. And unlike Spa, we don't have a very cursed corner.
There's plenty of generous runoff here as well. Look at this, Mitch Weston going up the inside of Alex Bone there for P3.
I think Weston on much fresher tyres than what Bone is. Just made it work. Page asking in chat, the gap between us and Lamb, 10 seconds last I saw. So Lamb is still closing. It's very, very small gains that he's making, but you only need one moment from the Sonicus Aston. And Lamb will be back on top, back on the rear bumper of that Aston.
So just when we've been flicking through the cockpit views, it looks like we've still got quite a lot of cars left to make a pit stop.
Yeah, Brad cooking another one. A few drivers, a few teams going for the last stint qualifying session. Now, track temperature actually really cooling down to 19 degrees now, so we'd see that there's a lot less sunlight on the track, so a lot less heat going into it, I would say, from the sun. And that will be affecting a few teams, I'd say.
Well, that'll make it interesting if we get sort of a 15-20 minute hot lap session at the end. Obviously, the fastest lap, there is bonus points on offer, so yeah, if one of the top teams comes out towards the end, bolts on a fresh set of tyres, low fuel, might be able to snag a few extra points.
That fastest lap from Matt Lamb's going to be a tough one to climb over the top of. He was in a mood and a half when he jumped in the car. Last pit stop. Gap's under 10 seconds between the top two cars.
So do they both have one stop remaining? Is that how it's playing out?
I think it's they're done stop-wise. It's a race to the end from now.
You have to agree with Stick Dead there. Not very English race. No rain.
No, look, there's got to be something going on here. We had the most British mini series ever of the 5 British tracks. It rained in one of them. It's not rained here. What is going on?
It's the reverse bender curse.
Yeah, when I show up, it doesn't rain.
Whoa, man.
Oh, good save.
If anyone's saying that Matthew Lamb's not trying, Exhibit A.
Holy crap, I can't get in here.
Welcome, Sakani. How you going?
Hey fellas, good, how are yous?
Not too bad. How was your stint out there? Looked like you were in a couple of little ding-dongs on your own a little bit.
The second stint was a bit more peaceful. But yeah, it's tough racing out there with these gentlemen, I'll tell you what.
Pace is up there.
I felt good today, you know. I just felt like I had a couple of good stints. We have 1 track limit warning left, so we're really trying to play by Silverstone's rules right now.
Nothing like a last stint with no track limit warnings left. You don't want to drive through now.
Oh, look, it could be worse. Yours truly picked up 2 in the first hour of the race, and we've been on 2 ever since, so...
Oh, that's a pretty good effort.
Oh, you got 1 to play with then?
Yeah, well, 1 to play with, yeah, but it's been a nerve-wracking 5 hours. You think, oh, one mistake, or, you know, you get punted off somewhere, and it just gives you a rubbish warning, and then you're done. But we've so far managed to avoid it.
I think JC managed to get a DT in his first stint, but...
He did. And speeding in the pit lane.
All right, gentlemen, well, I'll leave you. Just thought I'd see if I could invade the commentary booth. It looks like I can. So, yeah.
Welcome, mate. You're always welcome to chuck your name in for a couple of stints every now and then. Good to have you.
Cheers, boys. Thanks for giving up your time. Thank you, OOR. Give them a like, everybody. I'll catch you in the next one.
Thanks, Garni. And of course, not a paid actor. genuine love and comments there from the man himself.
Fair income.
Alright, we're back with the action. Matthew Pignata here in the 616. Sort of a case of probably what should have been for the 616. They've sort of recovered, but they've... Actually, what's happened to the 45? They're way down in 7th. It's very odd. They were right on the back of the Mad Cow Racing Lamborghini. And now they've really dropped off the back. They've actually dropped behind the 112 of Stephen Ty.
Yeah, not sure. Could have just been a bit of bad luck with traffic around the pit stops. No, for us, we're obviously in the middle of the field, but we've had margins swing by 10 or 15 seconds in a couple of laps just based on the traffic on the in or out laps. So it could just be something as simple as that.
Given those gaps are so close, it doesn't take much time lost to really drop 2 or 3 positions, and I think that has happened for that 45 car, but we know they certainly have the pace to come back from that.
We can probably rule out the 112. That's still got to do a pit stop. So and we can also rule out the 600. So I think with the pace that Van Vlee's showing, he's actually got the gap down a little bit. Got Ty in the middle there, so it's a bit hard to see his overall gap between himself and Pignata. I think for the 45, I think it would be probably their best case scenario.
I like to see not one penalty visible here for the top 23.
Oh, look, I mean, they could have just said last.
Yeah, I know, but you know what I mean. Just sort of not having anything sitting there.
No, it does look clean.
No silly calculations as to who's going to end up where after pit stops and other rubbish.
Still got 34 minutes. It can still happen. Especially with us guys laying down the curses.
Charles Clark in the 19 car currently driving positive with COVID. So mighty effort from him to be standing up and giving Gibbo a hard time as he dives it up the inside, but he's definitely slow on the apex, so Gibbo will have no trouble hanging around the outside and forcing the switchback, which he's managed to make work, sort of. Yeah, he's got past him. Nice move.
Just sort of squeeze that door closed as well. But, see if he can hang on to it through this final section. I think he has. So position done. 5 moves up to 15th. That'll be a top 15 for these guys. These are another group of guys that just sort of flown under the radar for much of the race.
Also a huge effort for Charles driving with COVID. Not sure if you guys have had it yourself. I had it, and it really knocked me about for a week or so, and wasn't feeling that great. I couldn't imagine myself driving with it.
Yeah, don't recommend it.
We've got Samwise Holmes in chat saying it's absolutely on, the battle for the win. The 315 car is gaining fast enough.
As you well know though, Sam, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass, especially in that Porsche which has absolutely no guts in a straight line.
And also against the Aston Martin, which is quite wide.
No, we'll definitely keep an eye on that battle as the race slowly counts down.
Yeah, so I guess with 30 minutes to go, obviously we've spoken about the battle for the lead being on. I guess we can recap the other classes as well before we head to the last 30 minutes. We've got Brad Cook currently leading Pro-Am class. For MRT, it's past your bedtime. So shout out to anyone who appreciates puns in there. I know maybe Alex Ime and JP, two of the pun champions from chat. Oscar Lau, currently P2 in the Pro-Am in the 150 entry, $1.50 Macca's special. And then we've got Josh Vettiger in P3 in the Pro-Am, 174, Drive to Survive McLaren. I do like this livery, looks quite nice, I think. And of course, in the AM class lead dominating, we've got Corey Tui in MRT team first name with Rob Wenzel. Those guys have been on an absolute mission today. They lapped us a little bit earlier, just haven't been able to keep up with them.
Yeah, definitely in terms of the AM class, sort of in a class of their own. Can't see another red number for a long way around their place in the Christmas tree. So massive effort from those boys.
well, P2 AM is car 2, MRT team last name. That's me, Frank Frankfurt, and Peter Parallax, or Peter Alphabet. We're doing well. It's been a couple of great stints, but yeah, just obviously a couple of incidents early on. Probably took us out of contention with the other boys in car 1. Then we got Jesse McLean in car 91, Kovacs Racing Red P3 in the M class.
And of course our overall leader, John Snekis, but apparently the gap is coming down. Yeah, it is down to 8.2 seconds. So Lamb is coming.
He's driving blind. Unfortunately, his brother Peach has had to nick off to the vet because his dog's a bit unwell. So all the best for your dog, Peach. That's as a pet owner, there is nothing worse than having to go to the vet in an emergency. That is just not a nice thing to do. So all the best. Hope it's something simple and easy. And our best wishes to you and your family.
Oh, you had a bit of a mishap with your pet before, didn't you?
Yeah, mine was a little bit less traumatic though. I mean, just cats doing cat things and throwing up on the carpet. So
yes, that's what you want to be doing on a Saturday night, cleaning up cat vomit, isn't it?
a very good way to get to meetings at work though when you're working from home. You can always rely on her to do one of those in a meeting I really don't want to be at. So watching a car giving John a face full of dirt, and McClaw's picking up a drive-through with less than half an hour to go, which is rough as guts.
Oh, that just means 28 minutes of being able to exceed track limits freely.
Fastest lap coming up.
Yeah. Well, McLaws should be pretty safe for a top 10 at least. Next car is Brad Cook, currently in pit lane. We'll take that back to Skip4. And, nothing's really going to threaten these guys from a top 10 finish. These guys were actually way down in like the 30s, like 30th position, battling away with their teammate in the 421, sorry. So it's been a pretty decent fight back for this Alliance Pro team. Fortunately, a drive-through penalty has sort of put a bit of a wet blanket on that.
I tell you, Shane was really pushing in the pit entry there. Well, obviously we badgered JC a bit about it earlier, speeding the pit lane, but you don't want to get the double whammy of serving the drive-through and then copping another 10 seconds for speeding in the pit lane.
Such easy time to find though, if you get it right. So it's just the temptation's always there. Definitely worth practicing.
Yeah, well, always practice your pit entry. I cannot recommend that more. Like, don't return to garage, drive back to pit lane. Ooh, there we go. Samwise Holmes there. Traffic for Senecas. They did a 2-minute flat. While Lamb is doing a 58.3. So the gap comes down even further. So the pressure will be on John right now.
Pretty confident though that any traffic they do come across, Matt will have to deal with as well. So,
well, not necessarily.
Very late pit stop if anyone does.
What normally happens is the leader cops at the worst, and then suddenly all the luck cars are aware. Oh, hang on, the leaders are coming through, so they end up letting the other guys through easier.
Shady Samuel is definitely far too experienced for L plates on the back of that car.
Yeah, well, I think it's a bit funny because they've got a second car, haven't they? And
yeah, that one's got P's.
Isn't that in the Pro-Am class?
Let's go P's, I love it.
I think it's even got the New South Wales speed limit as well, but it's got 320 k's an hour on it.
Yeah, it does. It does. Well, Samuel trying to put the pressure on Bartlett here in the 676 McLaren. So here we go. We've got to move around the outside now. He may try and force the switch back. We'll try and get this set up to get the run down that little back straight. Get the move into that next hard braking turn. We've got a yellow flag at Maggots, so that's sadness. I don't know who that is. I can't quite make out that number. It's 420. And another number I can't quite make
That's
out on the map.
Stefan Bechtold, P35.
Oh, no. And there's another car involved as well. I couldn't quite make the number out on the mini map. Oh, that
Exit
was
stage right for Bartlett.
Yeah.
Too much dirt on the exit, lit it up, and then hard right into that inside pit wall. Catch fence area. That will be a fair bit of damage, I reckon, for Bartlett. That might be a pit stop.
At least he hasn't got far to drive with that damage.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
if you're going to hit any wall, hit pit wall.
We'll do that NASCAR thing. Last lap.
Oh, that was, yeah, opinions on that.
I thought that was incredible. Let's be honest. We've all done that in a video game at one point or another.
What do you think the radio communication was like before that happened? Like, hey guys, hold my beer. I got a trick.
I don't know. I don't think he said anything. I reckon he just went for it. Just sent it.
And it's been rubber stamped by the NASCAR officials, if you can call people running NASCAR officials. So it doesn't even look like it's going to be outlawed. So looking forward to seeing every single car doing that the last lap of every single NASCAR race going forward.
Oh, there's going to be a
repair
lot.
bill wasn't small though.
No, it would have torn up a lot of the suspension, would have torn up wheels, tyres. Yeah.
That happens at every NASCAR race. So.
Well, that's true, but I mean, yeah.
Imagine the conversation we could be sitting here having though, because there was like a Marshall gate catch fence split in the side of the track. Imagine if he'd caught that and then speared back onto the track and taken out 6 cars. You know, we would be having a totally different conversation.
Absolutely would, but we didn't. So he's a legend.
It'll certainly go down as one of the legendary moves, but I think, yeah, you brought up a very good point there, Bender. There's little gaps in the fence and whatnot. Yeah, that could be a huge problem in the future if that becomes a regular tactic.
Gap for the lead page is 5 and 5.9 seconds, I think.
Yeah, that's about right. 5.4.
5.4. Thanks, Gorilla.
Start the Jaws music. Matthew Lamb is on a mission here.
Now Sean Jacobs is getting the tail out on the way through Chapel.
Watching a little battle ahead. Actually, I think that's lap car just sidestepping one of the Milk Racing cars. Here we have it. Last few laps, Land has gained 0.3, 0.2, and 0.5, so a second over 3 laps. Oh yeah, definitely can do about 10 laps left in this race, give or take. But, well, as you said, one thing to catch, another thing to pass, and I guarantee you John is not going to let that go easy.
Yeah, it's going to need to be more of those 0.5 seconds per lap. As you said, roughly 10 laps rather left in the race. So you'd want to give yourself a couple of cracks at getting the job done.
we are back with our race leader, and there is second place, Matthew Lamb.
Under 5 seconds.
We've been seeing this Porsche all day. It's just been absolutely hammering it into the corners. So Lamb's he's on a mission, and when Matthew Lamb's on a mission, you don't want to be in his way. That's for sure.
You remember that gap was, with 2 hours to go, was 25 seconds, at least. And when the car was given back to Matt from Phil Britt, and he's just absolutely put the hammer down and said, I'm going to put nothing else on the table. But that's why he's one of the fastest people in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, there we go, Sam was there. 25 seconds at 90 minutes to go. So we swap back to Thomas McDonald. These guys copped a late drive-through penalty for track limits, I'd say. Unfortunately, they've dropped a few positions, but still a good progression from P27 on the grid.
I feel like he's just been around cars the entire time I've been in this comm box. Never really sort of had any time to relax or...
Oh no. So, we've just seen Moras. He's got a drive-through penalty in car 119.
It's 5th place in Pro-Am. You'll have to surrender that to Herod and... Oh, no, it should be safe from Ellis, I think. So, P5 in... P6. And then Thomas McDonald drive through... Oh, no.
Does that count as a curse? We were just talking about drive-throughs and we're watching him. Obviously, we didn't mention...
Yeah, you said he'd served one, so I assumed he had no cuts. Yeah, he had heaps of cuts available, so...
Oh, you can burn through them pretty quickly, I suppose. Jeez.
Go on, Tom.
So pretty well, still a lot of time for mistakes like that to happen, not just to Tom but to anyone on this track. It'll be interesting to see who has been conservative with track limits and who hasn't.
There's be a couple of very, very tired faces. A lot of two-man cars in this race. So 3 hours of driving, even in the normal cars, can be pretty tiring. So 3 hours at this space is definitely hard on the mind.
And Matt, obviously you've been in the commentary box all day, but Tom, have you been out there at all today?
I have not, no. No, not racing ACC at the moment, so happily engineering for a couple of the Kovacs boys.
No, I was just going to pick up on your point about it being quite tiring. It just feels like today, for whatever reason, compared to different events, maybe it's just track specific, but there hasn't been a lot of clean air. Everyone's been sort of bunched up, battling in packs rather than strung out. Now maybe compared to other tracks previously that lend themselves to clean air racing more, I'm not sure, but it just feels like there hasn't been much clean air running, at least for me and our team today.
Fair point. You look at that track map, there's not a sort of empty space on the track at all.
Certainly parts of the circuit that are a lot less busy. Coming through the final corner now, there is a massive gaggle of cars. I think somewhere in that will be 315. Just up ahead of that is the Aston Martin of the Senecas, or the Senekai.
And chat just mentioned that Car 19 got murdered at Stowe, so hopefully we'll get a replay of that. Nothing worse than getting murdered right at the end of the race.
I'd say a disconnect would probably be worse, or hardware failure.
Yeah, but that's not someone else's fault.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Anyway, 15 minutes to go. I think the gap is still sort of steady at 4.8. It looked like Matt Lamb was sort of stuck in a couple of lapped cars. So probably not able to really get his foot down as much as he normally would.
Lamb still gained half a second though on that last lap. You are right, we're getting down to the last handful of laps here. It's going to be tight between Lamb and Senekis. So make sure you at home are sitting back with your dinner, whatever it is, or your breakfast, depending on where you're joining us from around the world. And make yourself comfortable for the last handful of laps of the 6-hour race. It's become pretty typical though for the Octane endurance races. We come down to these last few minutes and it's a desperate battle between two cars, usually.
Yeah, Spa was much the same, just really, really close battle for the lead as these two cars make their way past some lap traffic.
Oh, Spa, that was still battling away on the final lap. It was only decided.
Yeah.
They were battling on the cooldown lap.
Yeah, yeah, they were. Yeah, it was just one little mistake. Here we go, instant replay. What are we seeing here?
This is car 19. This is the Death at Stoke.
Rejoin.
Oh, rejoin.
Oh, no.
Wow. Wow.
Ooh.
That is sadness.
Let's play that one again.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, look, let me give you a hot tip. I'm not sure who that was, but as the master of rejoins, generally
like
coming back onto the track at a 90-degree angle, not advised.
Ooh. And that's going to be an immediate redress, but I dare say he's still going to cop a pen for that. Still very polite from Vedica to redress that immediately.
I think if you redress that, almost cancels the need for a penalty, because that's only a very minor little boop.
Oh, it depends what that car that just went through was. If it was a lap car, then probably play on, but if it was for position,
yeah,
and three cars were battling, then you'd say, yeah, that's still a pen.
Well, I think the two cars we're seeing on screen were battling for position. That third car was not for position, potentially. And now they're going to go side by side down back straight again. Going to be the latest on the brakes. Well, the McLaren, apparently the brakes are supposed to be bad on the McLaren, but it still outbraked the Honda there.
Oh, he's made it work. So watching the picture-in-picture, the 119 car come across the start-finish line again. With 11 minutes to go, so probably 6 more laps, I think.
.6 second gain last lap.
3.9 seconds.
Yeah, this is going to be close. Stay tuned to the final lap. We might get a last lap overtake for the win.
Well, we're definitely in for a big battle. But, I don't know. I think... Do you think it's possible that the Senekis team is just looking after their tyres and Lamb's just punishing those Pirellis a bit? I'm not sure that the Porsche is very friendly on its tyres, if memory serves me correct.
Not too sure how it goes on the tyres, but I think at this stage of the race you'd just be using all the pace and grip that they have available. You know, why worry about defending if you can hit the gap such that you don't need to defend?
The gap's down to 2.5 now. Blame that last sector. Oh, we got someone dead at the end of this straight.
Brooklyn's 422.
Well, that is an awkward spot to be sitting, I have to say.
Oh.
But, does wait for a bit of clear air before he rejoins. Well done.
There seems to have been a lot of people parked on track today. Not sure if people are just spinning and because the track's so wide they're staying on the track or the runoff area, but yeah, it seems to be a lot of people just stopping on or in the immediate vicinity of the track compared to previous events.
Well, there we go. Lamb can now see Senekos in the distance. Just got a dispatch of, I think that's the 112 Honda. Maybe that's the sister car. Not sure. Seeing Matthew Lamb really using the headlights flashing on the lap cars. I wonder if that's been sort of helping his him pick through the traffic.
I thought the headlight flashing was a bit of a no-no, wasn't it?
I think so. I do remember reading that in the Google. I think it's for position.
Yeah, you know, sorry, yeah, for position it's definitely not okay.
There we go. Confirmation. Okay for lapping. Porsche things don't recognise Matt.
It's gone very wide there.
It's not going to help him. He's already got that gap down to 2.2 now, so the charge continues. Here we go. We got camera 1. We have Matthew Lamb, and on camera 2 we got John Senekos. Now we got. Oh, there we go. Now we're now swapped around. There we go. Oh, that's a bit more fitting. Position 1 in camera 1. No. Okay, never mind. Oh, there we go. What is going on? I shouldn't laugh. I wouldn't be able to do much better.
No, shout out to Mr. Mullock in the TV director's room. Does a fantastic job of making sure that we have an idea of what's going on the track, and yes, keeping us on our toes every now and then as well. But there are no cars between the lead 2 cars, and I think just from the track map it may be, I don't think they'll be lapping anyone else.
So I'm just being very much entertained by camera 2 there.
Very fancy GoPro that can just sort of float around and go wherever you want it to.
Drone cams. Way of the future.
Porsche left and Porsche right. This is spooky.
You know what this would be good for? A one-time event of having someone try and drive from like these 2 perspectives.
This has been a great camera view for that NASCAR.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't do it. This is actually hurting my eyes. I can't. It's crazy. Oh, thank God. All right. Well,
normality has been restored.
Oh, sanity. Yep. We've confiscated the crack.
Is it a drive-through for P8?
It certainly is.
Oh no.
That's painful. About 5 minutes left?
5 minutes to go.
Yep. It's gonna be a pretty epic last lap, I think. With the way Lamb has caught Senekos in these last few laps. So if Lamb can catch, where do you think he'll be able to make the move?
have to be sort of through like your Abbey into Village in the loop, doesn't it? Where the Porsche is just so strong. Like, it's not that fast in a straight line, so it really needs a couple of really quick corners to really press home its own advantage.
Yeah, I think I agree with that. That Porsche has been absolutely rapid through Village. We've seen it on multiple occasions, both in the hands of Lamb and Britt, just sending it around the outside of everyone, and it's just been making it work. So it's going to be a tough ask for Senekis to try and make this position last. But, Lamb on form at the moment.
So get your predictions in chat. Will we have a pass for the lead?
I think that's going to be pretty easy. It's just going to be a line of yeses.
I'm going to say it won't be a pass. It won't be a pass, but there will be a proper side-by-side battle.
Well, we've just started the penultimate lap. Sorry, Matt, but we're under 4 minutes, so there's going to be this lap plus one more.
Well, I'm going to predict that. Well, Matty, he'll probably go for an absolute send. He will have that stamped, marked for express. Probably a Village around the outside on the final lap, just with the rate he's closing. A little mistake there coming out of Chapel might hurt his forward progress.
I'm going to say I don't think he gets close enough.
Well, that traffic, that sort of hurt John a little bit. It hasn't hurt Lamb at all.
Regardless of who wins, we can both say it's been a mighty effort from both of these teams. Two-manning it.
Oh, absolutely.
And 30 seconds in front of everyone else.
So this will be well, we're coming up to the final lap, I would say. 2 minutes 20 on the clock.
So this has worked out very nice for the 191 car. They wouldn't want to do 2 laps from this point, but they only have to do 1. So I think they'll be very happy with that outcome. Of course, 1 less lap that Lamb has to try and overtake them.
Worth also noting, these guys are still also pretty good friends. So it'll be a battle where they will absolutely hug it out and have a beer afterwards, I think.
Alright, man, the leader is on the final lap. Give it a final push.
There you go, confirmation that we are on the final lap of the 6 hours of Silverstone. And the lead is 6/10 between Senekis and Lamb.
This is where that aero wash starts to become a problem for Lamb.
A great point there from Gorilla. Don't forget, both these cars came from 10-place grid penalties. So for these cars to be at the front, it's been a phenomenal effort from both teams.
JC was saying a lot of luck goes into these, but you absolutely cannot take away from just sheer skill and practice and understanding how the car responds at the end of a stint versus the start of a stint. And I think this is really sort of Lamb's last opportunity to set John up.
He's very strong here. You watch him, he'll absolutely throw it into Village. Make my prediction come true. Oh, he's not close enough. He's on him now.
Front end of that Porsche is just spectacular. Just goes wherever Matt wants it to go.
Right in the slipstream now, but unfortunately the straight line pace of the Aston, I think it'll be enough to save John. But geez, Matt's not going to let it go easy. Into the final corner now. John not even chancing it. He is not letting that door crack open for Lamb. And that will be it. John Senekis from well out, well, not well outside of the top 10, but outside of the top 10. 10-place grid penalty, not enough to stop him. Same goes for Matthew Lamb. 10-place grid penalty, not enough to stop him from claiming a podium position. Brilliant drive from both these guys all day long. We're going to have a bit of a wait for car 96 of Mitch Weston to cross the line, and Pignata and Van Vley. Can't really see anything else up and down the leaderboard. We're also waiting for Real and Tui to cross the line first in their respective classes. So here comes Mitchell Weston. To claim a podium. Actually, those guys did really well as well. They were unfortunately crashed out at Maggots after a lap car binned it in front of them. So third place, I think they'd take that quite happily. So we now wait for Corey Tui. Just been a demolition job in the AM class. Clear by at least by more than 10 places to the next AM driver, or AM team, I should say.
Yep, they won by overlap.
That'll do it. Can't be too upset with that afternoon's work.
Not at all. And now Mike Reel, not under any threat here. Clear by a lap. In fact, the driver who was chasing him, Oscar Lou, has crossed the finish line already, and Vediger has crossed the line as well. This would just be quite a comfortable drive towards the checkered flag for Mike Reel. Oh wow, purple lap for 3:15. So Matthew Lamb lowering that lap, that fast lap to a 57.8. Same people. Anyone who thought he wasn't trying.
Was that on the last lap?
Maybe.
Wow.
There we go, Mike Reel. The Milk Racing team, they claim 2 wins in today's racing.
Nothing like a 6-hour race ending with less than half a second between 2 cars.
Green light, green light.
We keep doing it here in OOR.
All right, well, let's run through the results from the race.
They are not it.
No, they aren't. That is free practice 2. There we go. The Sonekai in the 191 Aston Martin takes the win, less than half a second ahead of Matt Lamb and Paul Britt in the Porsche 991. Then we go back to Mitch Weston and Daniel Hunter. A great fight back for the 96. They came back from being binned. They took a very early lead, but unfortunately just a few things didn't quite go to plan. They fell down to 3rd place. We go back to Pignata, Houlihan and Fluke. Van Vley, Corridon and Herbert rounding out the top 5. Moving on to Pro-Am, Mike Reel, Brad Cook and Kay take the top spot ahead of Lau, Hill, Muller and Pass. I'd say Sean will be over the moon with that result. Second in Pro-Am. Vediger, McKellar, Appreciato and Vediger of, I don't know which variety of Vediger that is, rounding out the podium for Pro-Am. Into Silver, Tui and Wenzel take out the win. In 2nd place we have Papali now. Absolutely butchered that one, but close enough. McNulty and Frankfurt. Then McLean, Leonard Scott and Mans finish off the podium. And then the only silver driver there. That's it. That's done. 6 hours of racing done and dusted, and that was a hell of a day of racing.
Yeah, it was great, Dave. I thought a lot of... Sorry, don't know if you were talking there, Tom.
No, all you.
Lots of great battles on track, not just from what I've seen up here in the commentary box, but what I saw when I was out on track and driving around with people. Obviously, big thank to all the stewards and obviously all the other commentators and of course Mullock, who are helping make these events possible. And of course chat, MVPs for sticking around all day.
And also a huge shout out to VRS and SimRigs for supporting Octane Online. Make sure you go and check those guys out and support the people who are supporting Octane and making all these events possible for you.
Definitely. And a last shout out for you, Matt, commentating the entire 6 hours of Silverstone. That is a massive effort from you. So thanks to you for keeping an anchor on this one. Thank you for all your efforts. And again, yeah, thanks to the stewards and everyone for racing and putting on such a good event.
So I just heard, apparently we've got, someone's reversing down the pit lane. I mean, this is the time to do it. The race has ended.
And that's disqualification.
Oh, what do you know? It's one of the milk guys. But yeah, it's been an absolute pleasure being in the commentary box all day. I haven't gone completely insane, so there's that. Got to take the little wins.
Well, if that's you done for today, Matt, you can come back tomorrow because we're backing up with the F1 series tomorrow night. We've got the endurance rounds in the F1 series, so 3 splits kicking off. I think about 4:30. I think it starts slightly earlier than normal. Perhaps Mike can confirm that one.
4:30.
4:30. Yep. So join us tomorrow. We'll be back with more action.